Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the second day of this 750 Motor Club race meeting here at Donington Park. It is a championship finals weekend. We've already had some titles decided already during the course of this weekend. We had 10 races yesterday and we have 11 more today. My name is Ian Soman. Joshua Barrett alongside me in the commentary box for this weekend. We'll also be hearing from Andy McEwen down in the pit lane during the course of the weekend as well. And one, as you can see, the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend. So with the extra addition of the Melbourne Loop and those two heavy braking areas for Melbourne and Goddard's, and they certainly provided quite a bit of drama during the course of yesterday's racing, and we expect more today. Bit of a mixed forecast. I think it is dry at the moment. There might be a little bit of rain as the morning goes on, but hopefully staying dry for this afternoon, and just a little bit of a breeze as well. So, as I say, 11 races coming up for you today. A couple for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, but also races for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. That has its final round. The Mighty Mini Championship still has one more meeting to go, but we have another race for them today. It's also the final round of the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Cats Championship. We have a second race for the Alfas as well, and after lunch, racing for historic 750 Formula, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Both of those have 2 races. We've got the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, the main centrepiece, the 2-hour race this weekend, and also the third and final race of the weekend, the final round of the season of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Josh Barrett is, as I say, alongside me, and Josh, just a chance to reflect on some of the great racing that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Donington Park always delivers excellent racing, whether it's on the national track or the Grand Prix circuit, as it is for this weekend. And we look forward to something similar, but slightly different conditions, especially for our first race early this morning with these damp track conditions after some overnight rain, and possibly with mixed conditions throughout the rest of the day as well. That just add another element into the racing with those different categories that Ian mentioned as well. And probably a slightly different feel to today's racing from yesterday, but looking forward to it. And always a busy day with 750 Motor Club, and lots of entries as well over the course of the event. Something like 300 cars over the course of the 2 days, as we sort of come to expect nowadays.
Yeah, and obviously, as we say, the main centrepiece of the day is the Tequila Club Enduro Championship a little bit later on. That race due off at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. What do you think we can expect from that today?
Well, it's good to see, for really the first time this year, there's a good even mix between the 3 classes. It's probably one of the biggest grids of the season as well. But if it's damp, I think there's a different story to if it's dry, because in the damp conditions, the front-wheel drive cars are the stronger. But if it's dry, we know the Lotus cars are very quick. And yeah, I think an intriguing racing prospect, possibly a championship to be won there as well. But that will come later on. So our first race of the day just coming out onto the grid now, which is for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup.
Yes, the cars coming out onto the circuit for the first race of the day, which is the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. So good morning and welcome to Donington Park. This is how the grid is going to line up for this second race of the weekend for the MX5s. On pole position, it is going to be the number 13 of Scott Leach, the winner at the last corner of yesterday's race, and besides him, number 230, Tom Holland. On the second row, it's going to be number 40, Ben Hansey, and next to him will be number 17, Oak Richardson. Row 3 should be 95, Andy Bailey, and 92, Jordan Johnson, who sealed the championship yesterday. On to row 4 of the grid, that's where you find number 21, Matthew Pennefather-Neal, and number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Row 5 is 70, Michael Pearce, and Shay Pearce, number 16. On the 6th row, it's 14 and 27. 14, Lloyd Huggins, and 27, David Brown. The 7th row, 72, Matthew Short, and 99, Martin Vernon. On the 8th row, it's 22, Adrian Chief Johnson, and 46, Nico Favreau. 128, Samuel Gormer, and 51, Scott Lawrence are on the 9th row of the grid. On to row 10, it's 77, James McCutcheon, and 23, Martina Ward. The 11th row is 29, Mary Barnard, and 214, John Goldsmith. Row 12 is 97, Jack Lawrence, and 90, Andrew Robinson. Last few cars, row 13 is 31, Neil Burrows, and 49, Anthony Russell. 28, Peter Brown on the final row of the grid. I can see a gap out of our commentary box window on row 3, which is where Jordan Johnson should have been, but he wrapped up the championship by a single point yesterday. The fastest lap he secured in yesterday's race helped just about put it out of Ben Hans's reach. And it looks like he's elected not to take the start of this race this morning, no doubt wanting to not avoid any issues that could compromise his championship, Josh.
Yeah, congratulations to Jordan Johnson on that. 4 victories over the course of the season, and all the 16 races he competed in, he finished in the top 6 despite a spin yesterday. So congratulations to Jordan on the championship. But it was a good race yesterday that got a bit chaotic over the last couple of corners and gave Scott Leach his first victory in a while.
Red lights go on then. We're about to get racing. The lights go out. Away we go. Not a particularly good start from Thomas Holland there from the outside to the front row. Scott Leach has made a very good start. The winner of yesterday's race, heading down towards Redgate Corner then for the first time. Windscreen wipers going, so there is certainly a little bit of spray being kicked up after quite a lot of rain overnight. It's Leach leading, Hansy second, Thomas Holland is third, Oak Richardson is fourth as they make their way through Redgate Corner and out through Hollywood for the first time in this race. Then they'll drop down through Craner Curves, and it's side by side for the lead. Hansy, I think, has gone through now in the BS Motorsport prepared car for number 40, so he now leads, and Scott Leach might lose 2 places here down the Craners because Thomas Holland up the inside of him going into the old hairpin. He might just about have got that done, Josh.
Absolutely, looked to be the case. And we had our first spinner, I'm afraid, which is Matthew Short, that's had a big 360 spin there coming out of the old hairpin. Everyone's done pretty well. This is sort of an old school way of going racing, isn't it? When nobody knows what the track conditions are like on the first racing lap of the day. And Ben Hansy then, he's out for victories as the championship's gone away for him. He's a double champion from 2019 and 20. A big twitch there from Andy Bailey. Looks up the inside of Oak Richardson. Richardson, who's been one of 6 different winners this season. Andy Bailey, who joined the championship just at the last meeting at Silverstone. A very experienced racer, former Caterham champion. Andy Bailey, though, is just about to squeeze ahead of Scott Leach, who's not had a good opening lap. The winner from yesterday's dropped down to 5th now, I think, as they turn their way through the S's on the Grand Prix circuit for the first lap of today's race.
Well, 5th is where he was at the start of the final lap yesterday, and he still won it. It was a remarkable final couple of corners in particular. A dramatic race overall, really, with Jordan Johnson. We wondered whether he would be able to wrap up the championship yesterday because he ended up in a bit of a spin in the early stages as well, dropped outside the top 10 briefly and had to fight his way back up the order, but he did just enough to clinch it with that fastest lap as well. Anyway, back up to Goddard's at the end of the first lap. That's Ian Tomlinson now in the number 9 car, trying to go up the inside of Scott Leach as well. Just behind, you've got Matthew Pennefather-Nero, number 21, and also the number 70 car of Michael Pearce as well. But at the end of the first lap, it's Ben Hansy that leads. He's got his wipers going. He's got nobody in front of him, so he's turned them off now. Then it is the Holland car in second place, Oak Richardson third, Andy Bailey fourth. And there's actually a bit of a gap back to Scott Leach, who's possibly not got his car quite set up how we would like them for these damp and greasy conditions that we have this morning. Ian Tomlinson is urging him on. Behind him, as I say, Pennefather-Neil and Pearce.
Yeah, so Michael and Shay Pearce in 8th and 9th positions. We welcome them to 5 Club Racing, I think, for the first time. A big spin for Thomas Holland in second place. He's sideways into the gravel, into the old hairpin, and he tries to keep his foot buried, but I think the car is stuck in the gravel, so that's the first time running at full racing speed down the Craner Curves, and Tom Holland just got it a little bit wrong on the exit of the corner, went sideways into the gravel trap, and that may be the end to Tom Holland's race, who had a great race yesterday with his best result in Mazda racing.
There was one car that came up through very late at the end of the first lap. I think that was number 29, Mary Barnard, so she may have had a misdemeanour on the first lap as well. So we're watching the car head up the hill towards Coppice. There's Leach, number 13, Tomlinson, Pearce there as well. The rest of the cars making their way through as the drivers just acclimatised to these changed conditions from yesterday. For the lead now, it is obviously a decent lead for Ben Hansy over Bailey now in second place and Oak Richardson third.
Yes, Andy Bailey's got himself up ahead of Oak Richardson, which is a good effort. Battles a bit further back. That's Matthew Pennefather-Neill ahead of Michael Pearce. There, 21 and 17. What Sean Leach has had an off this time at the S's. As the leading gap coming down here, Andy Bailey to Ben Hansy. Bailey started the lap 1.6 seconds behind Hansy. Looks perhaps a little bit closer now, but it is very slippery out there. And the driver's not knowing the conditions. I think Donington Park was resurfaced for this season, which means it's not as slippery as it used to be. It's just working how much grip there is. And if you think there's more grip than perhaps there is, that's why we're seeing more offs than we might do otherwise. And with sort of traditional racing lines, I think, being taken rather than the sort of the old style wet lines that you previously got. The top three have pulled well clear, but it is Andy Bailey with the fastest lap, a 2:07, which is actually only 10 seconds slower than the dry time. So they're probably a lot closer than what they used to be around here from wet to dry. But we are seeing when you do get it wrong, it means you are having quite a big moment in these conditions.
And of course, these MX-5s all run on treaded tyres as well, so there's not the big difference you'd have if you're going from slicks to wets as you would in certain categories. So these MX-5s in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup making their way down through the old hairpin again on screen. Now, for those watching on the screen, it's the number 9 car of Ian Tomlinson that we're watching. He's in 4th position, the driver from Blackpool. Pennefather Neil it is just behind him in the number 21 car. There are the top 3, and it's much, much closer for the lead now on the exit of McLean's. You've got the white and black number 40 car of Ben Hansey. Andy Bailey, number 95, is right behind him now. They head to Coppice. Richardson still there in 3rd place, and Bailey now starting to attack Ben Hansey as they go through the double apex right-hander at Coppice corner, then on to the back straight, the Starkey straight, and just going over the crest there and down into the left-hander at the Fogarty S's on this 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit. These Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s that have been racing in the UK for about 20 years after a set of regulations, written by Alan Robson, who also created 5 Club about a decade ago, and he's having his last day coordinating the championship here today at Donington Park. And it's a great race we've got too, because down the inside of Ben Hansey goes Andy Bailey to take the lead at the Melbourne hairpin. Can he keep that done? Does he run wide on the exit of the corner? He doesn't, so it is still Bailey leading now from Hansey in 2nd, just starting to drop as well, I think. Oak Richardson in 3rd.
Andy Bailey's looking to become the 7th different winner of the season. He's got Ben Hansey trying to look back down the inside, but I don't think he can get there. Bailey, the driver from Bedfordshire, he owns Mint Alloys, as you can see there on the side of his car. Was the Caterham Academy champion back in 2002, which would have been very early days of that championship. He won in Caterham Graduates. He's been a class champion in Club Enduro and a BMW M3, but this is sort of going back to some of his roots in Mazda MX-5 racing, low-powered cars, and he's driving this car really very well indeed. He's had some decent results at Silverstone and yesterday, but in these wet conditions, seemingly going even better. Bailey, who's had a 3rd, a 5th and a couple of 6th, but he leads this time and starting to pull ahead of Ben Hansey, who seemingly doesn't quite have the pace in these conditions of the leading car of Andy Bailey in that car that has been prepared by Brian Chandler.
So up to McLean's they go. Bailey and Hansey in these two 1.6 litre MX-5 Mark 1s. The regulations are very tightly written. There's not much in the way of modifications, as Bailey has a big moment coming out of McLean's there. So they're very standard. It is a very affordable way indeed to go motor racing. Quite a few different teams as well will run cars in the championship, so it's possible to do this on an arrive and drive basis. Maybe if you want to try and get into motorsport for the first time. Scott Leach in the background there, it looked like he was going to try and start to attack, I think Adrian Johnson that was, for 9th position as he recovers. He was on pole position, of course. He had that moment at the Fogarty S's a couple of laps ago and dropped, I think, outside the top 10, but he's now trying to climb back up the order. Here's, though, is Tomlinson with Matthew Pennefather Neil just behind him. They head through the Fogarty S's, the left and right flick, and then it's down the hill towards the Melbourne hairpin on this Grand Prix loop. They've pulled... Oh, and someone else has had a moment there, and who was that?
Martina Ward? Possibly, I'm not sure.
Possibly it was. But we're back with this battle, and that is number 14, Lloyd Huggins here, who's made up a place on this lap already, and is now attacking Michael Pearce for 6th place.
Yeah, so Lloyd Huggins has got past Shay Pearce, now trying to go past Michael Pearce. Huggins, he started 11th in this race. He's climbed up into P7 at this stage then for the aircraft technician from Hemel Hempstead, the 27-year-old who only started racing a few seasons ago, going pretty well here. Meanwhile, the top 3 are pulled a long way clear of this group, which is being led by Ian Tomlinson, who was the runner-up in the championship in 2019. Then you've got Matthew Pennefather Neil, who had a podium at Mallory Park earlier in the season. those two taking a much more conventional line through Redgate. Those behind were rather wider out over the concrete. And the best of those is Michael Pearce, who's making his 5 Club debut this weekend. And going pretty well. He's up there in 6th position. He finished 9th yesterday, but coming under pressure now from Lloyd Huggins, who's done many more races in this category. I think he's pretty much only raced in 5 Club racing. There's a top 3, that bit further ahead. But Andy Bailey, after that big slide he had at McLean's on the previous lap, hasn't pulled any further clear from Ben Hansey, realising the curbs are pretty treacherous in these conditions.
Yeah, and I think Oak Richardson might just be narrowing the gap to the leaders as well now, so we'll see how things change.
Ooh.
Oh, and a moment there. That is the number 99 car that has gone off. That's Martin Vernon, the Prestonian. He is back onto the circuit now, though, after his off. 5 minutes now of the race left to go. It's a 15-minute race. All of the races today are on over a time duration rather than a set number of laps. So 15 minutes for this one. And on screen now, we're watching the battle for 4th position between Ian Tomlinson, Matthew Pennefather Neal, Michael Pearce, Lloyd Huggins, and just a little bit further back now, Shay Pearce. And these 5 cars are around about 9 seconds behind the leader, Andy Bailey, as we work lap 5 of the race.
Big look up the inside from Michael Pearce to try and get 5th position away from Matthew Pennefather Neal. They're wheel to wheel. This could give Lloyd Huggins a chance potentially at the next corner. That tighter line from Pearce, not giving the traction off of the hairpin as well as the car on the outside, as Andrew Robinson has gone for a spin a bit further around the circuit, the driver from North Yorkshire.
As there up the inside looked the number 70 car of Michael Pearce to try and make a move on Matthew Pennefather Neal, as yet unable to find a way through. They go over the line now. In the background you can see Scott Leach is there in 9th place, but I don't think he's really gaining on the cars ahead of him, certainly fast enough to make any impression on this group of cars. Only 3 minutes 50 to go, so we possibly now just about, we might get 3 more laps out of this to make it an 8-lap race, but it will be touch and go whether it's 2 more laps or 3 more laps, I think, Josh, as we watch the cars head down through the Craner curves. And now Huggins is having a look up the inside into the old hairpin. Of course, the circuit very greasy. Is there enough grip to get that move done? Looks like there is. So Lloyd Huggins now breaks into the top 6, but then has a big tank slapper. I think probably Pearce behind him had to just get off the gas a little bit just to avoid going into the back of him. And it looked like that might have opened the door for Shay Pearce to go through as well, as we're now back with the leaders who remain, Josh, quite close together. Yeah,
that's right. So it's Ben Hansey just sitting there behind Andy Bailey, waiting for the final lap to attack. And is that final lap going to be on the next lap or not? That's that question we were pondering, and it is quite possible, isn't it, that the next lap is going to be the final lap, I think. So we'll see as they come out of the Grand Prix loop in about 40 seconds or so, if that's the case. But it is Andy Bailey still ahead of Ben Hansey. Hansey, who's had those victories this season, but not so much lately. Hasn't won a race since Anglesey, I don't think, actually, Ben Hansey. That was back in May, so it's quite some time ago. That he's going to give it a shot, I suspect, as they turn their way down out of the hairpin. So as it was yesterday in some of the races, very tight, whether it be 1 or 2 more laps. We wait to see if the last lap board is shown to the leaders, which it doesn't look like it is. They might well squeeze 2 more laps in as they cross the line with about a lap time to go, Ian. We'll see what happens when they come to the end of the lap.
Yeah, it was very touch and go, wasn't it, whether there was going to be a last lap board there or not, as we have about 2 or 3 car lengths between Andy Bailey and Ben Hansey as we go on to this final lap of the race. Then Ben looking set for 2nd place in the championship then this season. He's had the 3 wins so far this year, looking to add to that tally, but he's going to have to find a way past Andy Bailey, who, as Josh said, would be a 7th different winner of the season. Scott Leach became the 6th yesterday, and I suppose that shows that it is a very competitive championship. We had Ben Short do a handful of races in the mid-season. I think he won all of them, but he's not done a full campaign this year. The man who's been champion at least a couple of times in 5 Club. He does run cars in the championship as well. Oh, and now, well spotted, Josh, Ben Hansey has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So well, that means he's probably not going to win this race unless something very strange happens now. And although Andy Bailey is desperately trying to throw it away for the on-the-road win.
Yeah, it's very much sliding around. So despite this track giving off a lot more grip than perhaps it may have done in the past in these conditions, with all the money that Motorsport Vision spent on it over the winter to resurface the track in its entirety, it is still the cars do still slide around a lot. They're probably carrying a lot more speed than they normally would do in the wet as they turn their way down. The racing line is starting to dry out a little bit, which means it's potentially getting greasier as they turn their way out of the Melbourne Loop down towards Goddard, and we're expecting, I think, to see the checkered flag this time.
Yeah, let's wait and see if we do then. So it's Bailey with his Dayglow wheels heading into Goddard's for the final time. The number 95 car, he's got Hansi only a couple of car lengths behind him, but he does have that 5-second penalty. Now, are we going to get a checkered flag this time? Yes, we are. So it is Andy Bailey then that becomes the 7th different winner in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Second across the line is Ben Hansi, although I think that 5-second penalty will drop him back down to 3rd position. And Richardson will be promoted. Then a gap back to, in the end, Ian Tomlinson taking 4th place, Matthew Pennefather-Neal 5th, Lloyd Huggins 6th, then Shea Pearce and Michael Pearce separated by 0.6 of a second in 7th and 8th. Scott Leach did break away from the pack behind to secure a solid 9th position, and then it was Adrian Johnson that's rounded out the top 10 at the end of the first of 2 races today for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, Josh.
Yeah, and a partially reversed grid to come this afternoon, so it's possible that one of those cars in that big group that we enjoyed, especially in the middle of the race, is where a pole sitter may come. Up across the line there, Matthew Short, who spun on the first lap. He recovered to 16th, so that was a pretty good effort there from Matthew Short, who was lapping quickly, finished just behind Martina Ward in the end, who had a decent race as well. The rest of the field just flowing through, and I think apart from Tom Holland, who ended up in the gravel there on the second lap, everybody's managed to negotiate this 7-lap race without too many issues.
Well, and that's often the case, isn't it, in 5 Club? I think everyone who started yesterday's race finished, and that's not unusual that happens because these cars are really very reliable as well, usually.
And there's very good driving standards in this championship too.
Absolutely, very well policed and well observed. So, yeah, it's good to see a record where nearly all of the cars have finished the race. Hopefully Thomas Holland will back out for the final race this afternoon, although I think he'll have to go from the back of the grid.
Perhaps something that Marcus Simmons needs to do for Autosport is work out the percentage of finishers in all championships in the UK, and I suspect this will be high up on that list.
It will be. Let's have a look at the results, though, of the first race of the day, the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. So Andy Bailey, it was that took the win, 7 laps completed in the race. Second on your screen there is number 40, Ben Hansen, but when that 5-second penalty gets added to his time, he will drop to 3rd position behind number 17, Eric Richardson. 4th place will go to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 5th to number 21, Matthew Pennefather-Neal. In 6th place, number 14, Lloyd Huggins. Then it's Shea Pearce at number 16 in 7th. 8th to number 17, Michael Pearce. 9th to number 13, Scott Leach. And 10th to number 22, Adrian Johnson. Andy Bailey got the fastest lap as well, by the way, 2:07.54. Outside the top 10, it was Nico Favo, David Brown, Samuel Gormer, and Scott Lawrence down to 14th. Then Martina Ward 15th, ahead of Matthew Short on his comeback. Martin Vernon, James McCutcheon, John Goldsmith and Neil Burrows rounding out the top 20, with Robinson, Russell, Barnard and Lawrence completing the finishes, and Thomas Holland ending his race in the gravel trap at the Old Hairpin. So another race to come for the MX-5s later on today. That is due off at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon, so that's one not to miss as well. And a reminder, lots more racing still to come here at Donington Park during the course of the day, with the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship the next race scheduled. But we are ready now to head down to the pit lane for the first time today, and we're going to hear from Andy McEwen with our successful drivers in 5 Club.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Welcome down to a slightly chilly pit lane, although actually that wind not quite as cold as some of us feared it would be today. Great opening race to the day, though, from the 5 Club MX-5s, and we can, I think, now dive in and have a chat with our top 3, starting with our race winner, Andy Bailey. Andy, race-long pressure, really, there. Once you hit the front, Ben never did leave you alone.
No, absolutely. I could see it in the mirror. It was sort of like it was a constant gap. A couple of corners he was catching up, but then I could see he was understeering on other corners. So just try and not watch on the mirrors and just keep driving forward, and yeah, happy days.
And keep within those track limits, which can always be tricky in these conditions. Extra tricky. Oh, here's your winner's garland. Actually, we'll let you collect that, and the winner's cap, of course, most importantly. But yeah, in those conditions, keeping it on the island is so tricky. With no green flag lap, it was a real voyage into the unknown at the start.
It was, yeah. I mean, the start wasn't so bad, but as the race went on, it was kind of get a bit greasier. So there's a couple of corners, the car was understeering, and I did, so I think, triggered the camera a couple of times. I was watching the start-finish straight for the black and white flag, but it didn't come my way. So hopefully, yeah, I've behaved with track limits. I think it's twice. I think I did him. So yeah, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, it was getting a bit slippy towards the end.
Thoughts now for the third and final race later on? Are you hoping it dries up, or are you quite happy for another damp one?
Wet. Bring on the wet.
If you see him doing a rain dance, you know why. Congratulations, Andy Bailey, on the race victory. Now, second place finisher, Oak Richardson. Oak, welcome to the podium. We were kind of expecting you to be here yesterday, but the last lap didn't quite go to plan, did it?
No, it definitely didn't. No.
Today, thankfully, things stayed a little bit cleaner for you there. You've ended up being bumped up into second place, but satisfied with the way that one panned out?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty boring race, to be honest, just going around and not trying to spin. They were a little bit quicker in front of me. I couldn't catch them. There's no one behind that could catch me. So just sort of went round and round and round, really. Yeah, it's fine.
Are you a driver who enjoys these kind of in-betweeny, damp, greasy conditions? Because some drivers do have a bit of a knack for it.
Yeah, I do normally. I mean, after yesterday's race, the front was a little bit skew-whiff. So it didn't feel quite as good as it did yesterday. So hence was a little bit slower today. But it's fine. Went round, finished.
You've got a third race later on to try and go a little bit better. Congratulations on the podium there. That's Oak Richardson then coming home in second place. And it's another third place finish, I'm afraid, for Ben Hansey. You must have thought you were second place there, but triggered those track limit sensors once too often, apparently.
Yeah, I don't believe it was the sensors. I'm pretty sure it was the chicane. It was the only place that it was worth doing in those conditions. I know Andy had been here earlier in the week doing a lot of wet testing. So when he got up behind me, it was like, well, he's a guest, so he's not scoring any points. So let's follow him and see what he learnt in the week. And I don't know if there was a lap board, but I didn't see it. And then I saw the 5-second penalty. So it's like, oh well, it's been a giggle.
It has, and I suppose in a way you can really just enjoy yourself now today. We do believe the championship's obviously gone Jordan's way, and obviously you're disappointed that you weren't able to take the fight to him into the final day, but now you can have two races around a fantastic track that always produces good MX-5 racing.
Racing with Jordan has been brilliant all year. He deserves the championship this year. He's worked really hard for it. He celebrated last night, so he didn't come out today. I believe he's going to be out this afternoon. Would be good to have a proper elbows out ding dong with nothing but good hard racing to fight for, so be good.
Absolutely. Congratulations then to our podium finishers. Now, as was mentioned during that race, bit of a special celebration going on this weekend for the 5 Club MX-5s, because their championship coordinator, Alan Robson, is stepping away from the championship at the end of the season. And actually, Alan, I don't know whether you know this is happening, but can we have a quick chat with you? We can't not talk to you. It's a very special weekend for you. A bittersweet one, I'm sure, for you and the rest of the championship.
It's not the end of an era, it's the end of a chapter. And it's been a 20-year chapter with MX-5s, done my time. I've got a couple of itches I want to scratch personally, in racing, and I think it'll be carried on. Strange enough, Ben Hansey's going to take it on.
Oh, really?
And I think he's the perfect person to lift this to a new level.
For those who don't know then, watching at home, your involvement with MX-5 racing stretches back quite a long way. You mentioned there a couple of decades worth. You actually are responsible, I believe, for writing the regulations for MX-5 racing that we know and love today.
Yeah, there was no MX-5s racing in the UK 20 years ago when we first wrote the regulations, and it's 20 years ago last month when we first started building the first cars. So 20 years is enough. You get less for murder.
You do indeed. I'm sure there are some really special memories, though, particularly over the last 10 years or so working with the 750 Motor Club. I'm sure you made some friends for life here as well.
I think it's been a great period of life. We've met a lot of like-minded people. I hope to call quite a few of these people my friends now, and I hope they do think of me the same way.
I'm absolutely sure they do. And they're in fact going to prove that to you now, because this you don't know about. We've got a very special gift for you today. This is a special picture that's been commissioned for you. Giles Groombridge here from the club on hand to present it to you. I don't know if we can see the picture there, but that is a picture commemorating Alan's 10 years of service to the 750 Motor Club, to the 5 Club MX-5s. On the image we have the cars of all of the champions from the 5 Club MX-5 Championship during the years that Alan has been in charge, and a very special moment. There we go. Everyone, a big round of applause, please, for Alan Robson. Amazing stuff. Giles, can I have a quick chat with you as well? We'll drag you over here to get your thoughts on that. Alan was saying some very nice things about you and the club, and I'm sure you'd like to do exactly the same.
Absolutely, Alan's done an absolutely fantastic job over the years with the 5 Club Championship. You know, taking it from you know, nothing more than an idea back in 2015 to one of the biggest championships that we've run, and the 5 Club paddock has always been one of the most fun, the most harmonious, and you know, best places to be, which Alan deserves a lot of the credit for.
Indeed so. Thank you very much, Giles. Well, there you go. Big thank you from everyone at the 750 Motor Club to Alan for all of his hard work. He's going to go away and celebrate as the rest of the day goes on. We, though, have more racing action to enjoy with the K-Tech Racing Clio Championship about to head out onto the circuit. I think the celebrations down here in the pit lane, though, might last a few minutes longer.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
"70 teams, 300 plus drivers, and over 70 years of history. Here's everything you need to know to get into the Burkett 6-Hour Relay. The Burkett 6-Hour Relay is the UK's largest annual motor race, dating back all the way to 1951. Teams are composed between 3 to 6 drivers and cars, racing in one of the most unique relay race formats in the world. So what's the challenge? Teams must compete to lap the circuit as many times as possible within the 6-hour period, but of course with only one of their cars on track at any one time. Any closed wheel or non-historic car is welcome to enter. That means you'll see an incredible mix of cars sharing the track. From touring cars to smart cars, from radicals to Austin A30s, and of course everything in between. The Burkett 6-hour relay is really 2 races in one. The first race is called the Scratch Race. This is a simple one. It's the overall victory handed to the team that completes the highest number of laps, just like any other race. The second race is called the Handicap Race, and this can be won by any team on the grid. But how does it work? Designed to create a level playing field and to reward exceptional driving, the teams are credited with a certain number of laps to be added onto their total at the end of the race. For example, it's kind of like having a 30-lap head start. This means that, in theory, all teams should finish on the same number of handicap laps at the end of the race. Those that outperform their expected results the most and finish on the highest number of gross laps are awarded the handicap race victory. The overall scratch and handicap victory are not the only prizes up for grabs either. There are actually 12 awards that are available to win, thanks to class victories. All cars on track are divided up into 4 different classes. Class A and B are cars up to or over 2000cc respectively, running on the 1A to 1C tyre, which are semi-slick tyres derived from the road tyres like you might be familiar with. Class C and D are cars that are again up to or over 2000cc's or the 1000cc in bike engine cars. With this class running on the racing slick tyres, it makes it some of the fastest cars on circuit. And finally, cars with forced induction carry an engine capacity multiplier of 1.7, so a 2000cc turbocharged car would be treated as a 3400cc. So once all the handicaps are applied, each class winner and runner-up receive an award, in addition to the highest placed 750 Formula team, the highest placed BMW and all Porsche team. Also, no team may win more than one trophy, so you won't see the overall handicap and scratch winners taking more than one award. What makes the Burkett a true relay is what happens in the pits. Unlike a conventional endurance pit stop where a car would stop, swap driver, new tyres and so on, in the Burkett we like to do things a little bit different. Like a normal race, you would still call your driver in off the track, and as the first guy is called into the pits, instead of stopping, it will drive straight past the team garage. Yes, you heard that right, past the team garage. As soon as that's happened, the second car is then released right behind the first one, pending that it's cleared to do so, of course, and both cars would head straight down the pit lane. At the end of the pit lane, the first car peels off into the paddock, with the second car then shooting straight out to the circuit to continue the race for the team. If there is a miscommunication and the team finds themselves with 2 cars out at the same time, any laps completed will not be counted and the team will have to make up for lost time. So that should bring you up to speed with the Burkett 6-hour relay. It's definitely an exciting action-packed race that is sure to bring some serious entertainment. Make sure you tune in to watch it all and to round off the 750 Motor Club season in style.
Welcome to Alfa Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alfa Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. welcome to Alfa Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alfa Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
"70 teams, 300 plus drivers, and over 70 years of history. Here's everything you need to know to get into the Burkett 6-Hour Relay. The Burkett 6-Hour Relay is the UK's largest annual motor race, dating back all the way to 1951. Teams are composed between 3 to 6 drivers and cars, racing in one of the most unique relay race formats in the world. So what's the challenge? Teams must compete to lap the circuit as many times as possible within the 6-hour period, but of course with only one of their cars on track at any one time. Any closed wheel or non-historic car is welcome to enter. That means you'll see an incredible mix of cars sharing the track. From touring cars to smart cars, from radicals to Austin A30s, and of course everything in between. The Burkett 6-Hour Relay is really 2 races in one. The first race is called the Scratch Race. This is a simple one. It's the overall victory handed to the team that completes the highest number of laps, just like any other race. The second race is called the Handicap Race, and this can be won by any team on the grid. But how does it work? Designed to create a level playing field and to reward exceptional driving, the teams are credited with a certain number of laps to be added onto their total at the end of the race. For example, it's kind of like having a 30-lap head start. This means that, in theory, all teams should finish on the same number of handicap laps at the end of the race. Those that outperform their expected results the most and finish on the highest number of gross laps are awarded the handicap race victory. The overall scratch and handicap victory are not the only prizes up for grabs either. There are actually 12 awards that are available to win, thanks to class victories. All cars on track are divided up into 4 different classes. Class A and B are cars up to or over 2000cc respectively, running on the 1A to 1C tyre, which are semi-slick tyres derived from the road tyres like you might be familiar with. Class C and D are cars that are again up to or over 2000cc's or the 1000cc in bike engine cars. With this class running on the racing slick tyres, it makes it some of the fastest cars on circuit. And finally, cars with forced induction carry an engine capacity multiplier of 1.7, so a 2000cc turbocharged car would be treated as a 3400cc. So once all the handicaps are applied, each class winner and runner-up receive an award, in addition to the highest placed 750 Formula team, the highest placed BMW and all Porsche team. Also, no team may win more than one trophy, so you won't see the overall handicap and scratch winners taking more than one award. What makes the Burkett a true relay is what happens in the pits. Unlike a conventional endurance pit stop where a car would stop, swap driver, new tyres and so on, in the Burkett we like to do things a little bit different. Like a normal race, you would still call your driver in off the track, and as the first guy is called into the pits, instead of stopping, it will drive straight past the team garage. Yes, you heard that right, past the team garage. As soon as that's happened, the second car is then released right behind the first one, pending that it's cleared to do so, of course, and both cars would head straight down the pit lane. At the end of the pit lane, the first car peels off into the paddock, with the second car then shooting straight out to the circuit to continue the race for the team. If there is a miscommunication and the team finds themselves with 2 cars out at the same time, any laps completed will not be counted and the team will have to make up for lost time. So that should bring you up to speed with the Burkett 6-Hour Relay. It's definitely an exciting action-packed race that is sure to bring some serious entertainment. Make sure you tune in to watch it all and to round off the 750 Motor Club season in style. 70 teams, 300 plus drivers, and over 70 years of
Donington Park is indeed going to be the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. Since the MX-5s, we've had some qualifying sessions, and there is just a bit of recovery work to be done after the BMW Car Club Racing qualifying session, and very shortly the Clios will be released out onto the circuit for their final race of the season. Chris Lawrence wrapped up the championship title, the overall championship title, yesterday with a win in Class A. But just looking back to last weekend's 750 Motor Club event at Anglesey, first of all, we had some championships decided there as well. In Formula V, it was the teenager from Essex, Matthew Hyde, that wrapped up the Formula V championship title with a couple of wins at the Welsh circuit. He claimed his first pole position for the first race, made a very bad start, but did get back into the lead by the end of the first lap, and dramas for Craig Bell throughout the weekend meant that Hyde was able to wrap up that championship with a meeting to spare at Alton Park, and that is in a couple of weeks' time. The other championship that was decided at Anglesey was 750 Formula, where Peter Bove won 2 out of 3 races, his first wins of the season actually, but it was enough for him to wrap up yet another 750 Formula Championship title in his Derby. But still going down to the final event, Sports Specials, that's yet to be decided, as is Hot Hatch, Sports 1000 and the MR2s, and they have their final events at either Alton Park or Silverstone over the course of October. So there is a little bit still to be decided in 750 Motor Club Championships, as there is in other championships that we have here today at Donington Park. We have to come up throughout the rest of the day, we've got the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, as we've mentioned. We've got Mighty Minis, it's the penultimate event of their season. The final race of the year for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship, that's already been decided in favour of Stuart Place though, and again, penultimate meeting for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. There you can see the car being recovered from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. That's the car of Graham Crowhurst, who was one of 2 drivers in contention for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He had an off on the Grand Prix loop, unfortunately, during that session. Remains to be seen whether his car will be out in the BMW Car Club races this afternoon. The other races that we have this afternoon are the third and final race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship, and the 2-hour Tequila Club Enduro Championship race as well. So that's all to come for you this afternoon. And there you can see what's going on the tarmac lake behind Redgate Corner. It's the Vox Valves event. So hello to you if you are here specifically to attend that, but we hope you enjoy some of the 750 Motor Club action as well. Lots of Vauxhall car clubs, and also a motorsport display as well, with some great iconic Vauxhalls from motorsport history, some Super Touring, Cavaliers and Vectras, and rally cars as well. They'll also be doing a demonstration during the lunch break from the racing as well. So lots and lots to entertain us here this weekend. If you're at the circuit, there is a printed programme priced at £6. If you're not at the circuit or would like to look at the official programme, the 750 Motor Club programme for the event, that can be downloaded from the 750 Motor Club website at 750mc.co.uk. You'll also find there links to the live timing, which will help to enhance your enjoyment of the weekend, and also the link to the live stream that's being brought to you as ever by Alfa Live this weekend. And we've already had one race today for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the rest of the action throughout the day here at Donington Park is going to be streamed. Alongside myself, Ian Simon, in the commentary box is Josh Barrett. Josh, good to have you with us once again. We had a good race to start the day with the Mazda MX-5s, and we'll see them out again later on, but lots of good racing in prospect again, I think, during the course of the rest of the day.
Yeah, let's hope so. And tricky conditions, sort of end of season conditions perhaps, isn't it, with a damp circuit, but a potentially quite a grippy circuit as well for these conditions, with all the money that Motorsport Vision spent on Donington Park over the winter months and re-tarmacking it means there's lots of grip out there, but still sideways action, and having to be sort of cautious, particularly in the races we've got this morning, because everybody who is racing this morning, did not qualify. So therefore, finding out what the new track surface is like again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a voyage of discovery, I think, for some of the drivers during the course of this morning's racing. Good to see a good number of spectators already waiting for the remainder of the day's racing wrapped up as best they can be against the elements. It's not a particularly pleasant Donington Park morning, as Josh was saying. So hopefully conditions will improve as the day goes on. I think it is forecast to dry out, if nothing else. So before we look towards the grid for the K-Tech Racing Clears, let's just look back at yesterday's race first of all, and it was a victory there for Jack Kingsbury, the man from Hertfordshire. He took the victory in yesterday's race, and that was his third win of the season, having had a couple of wins at the previous event at Silverstone. Jason Pelosi took second place and Jack Dwayne took third. All three of those in Clio 197s, those are the Class B cars, which score separate points from those cars in Class A, which are the older Clio 182s, which were the original bedrock of this championship. There, Chris Lawrence took the win, the class win, and that was enough for him to seal the overall championship title with one race left to go. Ollie Wayne took second place, and Pete O'Connor was in third position in yesterday's race. As those of you watching on the live stream can see, an oil slick from the previous qualifying session being treated by the Donington Park circuit crew. Obviously they're having to use the spray on it rather than cement or anything, given these damp conditions. But yes, yesterday's race win, I think a relatively straightforward one for Jack Kingsbury, as things turned out, Josh.
Yeah, Jason Pelosi sort of was with him in the middle of the race, but yeah, Jack Kingsbury took the victory, which is his third of the season after winning the previous two races at Silverstone. And I did actually manage to catch up with Jack pretty recently, and he was saying he's now managed to set the car up how he set up the 182, where it's a bit twitchy. That's how he said he likes to drive the car, to make it go quickly. However, he said he hasn't driven the car in sort of anger in wet conditions. He said he's done a track day and that's as far as it goes. So this is going to be a learning process, probably not just for him, but for quite a few others, because it doesn't actually feel like we've had that many wet 750 Motor Club meetings recently.
No, it doesn't, and so it is always a bit of a step into the unknown. I know various drivers have said they've not done a lot of driving in the wet before. Certainly we had this situation at Anglesey last weekend as well, where we had a dry Saturday and a wet Sunday, and for some it was the first experience of driving in wet races, I seem to recall. So that's something to bear in mind. Jack Dwayne, he didn't do quite enough yesterday, did he, to keep the championship alive going into the final day of the season?
No, he admitted that he just didn't seem to have the pace in the dry conditions yesterday. So he's won the Class B championship, he's won the 197 championship, which is now 3 in a row, but over the last 2 years it's not been the overall championship for Jack. So that would be somewhat of a disappointment, I suspect. And he'll be looking to... But yesterday's race in general was a disappointment because he wasn't up with Jack Kingsbury and Jason Pelosi like he has been all season. He's won 6 times in the class, 5 of which have been overall victories. So it was a sort of an unusual position for Jack Dwayne, who's been so quick over the last few seasons in this championship. It was a sort of position we're not used to seeing him in.
As far as Class A went, it's been a season of two halves really, because Tim Bentley won the first half a dozen races of the season, and 4 of those were outright victories in the 182 as well. They came at Silverstone and at Croft. But for the second half of the season, so from that third race at Croft onwards, it's been Chris Lawrence that has won now 7 races in a row. Yeah,
it's impressive, isn't it? And Chris Lawrence last year was sort of there or thereabouts, but never a front runner. I don't think it's fair to say. But this year, in the second half of the season, he's come on really strong in his, I think, his 5th season, something like that, of car racing. And it was good to see as well a few other names, wasn't it, battling with him. Ollie Wayne was right there, Pete O'Connor, they've both been quick, but sort of the revelation, I think, was Mark Enoch, wasn't it, who I don't think he's raced since the first round of the season, looking at it last night, and I don't think he's done much racing before this season either. Yeah, so no. Probably only his second meeting, I reckon.
Yeah, it is his first season of racing. Mark Enoch, the 26-year-old from Cheltenham, works in sales, did karting for more than a decade from the age of 4, so started young, planning to do a full season in the Clios next year, and his car is prepared by TMC. TMC Race Engineering, who've run lots of different cars for different drivers within the 750 Motor Club over a number of years.
Yes, I suspect he's had some coaching from Matt Jerrington, which may have helped.
Yeah, absolutely right. Matt, I certainly saw he's been here throughout the weekend running that car. I think he was out in the Alfa 4C as well on the test day.
I think he might be racing in Club Enduro today as well, possibly. So, and he was racing in low cost at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, and was the first driver to find oil at Graham Hill Bend, and then he was driving the car that's won so many races this year that's up for sale, and then he found it facing the wrong way with the rest of the field heading on oil down towards him. Luckily the car didn't get collected.
Was that the Todd Badger car, was it? Yeah.
So that was a bit sketchy, but it was good to have him back in low cost, and he said it was massively entertaining to be back in something at what he had so much success in. But now I think we can start to look forward to the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship here at Donington Park.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the grid then for this second race of the weekend. It has Jason Pelosi on pole position, the grid determined by the fastest lap times set yesterday. So it's 77 Jason Pelosi on pole position, and besides him is number 3 Jack Kingsbury. The second row has 11 Jack Dwayne and 86 Oliver Waned. Easy to say. Row 3, 30 and 13. 30 is Darren Ransom and 13 is Mark Enott. On to row 4, you've got 56 Chris Lawrence, who wrapped up the overall championship yesterday, and 72 Pete O'Connor. Row 5 is 31 Chris Page and 82 Paul Clark. Row 6, 32 Matthew Orcutt and 85 Alex Kilby. On the 7th row, it's 19 and 7, that's Josh Southwell and Lewis Richardson. Row 8, 26 and 17, that's William Brown and Sonny White. And then Mark Witherington should be at the back, although he was a non-finisher in yesterday's race. So, as I say, that grid set by the fastest lap times from yesterday's race. The fastest lap time yesterday was set then by Jason Pelosi. It was a 1:52.56, and to put that in a little bit of context for you, that was a new lap record for this championship. Previously it was held by Patrick Fletcher, a 1:52.71. That was set way back in 2015, which was the last time this championship raced on this circuit, the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park. It is, Josh, a relatively unusual chance for drivers to race on the Grand Prix layout.
Yeah, that's right. And traditionally, 750 Motor Clubs had a one-day event on Easter Monday, but it's swapped around this year, where the championship, some championships started on the national championships, and most of the series that didn't race on that day race here on the Grand Prix circuit in September, which traditionally has been a national track meeting. So I think all the cars are there by the looks of it on the grid. Good to see Chris Lawrence is out there. Sometimes once drivers have won the championship, they don't take part in the last round, but Chris is there and to enjoy these different conditions, which we'll see if the 182s perhaps favour these conditions. They're lighter cars, whether they can come further up the order overall as well. However, traditionally the 197s are better at exiting slow corners, therefore better with traction. The limited slip differential on the cars assist them with that, so perhaps in the wet conditions they may have a further advantage, but we shall see over the next 15 minutes or so. Not sure if we're going to get one or two green flag laps here, going off the previous race. I suspect it would be just a single.
I think it would just be one green flag lap, yeah, that they will get, but we will see. Certainly the conditions haven't changed markedly since the previous race, although there has been some oil put down on the circuit since then, I guess. So Jason Pelosi, it is on pole position. He's raced in stock hatch, he's raced in Porsches in the past. I think it's going to be one green flag lap given by marshals going out onto the circuit outside our commentary box window. So he's had quite a bit of experience in different cars. Next to him is number 3, Jack Kingsbury on the grid. He is 28 years of age, a technician from Hertford. Started racing back in 2017. Always been with the Clios. And this car built by Jack and his father Ricky during the course of the off-season to prepare the 197 for the 2023 season. On the second row of the grid on the inside, you've got the number 11 car, Jack Dwayne. As we've said, he's been a champion over the past couple of seasons in classes or overall, but denied the overall championship this weekend. And then next to him on the grid is the number 86 car. That is Ollie Wayne, who is 37 years of age, local driver from Nottingham, an RAF engineer. Started racing in 2019. He's had 2 wins at Cadwell Park in the past. He's also had some fastest laps on occasion. Did some karting from 2011. And he is the man that does all the work on the car to enable himself to actually afford to race, he says. That's Ollie Wayne, number 86 on the inside, or the outside of the second row of the grid. Then you've got the number 30 car of Darren Ransom. He lines up on the inside of row number 3. He's from Hastings. He's 39 years of age now, a car mechanic, and he started racing just a couple of years ago, and he is in the PJ Motors Racing prepared Clio 197, a car from 2006. And then besides him is the driver we've already talked about a little bit, number 13, Mark Enoch. Then we have the 56 car of Chris Lawrence. As we say, he is the overall champion for this season. 34 years of age, from Grimsby, a mechanic. Started racing back in 2018, but did 14 years of karting before that. And Donington Park is, he says, his favourite circuit. The team is CCL Racing, which is Chris and Carl, his father, who helps to prepare the car, which is the ex-Scott Sharp car. Chris has had it for the last 5 years, though. And next to him on the grid is Pete O'Connor, the Bristolian, who's gone pretty well during the course of this season. So it's going to be a 15-minute race for the K-Tech Renault Clio Sport Championship. The red lights go on and they go out. Away they go then. And it looks like a decent start by Jack Kingsbury from the outside of the front row, and he moves across to try and get in front of Jason Pelosi on the run down to Redgate Corner, which he has successfully done. A good start too by Ollie Wayne from the outside of the second row of the grid. Is he going to try and go around the outside of Jack Kingsbury at Redgate Corner? He can't quite make that work. Jack Dwayne has also found a bit of grip around the outside. He's now up onto the curbs and the green concrete on the exit of Redgate Corner, but he is up to second position, so he's deposed Wayne there, who was briefly second. Pelosi has gone down from first to fourth. It's Darren Ransom fifth. Chris Lawrence is sixth, but Jack Kingsbury is in the lead and already being challenged by Jack Dwayne.
Yeah, trying to go around the outside. Again, Ollie Wayne, like yesterday, made that good start with the lighter 182 to good effect, but immediately lost that second place to Jack Dwayne, as you described. Ian, the cars make their way uphill towards McLean's Corner, where the lead is held by Jack Dwayne. So he's got ahead of Kingsbury. Then the outside line through the old hairpin was successful for Dwayne to get ahead of Kingsbury, as he has been on a few occasions, but not so much recently. Chris Lawrence there around the outside of Darren Ransom for fifth position. So Pelosi struggling a little bit in these early stages, while Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury are at the front, and they're side by side pretty much as they work their way downhill into the S's in the background. Chris Lawrence is going for fourth now. So he got past Darren Ransom's 197. Now he squeezes past a similar car of Jason Pelosi. So a good opening lap here from Chris Lawrence, and rather the opposite can be said about Jason Pelosi's opening lap.
Yep, it's Jack Dwayne leading then from Jack Kingsbury as they head down to Melbourne for the first time. Pelosi trying to make up for that poor start to the race. He's got ahead of Chris Lawrence now. Back up he goes into fourth position, although is Lawrence going to get him back on the exit of the corner, and they climb back up the hill, or they're side by side again. In fact, I think Lawrence, yep, is fully in front as they come into Goddard, but Pelosi is later on the brakes. Lawrence goes very, very wide, and Jack Dwayne has gone off as well. The leader has gone off. Paul Clark also went off as well. So it's Jack Kingsbury now that has the lead back again, and it's Wayne and Pelosi that are side by side for second. Clark stuck in the gravel trap at Goddard. Pelosi's through to second now. Wayne's down to third. Up to fourth place has come the number 13 car of Mark Enoch amid all of that chaos.
And that was where that fluid was being dressed before the session. So they saw it on the green flag lap and on the lap out of the assembly area, actually, but it still caught a number of drivers out, including Jack Dwayne, who was leading, wasn't he?
Yep.
Kingsbury didn't make that same error, and now leads by a couple of seconds over Oliver Wayne in this 15-minute race. We're watching about a fourth position where Mark Enoch is ahead of Dan Ransom and Pete O'Connor in the JG racing car, and there's Chris Lawrence, who's recovering too after his off-track moment in all of that. He's seventh. Jack Dwayne dropped further back. He's in ninth position, but as Ian referenced, we have got one car stuck in the gravel up at the final hairpin But that's the only car I think that didn't continue, and I don't think we had the car start that retired yesterday.
Mark Witherington, yeah, was a non-starter, I think. So 15 cars still circulating, and safety car now out. Well, we got through all of yesterday's racing without the safety car, but sadly we have the safety car out now while the car of Paul Clark is going to be recovered. You can see the flag's already out, the board's out, and the driver's already observing that.
I don't know if we saw Jason Pelosi get back ahead of Oliver Wayne.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
So he's into second.
Yeah, that was it into Redgate corner that Jason Pelosi got that done. But safety car out now. There's Paul Clark out of the car. I can see at the side of the circuit, but his car just in a dangerous position, I think. So the officials want to get that recovered, and they'll do that behind the safety car.
And it's a position where there isn't a live snatch vehicle in operation.
Yes.
We've got one at Redgate, one up at Coppice. Possibly on the old hairpin as well, but not at the final corner at Goddard. Don't traditionally, there's one already ready to go down at the Melbourne Loop. You don't traditionally get cars in the gravel at the final corner, obviously with that track surface that was not as grippy as some were perhaps hoping for. A number of cars made the mistake of going wide, but for Paul Clark got just stuck in that gravel trap. Unfortunately, so this race is going to be rather interrupted with 10.5 minutes on the clock, but it's going to take obviously at least a lap of safety car running, maybe two, and we've got the Renault Megane 750 Motor Club safety car now leading the pack of cars, which aren't particularly getting close to the safety car very rapidly at this stage.
No, Jack Kingsbury sort of controlling the pace, isn't he? And the drivers are weaving around to try and keep some heat in the tyres. They use Toyo 888s on these cars in the championship. Paul Clark is going to get back into the car now to aid the recovery as the snatch vehicle is going to pull it out, and they'll get it to a position of safety just as soon as they can. And once that is done, then if the circuit is clear, we'll go racing. Oh, and problems for Jason Pelosi. His car has stopped at Redgate corner.
I noticed the hazard lights were going, so I wonder if it's gone, because they were going very slowly, weren't they? Whether these newer cars have gone into some limp home mode at this point.
Yeah, so some kind of electrical issue, I would think, for Jason Pelosi. And Marshall now talking to him, and they will get that car off into the pulling area, which is right by there at Redgate corner. Yeah, just going to turn into the area at Redgate. So Pelosi from second place is out of the race. The Marshall's just moving the Retzel barriers out of the way to allow Jason back into the paddock. And then we've got Wayne there, to second place now as a result of all of that. And so it's Kingsbury, Pelosi, Wayne, Enoch therefore up to third position as a result of that. It looked like they were getting rid of Clark's car fairly quickly. I don't know if that's going to the pit lane, but that being the case, yeah, there it is. I would think we'd be able to go green flag racing again at the end of this lap, Josh.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the initial, it seemed that the 197s were quicker, didn't it, in these conditions? But we have got a couple of 182s now directly behind Jack Kingsbury with Oliver Wayne and Mark Enoch. And there's a chance that we could have finally a third different winner in the Class A this season after all those wins from Tim Bentley and Chris Lawrence. Chris Lawrence only fourth at this stage, and there's going to be at the most 4 laps of racing, isn't there, at this point for him to try and progress. But Ollie Wayne looking pretty good, particularly towards the end of the season. He's had some good results. He's had 7 class podiums now, 3 seconds and 4 thirds.
Lights out on the safety car, Josh.
Yeah, so we thought that would hopefully happen. Obviously, I guess the question was whether they could get the live snatch vehicle back behind a safe position. But obviously, that's been done with no issue. So we've got half of the race to go. So that'll be 3 or 4 laps of racing.
Yeah, because the only lap time we've had so far was a 2:25, but of course we've not had any flying laps. We had the stunning start lap, and we had a lap where the safety car came out part way through. So
Jack Dwayne's going to be someone to watch on the restart, I think, because he was looking very quick up until his off-track excursion. So that he's going to be one to watch. Car 11, who's currently in 8th position.
Yeah, I can see Matt Charrington is watching his driver Mark Enoch from the pit wall here.
His third overall, which if he can stay there on an overall podium, that would be a fantastic result.
Right, green flags wave, and the race gets back underway then. So it's Jack Kingsbury, number 3, that leads the way from Ollie Waynes now in second place, number 86. Mark Enoch, number 13, is up into third position, and in fourth place now it is the Darren Ransom car, number 30. Fifth is Pete O'Connor, and Jack Dwayne, after going off just before the safety car, is back ahead of Chris Lawrence and up into 6th place. Yes,
he's progressing as quickly as possible with now a limited amount of time to gain position. So that just drops Lawrence, who's very sideways, the champion, very sideways there down the Craner curve. It drops him a little bit further away from his class rivals, but you've got the 2 class champions together there, number 11 Jack Dwayne and 56 Chris Lawrence. They're all bunching up now behind Mark Enoch, who went quite defensive immediately off of the restart. And you've got Darren Ransom, who could be looking for one of his best results of the season. Darren Ransom's best result before now was 7th, but he goes up the inside to try and grab 3rd position away from Mark Enoch, which looks like it's probably going to happen for Ransom, the driver from East Sussex. But this is bringing Pete O'Connor and Chris Lawrence and Jack Dwayne as well, all involved in the battle. The inside line is Ransom. He goes through. Dwayne is going around the outside of everybody at this stage. He's alongside Pete O'Connor. Although that may not work, well, this has all allowed Kingsbury and Wayne to get away up front, and there's a great battle on going for 3rd position. Yeah, there is indeed. There's basically 5 cars in that, and Jack Dwayne is among them. He's trying to make up ground. He's up to 4th place now. He's got ahead of Enoch into Fogarty S's, so he goes up to 4th. Enoch 5th. Pete O'Connor and Chris Lawrence almost side by side for P6 there, but absolutely Jack Kingsbury is very happy with this situation. First time really driving the car in race conditions in the damp. And he is pulling away from Wayne in second, who in turn has a bit of a gap back to Darren Ransom in third. And now it's going to be a question of, can Jack Dwayne here get P2 within the class away from Darren Ransom? Chris Lawrence has managed to get ahead of Pete O'Connor, and he gets the car turned in okay for Gorlod's this time. So his next challenge is going to be Mark Enoch, but we'll also keep an eye out for Jack Dwayne versus Darren Ransom. I think that's going to happen sooner than I thought it might. Yeah, like I say, Darren Ransom's best result before now has been a 7th overall, so even if he falls behind Dwayne, it'll be a pretty good effort, but he's keen to hang on to that 3rd, it seems. Behind Chris Lawrence is still trying to get past Mark Enoch, with Pete O'Connor challenging in front. Jack Dwayne is getting alongside Darren Ransom for Hollywood, and then they're plunged down the Craner curves, and surely Dwayne will go through, with ease into 3rd spot. So down to 4th for Ransom, who's sideways. Behind O'Connor did get past Enoch, and Chris Lawrence is going to try and come past too. So Enoch, who had a very good opening lap, has not had the same pace since the safety car came in, and has dropped now down to 7th once more. Just one of the corner bollards there being flicked up into the air. There's the cars climbing up through McLean's then. At the back of that shot, I think that's the Alex Kilby car in 8th position at the back of that group, number 85. But there's 86 at the front of shot now. And Ollie Wayne, I think, is being caught now by Jack Dwayne, who's up into 3rd position. Darren Ransom, of course, dropping to 4th. And then we've got this battle for what is 2nd in Class A between Chris Lawrence and Pete O'Connor now. So it's Pete O'Connor that's back in front. Chris Lawrence is going to try and pull alongside here before they get to the Fogarty S's, but the door is closed by Pete O'Connor, and they head into the Fogarty S's in single file. Lead gap was 2.8 seconds at the start. I think it's gone up since then, and Ollie Wayne's already been caught by Jack Dwayne, who started the lap 1.8 seconds back. Then we've got Darren Ransom and Pete O'Connor up next. So Ollie Wayne's, I guess, real attention is to try and win in Class A for the 182s, and he's got a couple of 197s between him and Pete O'Connor at this stage, as they turn their way through to complete 5 laps. And Chris Lawrence there runs a bit wide, so he's got caught out this time with what should be 2 laps of the race to go. The battle for 2nd position comes through with 7 cars in shot, because Alex Kilby is trying to join in at the back of the shot there in the deranged vehicles backed car. But the lead gap for Kingsbury now over 5 seconds. He's done a 2 minutes 0.2, so like the MX5 race, about 10 seconds slower is a wet lap time to a dry lap time today. And a change is ongoing at the top of Hollywood for 4th position as Pete O'Connor gets the better of Darren Ransom. Yeah, Pete O'Connor going well here, and I think he's also narrowing the gap to Ollie Wayne as well
as time goes on for what would be the lead of the class. There'll be another lap to go at the end of this one, so about a lap and a half to go as things stand. Jack Kingsbury already turning his way through McLean's. We've now got the two cars together for second, Ollie Wayne and Jack Dwayne, and Dwayne up the inside of Wayne there as they head through McLean's. Couldn't quite make that work. He's sort of jinking around this way and that, trying to find a way through, but he's not going to do that at Coppice Corner. Meanwhile, just in the background of that shot, Dwayne now does get alongside Wayne through Coppice, but he's not making that work again. Can he out-drag Wayne? No, he can't on the run to the line, so he's pulled into the slipstream. He's now going to dive out of it now. Going to try and get him on the brakes for the Fogarty S's, but no, that doesn't work either. But then you've got Pete O'Connor, Darren Ransom and Chris Lawrence, the champion, all vying for 4th, 5th and 6th place as well, just about three-quarters of a second behind the Dwayne-Wayne battle.
The 197 should be a quicker car through this hairpin sequence, and Jack Dwayne's on down the inside to grab second position, and that is successfully done, but is way too far away from Jack Kingsbury to do anything about the leader now. But it's a good recovery after being off the circuit a little bit earlier in the race. Now we have a battle for Class A and 182 honours, because Pete O'Connor is right on terms with Ollie Wayne. He started the lap best part 2 seconds behind, so there's going to be a real dice going on here with Chris Lawrence not far behind either. Chris Lawrence has been on the podium every single race in the category in Class A, and it looks like that's going to happen again because he's third and he's got a gap back to the Enoch and Kilby battle, but currently he's trying to get what is 5th position overall away from Darren Ransom, who's still on terms to take his best result in the category. He's had a few class podiums before, but he's the highest up overall than he has been before. But he's side by side currently as they come down through the Craner curves.
Yeah, so it's Chris Lawrence and Darren Ransom that was side by side, and Chris Lawrence has got ahead of Darren Ransom now and up into 5th position. So they are having a good dice, but I think Chris Lawrence has probably made that work now, and he, of course, as Josh was saying, looking for his clean sweep of podiums. Further up, we've got the challenge going on for the lead within Class A, though, because Pete O'Connor right with Ollie Wayne now. There's only about half a lap to go here, and it's still the blue car of Wayne, the drive from Nottingham, ahead of the Bristolian O'Connor, but he gets a good run through Coppice Corner that time, and they're going to be side by side on the exit.
Yeah, Wayne, who's led basically the whole race in the class with 3 corners to go, may be about to lose it. Pete O'Connor, who's been close on a lot of occasions, hasn't been able to pick up a class win before now. He may still not be able to do it because Wayne on the inside hangs on as they go through the S's, which will compromise the pair of them a little bit. But importantly for Wayne, he's got the better exit of anything out of the S's and down towards the Melbourne Loop for the final time.
Yeah, so it's looking good for Jack Kingsbury for a very convincing win. It's looking good for Jack Dwayne for second. Third, I would suggest, in the Class A win, still up for grabs. Chris Lawrence zeroing in on them as well. But there is Jack Kingsbury coming through, looking for his 4th win of the season. If he carries on in this kind of form into 2024, then, well, he'll be a championship contender for certain. Checkered flag goes out. Jack Kingsbury wins in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. For Class A victory, it is going to be Ollie Wayne. He's led basically all the way through. He's very happy with that. You can see him punching the air in the cockpit. Wayne takes the Class A win from Pete O'Connor and Chris Lawrence. Just ahead of them was Jack Dwayne in 2nd place overall, and just behind them was Darren Ransom in 3rd place in the 197 class. Rest of the cars coming through as well. There's Lewis Richardson in 9th place, and then I think it's going to be Josh Southwell who will round out the top 10, and then Chris Page in 11th position. Then through in 13th place we should have the number 26 car of William Brown, and then I think it's going to be Sonny White that has got himself up into 13th position ahead of Matthew Orcutt on the last lap of the race. And we lost a couple of cars, of course. We lost Jason Pelosi. We also lost on the very first lap of the race Paul Clark as well. So 14 finishers we have in the final round of the season for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. And an entertaining race it was too. Jack Kingsbury it was that took the win in car number 3 by 7.26 seconds from number 11 Jack Dwayne. In 3rd place was number 86 Oliver Wayne. 4th number 72 Pete O'Connor. 5th was number 56 Chris Lawrence. 6th number 30 Darren Ransom. 7th was 85 Alex Kilby. 8th number 13 Mark Enoch. 9th was number 7 Lewis Richardson. And rounding out the top 10 then was number 19 Josh Southwell, with Chris Page, William Brown, Sonny White and Matthew Orcutt completing the finishers. And that, as I say, the final race of the season for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. We will look forward to more Clio races again in 2024. Still lots more action to come here at Donington Park today, with 3 races still to come before the lunch break as well. We've got the Mighty Mini Championship that is coming up next. We'll be joined by Craig Cook on commentary for that one, so I'm going to have a race off. And then for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship, Paul Thorpe will be joining me on the mic for that. And then we'll have the final race before the lunch break, which will be the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. For those of you at the circuit, at lunchtime you can enjoy the demonstration of Vauxhall racing cars. And then we will get underway again after the lunch break again, around about 25 to 2, with another 6 races to round out the weekend's action here at Donington Park. So we will be in a moment heading down to the pit lane. Andy McEwen is already on his way there, and I can see he is in position. He's just waiting for some drivers to talk to. They'll be coming up behind him right now, I think. So very shortly we'll head down to Andy McEwen, and he is going to talk to our successful drivers from the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Drivers just starting to arrive now behind me. We've got our top 3 overall finishers, and just behind us, our overall champion, Chris Lawrence. We'll be having a chat with him in a moment as well. Remember, he wrapped up his class championship yesterday, and today confirmed as the outright champ. But the race victory goes the way of Jack Kingsbury after really escaping at the front of that one, to be honest, pulling a gap in the early stages, and they're very much making that race his own. So once he's got his helmet off, we'll be able to have a chat with our runaway race victor that time, really, Jack. As I was just saying, you made that early break and that proved key.
Yeah, no, I didn't see Jack come up the inside of me at the start, and he made a good move, and then obviously that oil down there it messed us both up, but he come off worst, and that gave me that breakaway, and just all I had to do was maintain.
We'll let you get your winner's garland before I ask you another question, as Jack is rewarded handsomely for his race victory. But yeah, conditions out there tricky, not full wet, not full dry, and then you throw the oil in as well. It must have been a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, no, just when you thought you'd got the hang of it, it'd throw a barrier in the way, and you'd be like, you just make a big mistake. So especially at the top there, I was so cautious. I had the gap to be cautious, and the rest of the track, there was grip. It was getting quicker and quicker. So, but you could get it wrong if you went offline.
Which you didn't, thankfully. Congratulations on the race victory then. Jack Kingsbury is the winner. Now around this way somewhere should be Jack Dwayne, second place, there we go. Yeah, second place in that one. Tricky conditions though, and it was catching a lot of people out.
Yeah, it was. It caught me out first. I was the first one in. I saw Clark went in behind me as well, so I'm going to say there was oil down. I think it was just me again, just being a bit too excitable. I've never had an outright win at Donington. This is my favourite circuit. I was going back through the gravel. I was like, oh, come on. But it made for a good recovery drive. So, yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's my last round of the Clios for a while now. So, yeah, I've had a great 3 seasons.
Good. Well, it's a shame to be losing you. Glad to hear you've enjoyed yourself, though. There was oil down, by the way, from that previous qualifying session, so don't give yourself too much of a hard time. The fight back, though, some drivers really do enjoy those kind of races where you've just got to get your head down and overtake as many people as possible.
Yeah, and I do like the wet conditions. I think that's why I got a good first lap. So these are better out the corners than the 182s because they've got a diff, but you've still got to try and keep them on the circuit, which, as I proved on lap 1, I'm not that swift at. So yeah, it was a nice drive and nice to go out on a nice sort of recovery drive.
Good stuff. Thank you for having a chat. Jack Dwayne then second place. Here is Ollie Wayne, our third place finisher then, and class winner as well. But that was some tough defending that you had to do towards the end.
Yeah, it was. I've had a few accidents around here in the wet in the past, so yeah, lacking a bit of confidence, especially down Craners, and rear end was a bit loose, but yeah, just managed to keep it. So.
And then obviously under all sorts of pressure in the closing stages, was there a particular part of the circuit where you really felt that you had to get your defending on?
Yeah, mostly through this chicane down to the hairpin, because braking into chicane's a bit sketchy, and the rear was really loose on my car, and a few times I sort of going in and the back end was coming round. I could see the tyre wall sort of coming towards me. I'm like, oh. So yeah, just trying to keep it sort of smooth and get it to the end really. So.
Which you did nicely. Congrats on the class win, but we do quickly need to head this way and have a chat with our Class A and overall champion, Chris Lawrence, class winner yesterday. Not quite managing to get the same result today, but the championship is now officially yours. You must be happy.
Yeah, we wrapped up yesterday after yesterday's race. Today was just to go out and have a little bit of fun. I wanted to win, but obviously the conditions didn't go the right. They were a bit tricky out there. And I think there's a lot of oil from the previous race. So it didn't feel bad, got to last corner and it was like, yeah, there's no grip here. Somehow kept it from in the barrier.
Yeah, that was a sketchy moment. Thank goodness that the championship was more or less wrapped up. As we said yesterday, though, a fantastic season that you've had. Are you back again next year? Are you thinking maybe of upgrading to one of the newer cars?
We're going to have a go to 197, I think. So, yeah.
Good stuff. There you go. You heard it here first. Congratulations then to our K-Tech Racing Clio champion. Now, Mighty Minis heading out onto the circuit. They're grinning up just behind us. They put on a fantastic race yesterday, but in tricky conditions today, we could see a bit of a shuffling of the order. Let's head upstairs then, where Josh is going to be talking us through the action with Craig Cook alongside him once more.
Yep, so it's time for the second race of the Mighty Minis Championship with a reverse grid in both of the classes. So let's have a look at that. On the front row is number 19, Mark Ditchburn, and 8, Stuart Coombs. On the second row, 7, Steve Rideout, and 10 is David Kirkpatrick. On the third row, 1, Nev Kirkpatrick, and 15, Ian Slark. In the Super Mighty Mini part, then there's a gap before the Mighty Minis. Finishing 6th yesterday, number 42, William Burnham, starts up next alongside 32, James Jenkins. On the next row, we find 38, James Bryan, and 77, Ahmed Charabani. 43, Ben Butler, and 58, yesterday's winners, Ollie Samways, up next. The last couple of rows sees 9, Graham Shepherd, 40, Chris Didcott, and 20, Martin Hathaway, who was a non-starter yesterday, I think. Hopefully, he's at the back. We're about to find all that out. Hopefully with Craig Cook. Craig, what do you know?
Well, it's going to be a wah, wah, wah. So, unfortunately, no. Gearbox issues for Martin Hathaway, so he won't be here this week, but he'll be back in 2 weeks for Castle Combe. But, yeah, very tricky conditions, as we've seen, and you can see on the track at the moment on screen. And a few adjustments been made by some of the cars. James Jenkins was one of the initial ones, had a bit of tracking after a little bit of a ding-dong battle with Graham Shepherd, who's the second from last car, number 9 in the Mighty Minis. But good action from them, but he's just replaced the CV joint just for good measure. Same as Stuart Coombs, had the CV joint changed yesterday, same side, passenger side, and seemed to be up there with the pack. So it was great to see both of those cars racing, and he's in the Supers. Ben Butler went with a different change of setup on suspension, which is why he didn't have the exit speed he wanted out of the S's. He's gone back to his original setup. He was jumping on the car to get the thing settled down. It was quite funny to watch. I have got video footage. I won't use it yet. That'll come in soon. But it was really good to see that he's realised that he'd done something wrong. He's fixed it, and hopefully we'll see him battling with Ollie Samways for this championship. But anything can happen in this championship as well, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. And with these different conditions, we've seen in the other categories, the lap time's about 10 seconds slower than the dry. So it's traditionally here at Donington Park, it's been very slippery in the wet, but the track's been re-tarmacked over the winter, and it's not as slippery as it used to be. So 10 seconds off from damp to dry is pretty good. But obviously, the drivers will be learning about that on this green flag. I'm not sure if we've had any damp or wet races this season in Mighty Minis.
No, I'm just thinking back. Anglesey was probably the one that was, featured. That obviously we had the lovely sunshine, but previously it was wet there. But we haven't had anything. Pembrey, I think it was the last time it was raining, so that was last year's race. So so no, it's been quite a dry escape for these guys. Have been pretty settled down. So we'll see how they get on in the Melbourne hairpin, which we've seen a little bit of greasy stuff down earlier on in the last few races.
Yeah, that's I think the trickiest bit we just heard from the previous races in the K-Tech Clio race, that the last corner is pretty treacherous from where some fluid was dropped in an earlier session. Probably not as bad now as it was for the previous race, but that's something to look out for, I think, on the opening lap. So yesterday, Ian Slark took his second victory, won at Brands Hatch, and then he won here at Donington. So he's on a nice little run after majority of the races this year have been won by the Kirkpatrick brothers, so he must be pretty pleased.
Yeah, he was very, very pleased indeed, and a little bit of a mix-up in the chats for the rewards. It looked like we had 3 Kirkpatricks winning. It was really funny, lovely camaraderie as we said before. But as they're lining up, and just to mention, the last time they did the GP track was 2017. Dave Reese won both races, so just a shout out to him because he told me yesterday.
So the cars lining up, so they all go off together despite the split between the 2 classes. So the more powerful Super Mighty Minis that run in Class B will go be at the front, and they will pull away from the secondary race. And the top 6 reversed in both categories, so that means at the front of the field the Super Mighty Minis sees Mark Ditchburn there on pole position and William Burnham on pole in the second group. The race is over 20 minutes, the red lights are on, and the race gets underway then for the Mighty Minis Championship, and it's a pretty decent start from Mark Ditchburn on pole, I think. On the second row of the grid, the best start from David Kirkpatrick now, who splits Steve Rideout and Stuart Coombs. So he's going for second is David Kirkpatrick as they turn into Redgate Corner. But trying to fight back is Stuart Coombs. But for Mark Ditchburn, though, a very good start, Craig.
Oh, fantastic, isn't he? Had a really good race yesterday. He's having a very good start to this race today, and leading them as they come around the crane of curves for the first time. David Kirkpatrick trying to follow suit, as you can see. And look at that, David Kirkpatrick already starting the chase to the flag as he overtakes, looks like Steve Rideout, or has he? Because Steve Rideout has the inside line, gets that done, but might lose momentum up the hill. And Ben Butler's had a good start. Ollie Samways is obviously doing what he does best, nice and smooth. The smooth operator goes down the inside as they come up to Schwartz Curve here, side by side with Will Burnham, but this is going to play into his hands as Dave Kirkpatrick takes the lead as they come up to McLean's.
But they look all as one class because the Mighty Minis are keeping up with the Supers in these conditions. Are they on the same tyres, or do they have different tyres in the 2 classes?
No, yeah, same again as yesterday, the 0448s for the Supers, and then we got the 0539s for the Mighties. So the Mighties on a slightly roady tyre, so it might actually benefit them a lot as we see an overtake from David Kirkpatrick, but he's dropped right back out of this one, Josh, hasn't he? All the way down in, what's that, 8th now?
Yeah, he's amongst the Mighties. We didn't see that. Obviously, he's had an off. Now there is a bit of a split between the front pack, but Nev Kirkpatrick, who's won 6 races this season, is in the second pack. So this is going very much against the form book of the championship so far. Obviously a mistake there from Nev Kirkpatrick, unusually, but in the leading group we have a change for the lead because David Kirkpatrick's past Mark Ditchburn for 3rd position. That's Stuart Coombs on the inside line of Steve Rideout and will go through into 3rd spot. So, and Ian Slark sort of trailing back a little bit. So it's looking all good for David Kirkpatrick, who's had a couple of wins this season.
Sorry, side by side as they come up to Goddard's, and they were holding hands yesterday, and it looks like they want to hold hands again as we see Slarky dive down the inside. I don't know if that was a move or just a daredevil on the brakes and lost it. I'm not too sure, but that was a super move if it was.
But he's just gained 2 places.
Yeah, brilliant. As we see in the background, the Mighty Minis are 3 abreast. Well, it's actually a Super versus 2 Mighty Minis drag race as they come up to Redgate, but it looks like that's Sherabani and James Jenkins going for the lead here. Ben Butler's away, but look, Ollie Samways in 4th. He's going to be looking to, he's trying to warm up the tyres. Look at this, he's down the straight, warming up the tyres, so he's trying to get those temps in, I think, here, Josh.
And in the Class A then, the Mighty Minis, is James Bryan.
James, I do apologise.
Who's got to the front there, so he's had a good start with James Jenkins behind. A bit of a gap to Ben Butler, then Ollie Samways only 4th, so he hasn't made an ideal start in that secondary division. So there's the battle at the front of the class between James Bryan, who I think was his first out of the season yesterday?
Yeah, it was his first time out in Donington Park, so this is his 3rd race here for the Mighty Minis. He's had his debut at Brands Hatch, and he's looking for a win. This is unbelievable, racing the 7s last year. Really good driver indeed, and great to have him here with the Mighty Minis, but battling for the lead with James Jenkins. He's definitely sorted out that car. He had a bit of a alignment change and looks very, very quick indeed, doesn't it?
Change to 2nd. So Ian Slark, after the first sort of 2/3 of a lap, didn't go great. He was in 5th. He didn't gain any positions apart from Nev Kirkpatrick's mistake. But now he's charged his way up to 2nd. He made that double move into the hairpin. He was much more confident than anybody else into the Goddard's hairpin. And immediately he's caught David Kirkpatrick and he's going for the lead. So he started this lap 2 seconds behind David Kirkpatrick, but he's caught him already. So Ian Slark, yesterday's winner, on a charge.
Yeah, I think after the daredevil move on the brakes, I think he's a bit more excited on the brakes. So I think he can really pull them in very, very quickly, and it's just a shame he's started off now, because he would have been right up there in the title, I think. But he is having a few oil pressure problems, so we'll see if that can hold out. I might have commentator cursed him there, Josh. Hopefully I haven't. But Steve Rideout has got away from Stuart Coombs in third place. So the number 7 Dayglow car of Steve Rideout is now in third, and hopefully he'll get another podium today.
I mean, Ian Slark's good here through the final corner, but I think David Kirkpatrick's got enough to be able to fend him off.
Ooh. Went a little bit wide there, didn't he? But he's managed to settle that there, Josh. But yeah, again, I think he decided this time I'm going to be a bit slower on the brakes. I'm going to sort of park it on the 75-yard board instead of the 50.
Well, I wonder if the others have just realised how much more grip there is.
Yeah.
Ian Slark has shown everyone there is a decent amount of grip. It's a 2 minutes 9, Ian Slark's best opening lap. He's quite a bit quicker than David Kirkpatrick, but now as everyone works out how much grip there is, we may see the sort of the pace all come similar to Ian Slark's gains. But for Nev Kirkpatrick, he's 8 seconds behind Stuart Coombs, so he's going to be struggling to, I think, progress any further from 6th. But he's not really pulled that far away from the Mighty Minis leader, James Bryant. So I wonder if all is not well with Nev Kirkpatrick's car, because he is 7 seconds slower than Ian Slark.
Yeah, 2:16 on the previous lap. That's really painful, and that's going to hurt him seriously. And if Dave Kirkpatrick takes this win, that's nearly a 10-point lead. A 10-point advantage. Yeah, so he's looking forward to that. And also, if he can get that fastest lap, but Ian Slark just looks so quick this weekend, doesn't he? And he's back on his case, so he's just going to be pushing Dave. Now, I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of tactics. Ian's out of the championship, but is he going to help Dave to try and win it? I don't know how friendly they are, but we'll find out. I'm sure Ian Slark's going to try and get that win.
Yeah, he's right in the toe of David Kirkpatrick. Is Kirkpatrick going to defend down towards the S's, or do he stay on the drier line? Because if you go offline now, it is a little bit damper, so that just makes overtaking a bit trickier. And David Kirkpatrick's massively later on the brakes, and he carries the speed through the S's really well. So when we said about getting the confidence in the track conditions, and certainly through that corner, David Kirkpatrick had a lot more confidence than Ian Slark did.
Yeah, fantastic. The investment banker there in the lead of this race. David Kirkpatrick doing a super job, isn't he? Ian Slark sort of backed out that one. He's going very wide there, does David Kirkpatrick, unless that's his new line he's just found. Maybe not, because it looks like he's pulled him back in as Ian Slark. So it looks like Steve Rideout might be closing up here. He's now just over 2 seconds. And again, just coming into Goddard's, it seems very tricky as we see Ben Butler now into second place. And it looks like James Bryan made a mistake coming into the Melbourne hairpin. He's gone off the track. We can't see him. Where's he gone? He's off the track. Oh, that's such a shame for James.
Yeah, I thought he was going a bit quick into that corner, and he's gone much too quick off the circuit. So that has allowed Ben Butler to take the lead, who's just got himself ahead of James Jenkins. And is that Ollie Samways catching them up there, Craig?
Yeah, it looks like as well. As I said, he's the smooth operator. He's got to have that stuck on his car now for sure. And you can see, nicely done there. He was using 4th gear into Redgate, and I can say that now because they're obviously racing. So that was the secret he was telling me. Some of them dropping into 3rd. It was making the car a little bit twitchy, but he seems to be able to keep that power down as they go into the Craner curves. But great stuff, and it's good to see James Jenkins there battling for the lead this time round in race 2 of the weekend.
Yeah, James, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, I think, is he not?
He is indeed. He's also the rookie champion of last year, and he finished 2nd overall in the 2022 season, and great to see him there. He's in 3rd in the championship at the moment, and he's looking for this win. He hasn't had a win all season. This could be his time, but as we said before, Ollie Samways is just behind him, but Ben's car looks very planted today, much better than yesterday.
Ollie Samways on that last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than these two drivers in front. So Samways has got the pace, but can he get past? As it's side by side now between Ben Butler and James Jenkins. Who's coming out on top here, Craig?
Oh, it looks like James has got the inside line, hasn't he? But it's going to be the drag race. And look at Ollie Samways. He's going around the outside. That's very brave. James Jenkins gets it done. Ben Butler's put him on the grass as they go side by side up to Coppice. And it looks like Ben Butler might hold this, but that brave move around the outside is Ollie Samways. He hasn't quite got it done, but it's side by side, and they're both going to get a tow of James Jenkins. Now, where does James put his car? That's what we need to know here, Josh.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday in the dry conditions how big of a tow you can get around this Donington Park circuit. They're both trying to get the tow, but as they're side by side, they can't quite manage that. On the inside line is Ollie Samways. He gets 2nd away from Ben Butler, but he can't get the lead as well. So James Jenkins in front, and Samways on that slightly awkward tighter line may compromise his exit. So Ben Butler's got the best exit of all of them, and he will fight back as they come down here into the Melbourne Loop. We saw some chaos in other races here yesterday. Let's see how the Mighty Minis competitors get through. Well, Samways on the inside, slots ahead of James Jenkins, but Ben Butler with the tightest line of all may follow him through.
Yeah, he's done so, hasn't he? He will be side by side with James. I think he just got a little bit better momentum than James Jenkins, but he's pulling it back, isn't he, as they come up to Goddard's now. But again, Ollie Samway's on another level at the moment. As we see a lock-up from Ben Butler, and he's touched the back end of Ollie Samway's as they go through Goddard's. And it looks like they are all okay. A little bit of chrome bumper. That is very expensive, that chrome bumper, I'd just like to tell you. But he's got the lead, hasn't he?
And there's a change for the lead overall as well, because Ian Slark has got himself ahead of David Kirkpatrick on lap 4 of the race. So Ian Slark takes the lead away from David Kirkpatrick. Meanwhile, in the Mighty Minis, they're side by side as well again, because Ben Butler fighting back on the inside of Ollie Samways, can't make that work. And we know that Samways has been quite a bit quicker than the rest of the Mighty Mini field in this race. So can he pull clear? And actually on that last lap, Ollie Samways was quicker than Nev Kirkpatrick ahead of him. So Nev Kirkpatrick's got some sort of problem, surely, Craig, to be going that slowly.
Yeah, definitely. It was that 2:18 on the last lap there. Wow, that's painful. So yeah, something definitely wrong. Maybe misfire. You know, it might be the setup they've done. It might be tyres. We just don't know. It's just not working for him today, which is a real shame. But it's excellent for the championship as we go into Coombe. So there he is on his own, just coming round. And yeah, well, not too sure what changes were made. I don't think there was any, because he seemed very happy with the car, as we see a lovely train of Mighty Minis coming round McLean's there, with Ollie Samways holding the lead from Ben Butler, from James Jenkins. And look at James Bryan. He's just behind there. And I'll tell you what, his paces look pretty good all weekend. So we'll see if he can catch up as it starts to dry out here, Josh.
Yeah, the lap times are getting quicker and quicker, particularly in the Class B Super Mighty Minis. On the previous lap, Ian Slark did a 2 minute 7.5. We can see them here, though, heading towards the end of the lap with Steve Rideout catching Ian Slark and David Kirkpatrick, seemingly. Steve Rideout was a couple of seconds behind earlier, but he looks a little bit closer now. The car in third place, Steve Rideout, who's had 5 third positions this year. He's getting a bit too comfortable with thirds. He would like to get a better result here, I'm sure, Craig.
Yeah, exactly. And we said yesterday, you know, it was Dave that couldn't quite get the pace right with the guys in front, which was Nevin and Ian Slark. And obviously this time round, it's the same with Steve Rideout. He's there or thereabouts. He just cannot get on the back of Dave Kirkpatrick's car at the moment. He's just outside a tow, but a great exit from Ian Slark has managed to get him to pull away substantial. Looks like about second now. So great exit speed from Ian Slark, but nearly losing it on the Goddards as he come off the exit of that corner. But I'm just going to mention, as we go side by side with Ollie Samways and Ben Butler, so he hasn't given it up, has he? Great racing between the two of them. And just to mention, Josh, that James was 2 seconds, that James Bryan there, in 4th place on our screen. He was 2 seconds faster than the 2 cars in front of the last lap.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can catch. I think Nev
Kirkpatrick
in the pit, so this opens the championship right up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's massive. So if he is come in, that's 33 points. Luck if Dave Kirkpatrick can hold that lead, that'll be 33 points for David Kirkpatrick. But at the minute, it's Ian Slark who's got it. But 30 points with a 51-point deficit there was. That's coming down. It's definitely going to Coombe. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, Nev Kirkpatrick, we think, has gone back to the paddock, so that is a retirement for our championship leader in the Super Mighty Minis. Meanwhile, we've been watching the Mighty Minis battle. Here's a battle a little bit further down the order, Craig.
Oh, yeah, lovely to see. And Sherabani's having a few issues. So he was up there yesterday, wasn't it? Also, Diddy was feeling the pain yesterday, 20 seconds off the leaders of the Mighty Minis, but he's in there, in the mix, battling away with Sherabani. Great to see those two battling, and that's for 30th and 14th respectively. Good stuff.
Yes, they're heading down the Craner curves at the moment, and they are lapping a little bit slower than the class leaders. But interestingly, on that last lap, Ben Butler did the fastest lap in Class A. So wow. After being that much slower than Ollie Samways, since Samways has caught, he's right on that pace. And like you say, James Bryan is now quick. He's slightly quicker than James Jenkins, so that is a good battle for the class lead. Meanwhile, the overall leaders have gone across the line, and Ian Slark has just done the best lap of the complete race, a 2 minutes 5.78. So we're not that far away from the dry lap time from yesterday now, which was a 2 minutes. So rather than being 10 seconds slower, we're about 5 seconds slower than yesterday. And he leads by 0.7 of a second over David Kirkpatrick, with Steve Rideout in third, and a big gap back to Stuart Coombs in fourth, and Mark Ditchburn fifth. Here are the leaders now. Ian Slark in front.
He's pushing now, isn't he, Slarky? And I think that might have hurt him a little bit there as he come through the corner. He's starting to get a little bit confident. You can see that dry line now, but obviously trying to get a little bit of, get the wetter line to try and just keep these tyre temps down. But, you know, it's going to be very tough for these guys in the last few laps. We've got 6 minutes to go, but Dave Kirkpatrick is definitely closing up there, and Rideout hasn't let them go. He's still with them, so maybe there's something up their sleeve there for Steve Rideout, but definitely closing up these top three, Josh.
Was it Ian Slark who won the Snedden 24 Hours a few weeks ago as well?
He did in the mini grand. He was very pleased with that. Brilliant stuff. Well done to the team. Was it Team Misfits as well? Had a super run, so great stuff from them. I think they actually came second. I think it was Misfits that won that one. If I remember rightly. I might be wrong, Josh.
Yeah, you're better. You're in a better position. I know they were all entered that race, weren't they? Briefly, Ben Butler was ahead of Ollie Stanways, but Ollie Stanways back ahead in the mighty minis as they come down the Craner curve with 6 minutes of the race to go. We had 10 laps in the race yesterday, but obviously lap time slower today, so we'll see if we get another 10 laps. Or not. It's Butler a bit wide that time out of the old hairpin.
Yeah, it's through Schwartz. He's going to have a look down the inside as James Jenkins, and he did look down the inside. It wasn't quite there, and Ben knows how much he needs those points, so he just shuts the door on Josh, and great respect from the two drivers. They do get on very, very well, this top three, which is great to see. One likes to strip his car all the way down as Ben Butler goes very, very wide through McLean's, and side by side now from James Jenkins and Ben Butler, and that's James back into second place, or is it, should I say, as Ben Butler goes and has an audacious move around Coppice and gets that done and gets a good exit as well. So as it happens, Ollie Stanways is away, Josh.
Yeah, on the previous lap, James Jenkins set the fastest lap in the class, but as he has been battling away with Ben Butler, that has allowed Ollie Stanways just to sprint away. So it looks like Stanways is on terms for another victory within the class for the Mighty Minis. He's won 7 races before now. It looks like an 8th victory could be coming his way again. But the others have given a good fight, but it might not quite be enough. So they come down towards the Melbourne Loop with just in the background James Bryan, who's having a great weekend here at Donington, going much better than he did at Brands Hatch last time out.
Yeah, definitely, and he's definitely he's as quick as the guys in front now. We know I think he was the second fastest on the track. Actually, I think he's got he's second fastest out of the lot there. James Jenkins done a 2:15.34 on the previous lap, so fastest guy on track at the moment. Or yes, he is. He's just about getting that fastest lap at the moment, but great battle between these two. But again, Ben Butler just has enough just to pull away, and that's going to be crucial as we come into the final round.
You were just talking about 2 minutes 15. Well, Ollie Stanways has just done a 2:14.0, so he's massively quicker. Now he's clear of Ben Butler. Meanwhile, the overall fastest lap is a 2 minutes 4.46, and that goes to Ian Slark. The battle a bit further back, which is now for 12th position, continues on. That's Chris Didcott still ahead of Ahmed Sharabani. But back to the front of the class, well, for second now, between Ben Butler, who has had 4 wins this season, because he had started to pick up a bit of run of victories, hadn't he?
Yeah.
After winning at Fruxton, then at Cadwell and at Brands Hatch, but this weekend at Donington Park, it doesn't look like Ben Butler's going to be able to take up a victory. I think there's 2 laps to go, so it's going to be a 10-lap race again. And Ian Slark is about to start that penultimate lap. He's still about a second ahead of David Kirkpatrick. It looked like Steve Rideout at this stage isn't able to live with those 2 ahead. So this is a very different type of race to yesterday because of the change of track conditions.
Yeah, definitely. So a few adjustments made has definitely paid off. Ian Slark seems very pleased with his car. I'm going to tell you what, it hasn't gone bang yet, and that's the one he's going to be very happy with.
Don't say that, with 2 laps to go.
2 minutes 58. I might have made a mistake there, but commentator's curse, hopefully not today. But as we see, that battle for second is still on, and while they're battling, we've got another lap to go here. Is James going to be able to claw back? Because you can just see the eyes of the car coming through in our screen at the back of your shot there, and there's Ben Butler going into the foggy S's, but James is not giving up this second place, has he? Absolutely brilliant, and again, good exit from both the drivers. Can James get on that podium?
Yes, that's James Bryan and James Jenkins.
James and James, yeah.
So James Bryan is catching James Jenkins, who in turn is right behind Ben Butler. This was second, third and fourth within the Mighty Minis, the Class A cars. So they're battling for 7th position overall. Wide out the corner, though, for Ben Butler, but he carries pretty good speed on the exit of the corner. So a wide line through the hairpins means you can get the power on earlier. which works out quite well. But James Bryan, who started this lap 3 seconds behind these two, has pretty much caught them by the end of lap 8.
Yeah, he's got the BTCC aggressive touring car lights going on now, hasn't he? Look, there they are, blazing away, and as they go side by side again, these two, and he's flashing them. Look at this, he's flashing them like a professional GT driver now. Get out of the way, I'm coming through, I want that podium, says James Bryan, and he's right there now, and Ben Butler still holds that second place from James Jenkins. He really wants to get second place. This is brilliant racing from the Mighty Minis here. Affordable racing. If you want to come and join us, come down the paddock and have a chat. But as you can see, around the outside wide line there from James Bryan in the background, and still as they come through the Craner curves on the wet side, James Jenkins tries to find a different line. Doesn't quite work this time. They're going to go sideways here as they come into the bottom of the Craners down to Graham Hill. No, it looks like he's managed to get that done. The old hairpin, should I say. Sideways again from James Jenkins, and tries to get the hammer down early. But watch out for James Bryan. He's got a great toe off both of them here, Josh.
Yeah, so they're all going to be together by the time they get up the hill to McLean's. They've dropped 6 seconds behind Ollie Sandway. Such they have in their battle. They're pretty much 3 cars across the circuit. They all now get back into line. I think Ben Butler's still ahead as they turn their way through McLean's, but he's wide. He's done this a few times. He's wide out of the corner, which gives both the cars to go either side. So it's 3 abreast by the time they get to Coppice, and James Bryan has just passed both the cars with ease.
Done it round McLean's. What a move from James Bryan. He just saw that there's a little bit of a mistake there from Ben Butler. He had to slow down there to James Jenkins, and round the outside goes James Bryan, and he's taken second place as they drag race down the 2 Foggies. And what a drive from this man. He was off the grass at the start of the race. He's now back in it. He's on his first podium in 4 races, Josh. That's incredible. What a drive.
But he's not yet got it because they're fighting back. He was a little bit wide through Coppice, which hurt his exit, but he's done okay. He's stayed ahead. Now down to the Melbourne Loop they come. You don't really want to defend because it's damp on the inside, and a big moment for James Jenkins on that damp patch, and now James Bryan's done exactly what he did earlier, and he's run very, very wide, and Ben Butler's gone back through.
Oh, he said he hasn't driven in the rain round here. He hasn't driven here before, but what a drive from James Bryan. But again, just that excitement of seeing the podium, and probably a commentator's curse as well. Didn't help, but he's going to try again. Is he going to go in for a dive bomb down the inside? He does have a look. Didn't quite do it, but it's the drag race, and obviously Ollie Sandways has won this one, and Slarker's gone as well.
They've got another lap yet.
Oh, they've got another lap. They've got another lap. Thanks, Josh, for apologies for that.
Yeah.
And it's Ben Butler who comes through, and it's James Jenkins there. So we got it all to play for still, Josh.
Yeah, we get another lap because Ian Slark gets a checkered after 20 minutes. So he'll be coming through shortly to win the overall race, but these Mighty Minis competitors get a whole nother lap. So who knows what will come out on top in the group for second. But here is Ian Slark, and he's made a mistake. He's gone sideways into the last corner, so it's going to give David Kirkpatrick a chance. No, he's not close enough. Where's he gone, actually?
Yeah, where is he gone?
Oh,
my goodness me, and James Bryan's off here, Josh, and he's gone into the right across the ground, and he's into the tyre wall as well. So unfortunate for him, down the Craners, he's into the wall, but he's off the track. And is there anyone off else? No, it hasn't. But so a little bit of a mistake there, Josh.
David Kirkpatrick dropped 4 seconds on the last lap to Ian Slark.
Goodness me.
Did he back off because he didn't think he could catch? And obviously, if he kept with him, Ian Slark made that mistake. So not sure what's happened on the last lap, but the lap times have gone right up. So whether the track's got a bit slippery, whether someone's dropped a bit of fluid, we'll see how the Mighty Minis get on. Of course, James Bryan's been off as well. So on the last lap, there's been quite a few dramas.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're just trying to push a little bit too hard. But yeah, like you said, it might be oiled down on the track. And as you can see again, Ben Butler gets a great exit off that corner, still side by side. These two have been battling week in, week out. It's been brilliant to watch all series long. And let's see what they can do as they come up to the Foggies for the first time. But Ian with an absolutely fantastic win there, Josh, wasn't it? Brilliant stuff from him.
Yeah, well, we wondered if he threw it away on the last corner, but he managed to pull far enough ahead. So Ian Slark was the winner. Second for David Kirkpatrick, third for Steve Rideout, fourth for Stuart Coombs, and fifth Mark Ditchburn. Ollie Sandways is now about 10 seconds ahead of this battle we've been enjoying for second within the Mighty Minis. But it looked like Ollie Sandways is going to win again. Don't think Ollie Sandways can quite win the championship here, but looks very much set as they head to Castle Combe in a few weeks' time. But for second place in the class, it looks like Ben Butler might have wrapped it up in the end. The top 4 drivers in the Mighty Minis so much quicker than the rest. They're 40 seconds ahead of William Burnham. But here's Ollie Sandways.
Don't do that, Ollie. Don't do that. That could be costly.
He celebrates a win. He's, I think, pretty pleased with that. For second in the class, so it looked like Ben Butler he's holding on. He's going to take second. Third goes to James Jenkins. Now, we're not sure James Bryan was able to recover from his big spin down the Craner curves. If not, he might still be able to take fourth position. Potentially, I think the others are a lap down on the overall leaders. So I think that brings to an end, Mighty Minis, but I'm sure you're looking forward to going to Castle Combe in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, I am, but I need to have a bath after that. I'm absolutely sweating like a pig, mate. That was incredible. Well, there he is. He's back on the track, and he's smoking away, but he has managed to do it. Well done to James getting that car back on the track there. That was
where he went off. There have been lots of very big accidents here at Donington Park over the years, so he did a good job on what is damp grass today, of course, not to have a big accident.
20 points deficit before the start of this race was between Ollie Samways and Ben Butler. So, yeah, down to Combe we go. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks again, Josh, and thanks to 750 Motor Club. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant today.
Yeah, thanks for joining us with the Mighty Minis. We've had them here with the 750 Motor Club quite a few times this season, so I think we can have a look at the results now of that race. So the winner was Ian Slark, who's number 15. He won by 4.48 seconds from David Kirkpatrick, who was second. Third was Steve Rideout and Stuart Coombs. And Mark Ditchburn completed the Super Mighty Minis. Ollie Samways won the Mighty Minis by, 11.5 seconds over Ben Butler. James Jenkins was third. James Bryan, after that off, was fourth. And William Burnham, Graham Shepherd, Chris Didcott and Ahmed Sharabani completed the finishers, and David Kirkpatrick, the shocking non-finish for the championship leader. But it was Ian Slark who was the race winner, and he is heading down into the pit lane, where very shortly we'll be able to head down and catch up with Ian in a few moments' time with Andy McEwen, who's down there in the pits once more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. Another entertaining race there, particularly within the Mighty Mini class. And we're getting some of the drivers now arriving behind us. Let's see if we can dive in. Probably only time to catch up with our class winners, as we've got the next race coming up very shortly, which means we need to start with Ian Slark, who is victorious in the Super Mighty Mini class. And Ian, you and David pretty evenly matched there in the early stages, but once you got back in front, you seemed to be able to make a bit of a break.
Yeah, I'd sort of noticed there was a dry line, and it just how much can you exploit the dry line, basically. Keep on going, and you could just see him drifting back a little bit, and thought, well, I just have to keep it honest. And then nearly threw it off in the last lap, last corner. You saw that?
Well, we saw that, yes. What was that, a bit of oil down?
No, I just braked too late. Okay. Why on the last corner would you do that when you've got a gap? I don't know, but that's just me.
Pushing right till the end.
Indeed.
What were the conditions like out there then? You mentioned that dry line starting to appear. Was the grip improving?
Yeah, to start with, it was pretty sketchy in places, but it got better. And in fact, almost dry line all around, wasn't it, towards the end? Yeah, it really was.
Good stuff. Well, thank you very much, Ian. Congratulations on the race victory. We'll have a word with the others whilst they're here. I think there's a bit of recovery to be done. David Kirkpatrick, second place. You led for a bit in that one, but just couldn't keep him behind.
Yeah, I had a misfire, so it wouldn't go over 5,000 RPM. And every time I was having to short shift, and then he just came past me. And all I could do was to stay in his slipstream to stop Steve catching. And yeah, I was amazed it got to the end, because I was thinking that wasn't going to happen, but yeah, all right at the end. So
off to Combe now then, last 2 rounds of the championship. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, hopefully second place is in the bag, but this man here is going to have something to say about it, so we'll see where we get.
Excellent, thank you very much, Dave Kirkpatrick. Then with the second place, Steve Rideout was third place. Steve, solid podium finish for you. A relatively quiet race by Super Mighty Mini standards.
Trying my hardest to catch Dave up, but didn't work. Left-handers just a little bit looser than right-handers. Wasn't giving me the confidence, so couldn't catch him. Trying my hardest.
Nice stuff, thank you, Steve. And let's very quickly then have a chat with Ollie Samways, who is the Mighty Mini class winner. And yet again, Ollie, not really a lot to talk about. Once you escaped the pack, it was a bit of a track day for you.
Yeah, it was a bit of a race of two halves. To start with, it was really slippy, so it was everyone's trying to gauge their way and see what happened. And yeah, second half came dry and I managed to pull away again. So yeah, really great result, great weekend.
Congratulations, Ollie. Well done on another race victory. Right then, as I said, already the next cars lining up on the grid. It's the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. No green flag lap, so let's dive straight back into the action with Josh and Ian.
Yes, Paul Thorpe with myself, Ian Soman in the commentary box for this one. Grid set by the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday, so it's Ben Bateman on pole position with Pip Hammond alongside him on the front row. Second row has 5 Terry Roughton and 41 Jason Wood. Third row is 48 Neil Dudman and 89 Titch Kelsall. Row 4 is 72 Lee Scott and 3 Andrew Thorpe. The fifth row 1 and 6, that's Chris Deere and Andy Philpotts. Row 6 is 87 and 92, which is Stuart Place and Rick Room. 39 Martin Rogers and 18 Darren Bassingthwaite are on the 7th row. 12 James Hazelhurst and 58 Pete Oscopy on row 8. 74 Lucas Dryden and 49 Gareth Rees on row 9. Row 10 is 52 Hannah Newton and 62 Alan Dooley, and Terry Deere 42 and Finn Groom number 91 on row 11. The green flag is waved at the back, so very quickly we are going to be into action. We'll hear from Paul once the race gets underway, because the 5-second board is now being shown. So it's the very experienced Pip Hammond, multiple champion Pip Hammond, on the outside of the front row. The newer kid on the block, Ben Bateman next to him. The red lights go out, and away we go. It was Ben Bateman that won yesterday's race. He looked thoroughly exhausted after 15 minutes of work yesterday. He's lost the lead at the start of this one, though. Pip Hammond it is that has got the best of the starts from the outside of the front row. He swept through into the lead of the race. It's Terry Roughton that's there in third place in the Citroen AX. It looks like Jason Wood holding on to fourth position in the red Nova. So on Vauxhall Day here at Donington Park, we've got 3 Novas at the sharp end of this race, with in 5th place the number 1 car of Chris Deere, the reigning champion, or the champion from last year, being replaced by Stuart Place for the 2023 season. And it's Lee Scott, number 72, that completes the top 6, Paul.
Yes, and Jason Woods managed to stay in 4th place. He had a problem. He changed his engine in qualifying, and unfortunately he had clutch slip in the race yesterday, which meant he didn't get off the line, which is quite entertaining for us, but not for him. And he's managed to secure that now that his clutch is working correctly. So as we enter my favourite corner, we've got Pip Hammond, Ben Bateman. Pip Hammond making advantage of that outer line off the start, because a nice dry line there, and was able to out-drag Ben to the first corner.
He was indeed. It looked like Jason Wood had lost a position to Chris Deere there as they went through McLean's that time, and then dropped back to 5th, I think that would have been. There's James Hazelhurst. I think he's
looks like Ben's trying to out-drag Pip Hammond down the straight, but with Sancha in the race one yesterday in the borrowed XR2, but it looks like they had gearbox problems as a result from that. So unfortunately we won't have the entertaining race we saw between the Deere and Place, which we've seen all seeing. But you see, Chris Deere has a much better start today. He's found himself in 4th place.
Yeah, he was 6th in yesterday's race, wasn't he? So he's got ahead of Jason Wood. He's lost out there to Lee Scott, in fact. So Lee Scott in the Fiesta, another multiple champion in Classic Stock Catch. He's there in 4th place. But Deere, the current champion before, is almost getting into the back of Lee Scott there. There must have been a fag paper between them. That was about it.
That's such a tricky corner. As I say, there's a nice dry line there, but you're braking and the camber's all wrong. And Chris Deere did very well to avoid the back of the multiple channel. I know we were talking about 7 championships, but I was speaking to Lee today, and he reckons it's 9 he's done in what was Classic Stock Catch. It used to be called Stock Catch Class B years ago. It looks like he's at 9 championship winners, so it's great to see him back up the sharp end. He started at 7th, so he's done well to come up to, what is he, in 4th place now?
Yeah, so he's 4th at the end of lap 1. Pip Hammond led by just about 6/10 of a second from Ben Bateman at the end of the first lap. Here is one of the Vauxhalls, the Nova of number 41. Jason Wood being chased by number 89, Richard Kelsall, so that's 6th and 7th. And Neil Dudman, number 48, is just behind them in his Peugeot 205 as well. But it's Nova's 1st and 2nd, the Citroen AX 3rd. But Terry Roughton now coming under a bit of pressure there from Lee Scott.
Yes, he's going to have to be careful. These AX is only a 1.4, but it is a multi-valve, and Lee Scott in his 1.68 valve Fiesta will be all over the back of Terry. Terry's had a cracking weekend. He's one of our mature drivers, but he's really loving it and relishing these conditions.
Yeah, so he's doing well in 3rd place. A long-time competitor in Stock Catch as well, before Classic Stock Catch, as we watch Lee Scott try and make that move down the inside into the Foxy S's, but decides better of it in the end. So he stays in 4th position, and these 3 just a couple of seconds now, should think, behind the top 2.
Yeah, Lee was just trying to make sure that Terry knew he was there. Look, Terry's gone defensive now. Now that's a bit damp on that line. It's just been a bad move by Terry. Yes, it looks like Lee's going to try and get the cut back, but no, Terry's currently excellent driving there from our mature driver.
Yeah, so Terry holds on to the position for the moment, and now Lee Scott coming under pressure again from Chris Deere, who is alongside him into the braking area for Goddard's. Scott can hold on to the lead. Bit sideways there was Chris Deere as he sort of has to back out of that. He loses a couple of car lengths, and that might bring himself back into the clutches of
Jason Wood there. Jason Wood's behind, who's had a much better day yesterday. And Titch Kershaw, he's all on the back of them. So we've got this nice little train. Lee Scott just letting Terry know he's gone for a dive down the inside on the damp part of the track, and he's made it work. What a fantastic move, but can Terry get the cut back? He's trying to get the cut back, trying to get the overlap. No, Lee has just managed to secure that place. Great move by our champion there, ex-champion now.
Oh, great drive as well from Finn Groom, because he's up to 11th place from the back of the grid.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, yesterday he was struggling really badly. He started 22nd on the grid. And that's fantastic. But yesterday in the race, he had a rear wheel bearing go, which meant he had extra steering on the right-handers, which made it very exciting. So they changed the wheel bearing, and yes, what a fantastic move to come up to 11th after only a couple of laps in.
Right, Lee Scott now he's got ahead of Terry Roughton. He's just starting to put a bit of daylight between himself and the blue car. Can he catch the two leaders, Pip Hammond and Ben Bateman? In yesterday's race, these three were covered at the end of the race by only just over 1 second. So I think Scott certainly got the pace. He got the fastest lap yesterday as well with a 1:58.96. Best lap of the race so far is a 2:02.36. So the lap times aren't much off a dry time now.
That really surprises me. I know that these tyres, we always have different tyres, and the tyres we used to use were pretty poor in the wet, and these are more road type tyres, and they don't seem to be affecting us whatsoever. It's quite surprising with these damp conditions that these tyres are really holding their own. Like you said, the times aren't a lot slower, which is a fantastic show. Sorry, we lost the picture for the moment. We're looking towards the timing screens, but Pip Hammond, he's another champion. Great experience there, staying in front of Ben Bateman as we get the feedback again. And the father and son groom team are back together. Now let's hope what happened yesterday doesn't happen, where Finn ended up going at the back of his father. But in fact, Finn has already gone past his father. So he's back on this tail, and he finds himself, where does he find himself now? Is that 10th place he's in?
I think he's up to 10th, if not 9th place, I would think, by the time he comes over the timing line. Just ahead is Andy Philpotts in the Fiesta. Neil Dudman's there as well in the Peugeot. And you've got Kelsall Wood up ahead. So I think Finn Groom here will be eyeing sort of 6th position here.
That two cars gone wide. Neil Dudman and Andy Philpotts went a bit wide. That's given Finn Groom the inside line as they're going down the Craner curves. Put in, yes, and he's got that secured. Andy didn't want to go on the damp patch, but now he's all over the back of Neil Dudman. Neil Dudman not having such a good race as he had yesterday. Yesterday he found himself in 3rd place at one point. But Finn Groom, what a fantastic drive from this young man.
Yeah, going very well. He's had a pretty good season. I think it was sort of halfway through last year he made his first appearance, wasn't
He did, yes, rightly. And he had a few good finishes. He had an unfortunate incident at Pembrey last year. Oh, and Graham Rees in what's left of my old XR2 there, going off, finding himself on the grass. Yes, he did really well. He was up into 3rd place at Pembrey, came off, had a little accident, shook his confidence, but this year he's managed to shake that off, and he's really mixing it with the big boys here as we see this lovely little train, and these are all arguing for the 4th place.
Yes, so, a bit further back it's 6th, isn't it, with Jason Wood there at the head of the group. A bit further up you've got Terry Roughton in 4th, Chris Deere in 5th. But now you've got them almost 3 side by side down to the Fogarty S's. You've got Kelsall on the inside of Dudman, but it's Dudman that's ahead of Kelsall now. Finn Groom is following both of them. And you've got the Peugeot 205, you've got the Fiesta XR2i and the Fiesta XR2 all together.
Chris Deere coming down the inside. No, he just realised he's a bit damper than expected. You can see the marks he left, and look, it didn't pay off, that little dive. Now he finds himself 5-6 car lengths behind just from that little mistake.
Yeah, so out of the Melbourne hairpin they come. And it's going to be very busy into Goddard's, isn't it? Because the side-by-side Titch Kelsall on the outside line of Jason Wood going into the corner, but he's got that wrong. He's made a mistake. From Kelsall, he spins around, he goes to the back of that group. It's on the grass briefly. He's fallen behind Andrew Thorpe as well, so down to about 12th position. As for 4th place, it's side-by-side. Chris Deere's going to have the inside line for Redgate Corner. That drier line getting wider and wider and wider now, isn't it, on the way up to Redgate Corner. And Chris Deere, last year's champion, has finally got that move done. He's up to 4th place now as Dudman up the inside of Wood for 6th place as well at Redgate Corner.
And then Finn trying to get the overlap on Jason Wood as they go down the Craner curves. Now you can see this dry line is getting wider and wider, but we saw there by Richard Kelsall there, you just get your back wheel onto it and it just throws you straight round. But yes, Finn Groom has managed to get past Jason Wood. What a fantastic show from this young man. He finds himself that he must be in 7th place now.
Yeah.
Wow, that from 22nd on the grid. Now, didn't I tell you this was the fella that watched these young men? Ben Bateman, we see in our second Nova there, car 93. He's our other youngster, showing that he can mix it with the big boys. And Finn Groom, these two young lads. It's great to see these young lads wanting to join our ageing championship.
Pip Hammond, he's sort of in the middle, isn't he? In his 30s.
He's still young to me, yeah. He's in his 30s, yeah.
Okay, but he's leading the way then from the 93 car, Ben Bateman in 2nd place. So this is the reverse of the top 2 from yesterday. Pip Hammond has won lots and lots of stock catch races down the years. He's raced in other categories as well, Porsche 924s. He's done some historic racing too. Even done some oval racing as well at times as Pip Hammond, so very experienced. Also having done some oval racing is Ben Bateman, of course.
That's right, mini stocks and as well. Just looking at the lap times there, Lee Scott is not getting any closer. Their lap times are pretty much identical, and he's not going to get any closer to these two. It looks like Ben is just going to sit behind the master himself and just enjoy his second place trophy. I did joke to him yesterday. He'd got a first place trophy yesterday. He's had 3 thirds, and I said you need a second to get the full set, and I didn't realise he was going to take it literally.
No, he's just sitting there behind Pip Hammond, just waiting to collect that trophy. So, everything going on for 4th place and back. Dudman there now just behind Chris Deere because he's got ahead of Terry Roughton now. So, I think you said a few minutes ago Neil Dudman wasn't having such a good race yesterday.
No, he seems to he's only took about 3 cars in about a lap or so. So, what a fantastic show from him. He's back up mixing it with his teammate there, Chris Deere. They're all in the same team. But keep my eye on Finn Groom. I predict that Finn is really going to be all over the back of Terry, and he's going to try and get the overlap but down the crane of curves. But as you can see, it's wide. Oh, Neil Dudman has got by Chris Deere. Yeah. What a fantastic move. The commentator's curse again, saying he wasn't doing so well, and up he finds himself in 4th position. What a fantastic drive.
Finn Groom a bit sideways there. He got a wheel out on the curb, which is still a bit damp.
Well, after his car turning right extra, I don't think that was a problem for him. He can certainly handle the motor car when it's sliding. And as they go up to McLean's corner, my favourite corner, that little train there of Dudman, Deere, Roughton, Finn Groom, and Jason Wood, and Andy Philpott's now all over the back of Jason Wood.
Yeah, he is indeed. So Jason Wood sort of gradually trickled back down the order in this race, hasn't he? After a strong start, he was 3rd or 4th at the beginning. He's down to 8th position now and under threat from Andy Philpotts for that place as well. So it's Dudman now 4th, Chris Deere 5th, Terry Roughton is 6th, and Finn Groom, well, I thought he might be looking to break into the top 6. He could actually do a little bit better than that. There's still 3 minutes to go. I think we're going to get a couple more laps to go in this race.
I think there's about two more laps to go, but Finn will be eyeing up Terry. But as you said, Terry's been racing a very long time. Back in the Stock Hatch A's, I think he also had a dabble in the Stock Hatch B's. Terry making a very defensive line, trying to get up the inside of Chris Deere to get that place back. And also Finn Groom is trying to follow him through. Wow, this is going to be very terrifying for this final chicane. But no, they're going to be side by side, Finn Groom and Chris Deere. Chris Deere got the inside line, which means Finn will have to go on the damp patch, and we can see what happens when that happens. But no, they stick it in a nice little line and get round safely, ready for the next tour.
Yeah, so 2 more laps to go then, and it's a great gaggle of cars that are not suffered by very much. Going back to Andrew Thorpe, I think he's in P12, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, well 11th maybe. Across the line, 12th in fact, as Deere and Roughton side by side. He's going to go 3 wide here. Can Finn Groom get past both of them?
Finn has pounced. He's now got the inside line going down to the first bit. He's gone past both of them. What a young man. What a fantastic move. This is just as outrageous as you Mighty Minis after that move we saw in the Mighty Minis, and that was just as outrageous. What a fantastic, I mean, he finds himself in 5th place from 22nd on the grid.
Absolutely. Now, there's, I guess he could still catch Neil Dudman as well before the end. There is Scott, there is Dudman, and then you can see Finn Groom going through. So if he can get his head down now in the last lap and a half, he could just about catch Neil Dudman before the end of the race, I would think. And that easy if he could escape these cars behind him, because you've got Roughton trying to get back up the inside of Chris Deere again, and he's got that place back. They've been changing positions every other corner, haven't they? Dudman, Deere and Roughton for the last lap or so. So that's really exciting stuff. But you can see Finn Groom is breaking away from that back.
He is breaking away. I think that overtake did slow Chris Deere down a little. He's looking on the inside. This is fantastic to see this with these multiple championships. It's great on Vauxhall Valves Day to have 2 Vauxhalls in the lead. I don't think that's happened all season. Ben Bateman. Ben
Just
Bateman.
as you were saying it.
Do you know what? That's the second time that's happened to me, isn't it?
Ben Bateman is out of the race. He's pulled off at Melbourne Hairpin. So I think presumably Pip Hammond's still out there in the lead of the race. But Ben Bateman is not going to get that second place trophy after all, Paul.
Oh dear, that's it. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to stop picking up these drivers here. But as we come down to the head, we see the Chris Deere and Terry Roughton car side by side, and it looks like Chris Deere is going to try and get the cut back, but no, Terry shut the door. Where meant Chris Deere had to really stamp on the brakes, but now they are bumper to bumper as they go down the straight, and who's going to go for the inside line? That's going to be a little damp.
So Neil Dudman is now up to third position. Finn Groom is 2.6 seconds behind him, probably too far back to get a podium from the back of the grid, but a good drive this has been nevertheless for Finn Groom. The two XR2Is there, the injected cars going side by side, and it's Titch Kelsall getting the better of Andy Philpotts. Rick Groom has got a 5-second penalty. That's Finn's dad for exceeding track limits. He's in 10th place on the road at the moment. The clock counts down to 0. Pip Hammond leads by 4.6 seconds from Lee Scott, and we're on the last lap.
Oh, that's such a shame for Ben Bateman there. He's been having such a great latter half of the season. That looks like it might have been an electrical issue there. But great. Neil Dudman, again, after I said that he hadn't been doing so well, he's got his head down and is really, I do believe that will be his first podium. It'll be a fantastic result for this gentleman.
Certainly will, as they have half a lap left to go. So, yeah, before yesterday's result, Neil Dudman's best was a 7th, so he improved that yesterday. Now looking for a first podium, so he'll be very pleased with that, I am sure. As we are watching Chris Deere go through in the yellow Peugeot 205, it really does stand out in that livery, doesn't it? It's absolutely magnificent. He's there at the moment in 6th position, and Jason Wood back up to 7th. We'll see if he can break into the top 6 before the end. But there's Pip Hammond in the lead, heading down to the hairpin for the final time.
Yeah, and I think Chris Deere has done an excellent job. I know he's got rear suspension. He's not doing what it should be. He's had a problem for the last couple of meetings, and he's done really well to stay in the position. But there he is, Pip Hammond. He nearly got the treble at Cadwell a few weeks ago, but unfortunately his car didn't want to finish the race, and this is going to be great recompense for that as he comes round to show that why he's a multiple champion. I respect this man so much. He's done a fantastic job, and there he is for a win at Donington with Lee Scott, a fantastic second. Looking back for third, it looks like it's going to be Neil Dudman, but they were still fighting for the offside places. And there we are, Neil Dudman, fantastic result for him. And there's Finn. He is right. He's flashing his lights. He's right to be impressed. He has got up to 4th place from 22nd on the grid. What a fantastic drive.
Yeah, really good. So Pip Hammond, 3rd win of the season for him in the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Cats Championship. Lee Scott, a strong 2nd. Neil Dudman, a fantastic first podium for him, 3rd, but a very good drive from Finn Groom, as you're saying. Terry Roughton's had a pretty good weekend, an 8th, I think it was yesterday, and a 5th place today. And Chris Deere, the reigning champion from 2022, back in
a marvellous weekend. I mean, we haven't had this jumbled up for all season. It's been a fantastic weekend to see. I think all the marks, barring the Metro of Terry Deere, are covered in the top 10 places, which is fantastic to see, to say how we've got this class right. All these cars have a minimum weight that they have to carry to try and equalise the performance of these vehicles. This track is known to be a leveller, and it's sure shown here. Some circuits, they favour certain cars, but this layout of Donington levelled the playing field, and that has been shown in the results today. Fantastic drives by all drivers.
Yeah, and last round of the season as well, so we go again in 2024.
In 2024, I'm hoping to be back out, so you'll have to find someone else that has similar dulcet tones to myself. But hopefully I'll be back out in my XR2 to see if I can still mix it with the big boys. But there we are with the results.
Yeah, you're irreplaceable, by the way, Paul.
Oh, thank you very much. You smooth talker.
Anyway, let's have a look at the results then. Pip Hammond, it was 8 laps completed for the number 71 car. He was 3.67 seconds clear of Lee Scott in 2nd place, number 72. 3rd was number 48, Neil Dudman. 4th, number 91, Finn Green. From the back of the grid, a really good drive from him. 5th to number 5, Terry Roughton. 6th to number 1, Chris Deere in the Peugeot. 7th was 41, Jason Wood in the Nova. 8th, 89, Titch Kelsall's Fiesta. 9th, number 6, Andy Philpotts. Rick Groom's 5-second penalty will cost him 1 place. He'll fall back behind Andrew Thorpe. So number 3, Andrew Thorpe, will complete the top 10 from number 92, Rick Groom. Then Martin Rogers, James Hazelhurst, and Lucas Dryden. And then Graham Rees, Darren Bastingthwaite, Pete Osgoby, Hannah Newton, Terry Deere, and Alan Julia. I think completing the finishes with Ben Bateman, sadly, the non-finisher there, Paul.
Yes, non-finisher, but I'm trying to do some maths in my head. I think Ben has managed to secure the 3rd place overall in the championship with the finishes that James has got. I'm going to have to sit down and do some maths, but I think he may have secured that. There were 4 points between them. I know he didn't finish this race, but he won yesterday, and James was quite a way down the grid, so I think he has secured the 3rd place. So it's a bit of recompense, but a bit bit of a disappointment for him after his excellent drive yesterday.
Yeah, and second in the championship was Chris Deere this year. And
That's
Stuart
correct.
Place, who we didn't see out there in that race.
No, he managed to secure that at the last meeting. So there's our top 3 spots for the end of year trophies. Yeah, it'd be sad to finish, but we look forward to annoying you again in 2024. Thank you very much, everybody, and Ian.
Thank you very much, Paul. We'll head downstairs now. Andy McEwen is ready to speak to our race winner, Pip Hammond.
Well, as always, excitement out on track in the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. The race finishing just in the nick of time, actually, because as I stepped out of the commentary box from where I was watching that race, the heavens started to open. It's stopped again now, but I think we're in for one of those afternoons, aren't we, where the weather sort of comes and goes a bit throughout the day. But that didn't hold back Pip Hammond, who goes one better than yesterday. Second place in race 1, but gets the victory this time around, and we can have a chat with him now. Well, that's a bit more like it. Pip, back where you belong.
Yeah, well, I took it personally yesterday. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Ben really came of age this weekend. I think he really composed drive, and he was creeping closer there, and he just seemed to lose drive out of the chicane a couple of laps from the end. So I'm not sure what it was, but I think he can hold his head high and feel proud of the performance he's put in, and obviously I should do the same.
Absolutely. I mean, it was going to be a fascinating battle. He was closing in there, but you look comfortable out there, even in the greasy conditions. So were you confident that you could have fended him off anyway?
Yeah, to be honest, with it getting slightly greasier in the last 2 laps, I thought that might play to my strengths. But I think, to be honest, Ben's pretty strong in all conditions now. He's got a few years behind him, and like I say, he's done really well this weekend, and I'm quite relieved to have got to the end. I was kind of hoping someone would stick it in the fence for me and bring it to an end. So. Like I said, I guess it sort of killed the contest a little bit when he pulled off, but I'm really pleased for the win, and I'm pleased for Neil getting his first podium as well. So.
There's something about Classic Stock Hatch, isn't there? You can't stay away. It's one of my absolute favourite 750 Motor Club Championships. And it's nice now, isn't it, to have new names and new cars as well starting to appear near the pointy end.
Absolutely, and what separates us from like a one-make series is the cars are all close, but all these different models change gear in different places, brake in different places. They're all strong in various different points of the track, so it opens up a lot more opportunity for overtaking and sort of various winners. Not so much this season as it's turned out, but usually there's a decent spread of all the different marks doing well in the championship, and obviously we've now got some drivers under 30, which is really good. Because I aged out of that quite a while ago. So it's really good for the championship's health to have these young drivers coming through, and long may it continue.
Absolutely, echo those thoughts. Congratulations, Pip, on the race victory. Now, Lee Scott is there. Sorry. Here is Lee Scott, our second place finisher then. Lee, congratulations, back on the podium. How was that race for you?
Fantastic, really. Got a good start, made good progress through sort of the turn 1 and the first lap, and yeah, kind of held on to it from there. So it was really good. Got really lucky for me, unlucky for Mr. Bateman. Pulled out at the end, so that was unfortunate for him, but that promoted me up to second today because I wouldn't have caught him otherwise.
How does the Fiesta fare normally in these greasy conditions then? Is this a car that relishes that sort of weather? Are you a driver who relishes those sort of conditions?
Good question. I don't know the answer to. The Fiesta's typically a pretty good handling car. It doesn't necessarily have the power of some of the others. So Donington, it's a long circuit, quite a lot of straights. I tend to say probably overall doesn't favour the Fiesta. Do these conditions? I don't know.
Well, you didn't do badly. Second place, I reckon maybe it helped you out a bit. Well done then on that second place for Lee Scott. Now, for our third place finisher, a new name on the podium. Always something nice to see. Neil Dubman, congratulations. You must be elated.
Oh, it's just amazing. It's been my end of my second year, and last year was a massive learning curve. Never raced before. This year was just as mad, and we're getting better and better throughout the year. So I couldn't do it without Adam at Schaefer Racing, Chris, absolute alignment, who got me into this mess in the first place. My wallet is now really, really empty, thanks Chris, and also Joe Green for the transport, and also my partner Charlotte, when 2 years ago I said I'm going to be a racing driver, and she just laughed and she said go and do what you want to do. So yeah, big thanks to those 3 guys, and yeah, all the guys in the classic stock being so welcoming, brilliant.
You're right, though, really. This has kind of been coming all year. You have been steadily improving. Do you feel that something just clicked today, or was this always sort of on the cards?
I think something clicked at Snet in the last round, and I got confidence, but I had 2 DNS when running 4th and 5th, and a big accident when Jason lost his brakes, came into the side of me, and then I just thought, well, if that's the worst that can happen, let's just go that extra mile. So it's developing the cars, developing me, and we're on the upward trajectory, so watch out next year.
Excellent. Massive congratulations. Well done to Neil and all of our podium finishers then in our final Classic Stock Hatch race of the weekend. Right then, the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship cars are just beginning their green flag lap now. The weather's closing in. I'm heading inside. Let's head back up there as well to Ian and Josh.
Yes, the cars out on circuit for the final race before the lunch break, the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship, race 15 of the weekend, race 5 of today's programme, and the grid for this one is going to line up as follows. On pole position, it is number 40, Jamie Thwaites, and alongside him is number 70, that's going to be Mike Hilton. On the second row, on the inside, it's number 75, Tom Hill, and besides him is number 14, Andy Page. Row 3, we have Dave Messenger, number 79, and Stacey Dennis, number 30. On the fourth row, it's the 127 car of Simon Scott and 59 Mark Skeggs. There's no Roger Evans, though, next up. Then we have a 10-second delay before the next group of cars, which will be 23 James Ford and 9 Richard Ford, 78 Edward Robinson and 54 Adrian Norman and 33 Toby Broom at the back of the field. As Andy says, the weather has started to close in, the brollies are up, the rain is beating down, and this is not necessarily good news for Alfa Romeo drivers in particular, any that might have gone on slicks.
Indeed, because the track conditions were just getting better, weren't they? As Tom Hill got very, very sideways there on this green flag lap. This happened at Cadwell Park. The cars were in the assembly area, it was dry, and then it rained just as they left the assembly area. So whether this time though it was kind of damp before, so whether that means we might get some people have gone for wets. They are based in the garages here, which means how much team there is on some of the competitors, whether they jump into the pits. We could have a very different race here. Whether they are on slicks or whether they are on wet weather tyres.
Yeah, of course, it's only the cars in the front half that are able to start on slicks. The Twin Spark Cup cars are on treaded tyres in any case. The 5 of those at the back, headed by James Ford. The grid for this race set by the results of yesterday, where it was Jamie Thwaites that ended up with a rather dominant win.
Yes, that's right, isn't it? Jamie was well out in front. It was his third victory of the season in his TCR Giulietta. And we're getting a second green flag?
No, the cars are being signalled into the pit lane, I think is what is happening. I can see that the marshals down there on the grid, they were ready and waiting, but then I think a decision has been taken by officials to get these cars into the pit lane, and they're being signalled off into the pit lane, although Andy Page doesn't necessarily got that message. The rest of them heading into pit lane now, and I imagine this will give them a chance to change some tyres. We'll see what this might mean for the timetable for the rest of the day, and we'll get word from race control just as soon as we can. But I think probably with that sudden squall really that almost seemingly passed through now, it is still raining, but not as intensely as it was a few moments ago. Probably the right decision being taken to get those slick shod cars into the pit lane,
Now, is the rescue crew being directed to the pit lane? Because that, I think, would be confirmation that we are going to get an early break, which presumably means that here at Donington Park, the Vauxhall Motorsport demonstration will be moved forward, because this is around the time that we're supposed to happen anyway.
Yeah, Andy McEwen has headed off to race control to find out what he can, and he will relay that information to us just as soon as possible. So, yeah, we are going to take an early lunch, I think, here at Donington Park. So what that means is that the Vauxhall Motorsport demonstration, I imagine, will come forward and happen relatively shortly. A reminder for everyone here at the circuit of what that entails. So the Vauxhall event, that's taking place here at Donington Park today. It's happening on the Tarmac Lake behind Redgate Corner. And there's lots of off-track entertainment. The key element of that is the special motorsport display down there. Great variety of cars being shown there. There's Mega Bertha, which was the Vauxhall that was built to replace Jerry Marshall's iconic dealer team Vauxhall Baby Bertha. and it's based on a fiberglass Cavalier Mark 1. It's now owned by Rick Wood and very rarely seen, Mega Bertha. So
I think it's a car that never actually raced in period, but it has done since with Rick Wood, who's obviously a very rapid driver.
Yeah, good to see that. Old Nail is out as well, the mainstay of dealer team Vauxhall from 71 to 76, winning 63 races outright and sprints and speed events as well. There's super touring cars. There's the 1990 Cavalier GSI. Chassis number 1 that was originally driven by John Cleland. It's now owned by Jim Pocklington. There's the 1995 Cavalier, with which John Cleland won the British Touring Car Championship that year as well.
There's also the teammate car down there. I don't think it was a late addition, but James Thompson's cars there as well. So you've got both the works cars from 1995, which is pretty cool.
You've also got the 2000 Super Tourer, the ex-Jason Plato car, these days owned by Jason Hughes, who campaigns it regularly with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. You've also got the last Cavalier built by Ray Mallock in 1995. You've got the 2000 Astra Coupe of Fiona Leggett, who used to race that in the British Touring Car Championship. You've got John Hammersley's 1989 Astra GTE that he regularly races with the CSCC. You've got the 1999 Corsa of James Birch, which was out in Road Sports yesterday. That's also within the display and hopefully the demonstration at lunchtime as well as the Transpeed Forenza, Cliff Butler's Carlton GSI, Paul Sight at Bottoms Works, Vauxhall Chevette HSR Rally Car, and the Corsa B Rally Car of Chris Rook as well. So we'll see those cars and others take to the track for the demonstration. Also going on at Vauxhall Valves, you have various trade stands, car and club displays. You've got the Gymkhana, you've got the slot car racing and a simulator down there as well, with the Pentagon Vauxhall main dealer also on having their stand down there on the tarmac lake as well. So we will be back racing, I would think, in probably half an hour or so's time. We'll keep you updated on that. We'll be back with you for the start of racing after the lunch break with the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. But for now, we're going to take a break. Well, after the lunch break and those Vauxhall Motorsport demonstration laps, we're all set for the second attempt at running the second race of the weekend for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. Let's give you a rundown on the grid once again. So pole position is number 40, Jamie Thwaites, in the Giulietta TCR car, and besides him is number 70, Mike Hilton, in the Alfa 4C. Second row, you've got Thomas Hill in the Alfa Romeo GT. And Andy Page is in the Giulietta 116. Row 3, Dave Messenger, number 79, in the Alfa 156. Stacey Dennis in the 147, number 30, on the outside of that row. Then it's Simon Scott, number 127, and Mark Skeggs, number 59, on the fourth row. A gap then to the cars in the Twin Spark Cup, where it's 23, James Ford, from 9, Richard Ford, 78, Edward Robinson, and 54, Adrian Norman, and 33, Toby Broom will round out the field. There is no Roger Evans. He did qualify out of session this morning, but sadly his car expired and he is not able to take the start of the race. So we did try and start this race, I guess, 3/4 of an hour or so ago, but the heavens opened at that point in time, and with many of, well, I should think all of the front-running cars from the first half of the grid on slicks, the decision was made to delay the start of the race. Since then, we've had a little bit more rain, but certainly blue skies over Donington Park. Well, some of Donington Park, it depends which way you're looking. Grey skies looking that way towards the grid. From our commentary box, I can see some blue skies. And there we are. Well, it's gone now. Josh turned away from the screen just as we looked at the blue skies on the stream. But they are out there, so hopefully dry. I would think, the track is looking like it is drier than it was 3/4 of an hour or so ago. Josh, I would think slick's now the right call.
As Tom Hill almost spins into Redgate Corner by the looks of things. I think he got through the corner okay. But he's obviously chucking the car about to try and get some temperature into the tyres, because it's obviously not the warmest of days. There's not been any sun to warm the tarmac up, so it's the track temperature pretty low. So even if you're on slicks, you want to try and build some temperature up. But I guess there was a big effort from Revs Italia to try and get Roger Evans' car out, because that does mean their main customer, Tom Hill, can score more points for his championship, which is all getting pretty tight now, heading towards the final round of the season at Silverstone next time out. And it's James Ford, who's been doing lots of the winning and scoring big points in the Twin Spark Cup, who is his main rival really heading into that final meeting. But as he missed Brands Hatch last time out, that means for James Ford he can't afford any bad races as the last 3 rounds of the season approaches.
They do indeed. So it is a second race of the weekend for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. A convincing win then yesterday for Jamie Thwaites in the Giulietta TCR from the Mike Hilton Alfa Romeo 4C. Tom Hill winning his class, the V6 class yesterday. Stacey Dennis, the Power Trophy class, and James Ford in the Twin Spark Cup. We had 10 finishers from yesterday's race. We had a few that we lost throughout it. Toby Broom in the 156. Simon Scott in the Mito. He was a retirement. And Mark Skeggs in the GTV 4C. Another retirement from yesterday's race.
News from Andy McEwen. There is one car on wet tyres, which is Andy Page. So car number 14 from row 2. If it doesn't rain, he's probably going to fall back. But if we do get another shower, which isn't out of the question, I don't think, Andy Page could get a surprise result out of this. So why not take the gamble? He's not going to win if he does the same as everybody else. He's got the oldest car on the grid, so not as quick. But if something happens here, Andy Page could have a result for the ages.
Yes, absolutely right. But as things stand, you would think that things are going against him. So there is on pole position then the car of number 40, Jamie Thwaites, the Giulietta TCR, and he has besides him Mike Hilton in the 4C. I think Matt Sherrington did some laps in that to help get the car set up the other day in testing.
Good to see all the cars that had issues yesterday, I think, are there, aren't they? So there is a full complement. Apart from Roger Evans, of course, otherwise there's a full complement of Alfa Romeos for the second race here at Donington Park that's about to get underway.
Yeah, 20 minutes is the scheduled race duration, And don't forget, the second group of cars go off 10 seconds after the first. Lights go out, but a problem for Mike Hilton. His car does not get away very well, so yellow flags were waving, but luckily he did get going fairly quickly, and everyone managed to avoid him. And then the Twin Spark Cup cars will get their race underway as well. We'll keep an eye on them as they go along. There they are. They've got their race underway now. But for the lead of the race, and surprisingly, it's Jamie Thwaites leading, but it's the man on wet tyres, Andy Page, that's up to second place.
So it's the two Juliettas from very different eras who lead the way. Meanwhile, a fantastic start from Toby Broom in the Twin Spark Cup. From the back of the group, he's up to at least third position as they go through Hollywood and challenging Richard Ford, I think. James Ford is the one who's made a good start in that second group. And Andy Page are now starting to lose out as they go through the old hairpin. Through into second position goes Tom Hill, and up into third position has come Mike Hilton. So as we suspected, Andy Page now losing out, and he's just hoping the weather changes during this 20-minute duration.
Yeah, he's sort of almost fallen to the back of the group now, hasn't he? Coming through now is the Simon Scott car, as Tom Hill is challenging Mike Hilton, the two of them side by side, and Hilton has got through. So to reclaim the second place he held on the grid, Tom Hill's car, a V6 class car, not in the modified class, so unsurprisingly it has been passed there by that unusual 4C. Hill, though, leading in the V6 class, and further back, that's Stacey Dennis in number 30, the only car in the Power Trophy class, just ahead of that Mark Skeggs GTV.
Yeah, that's right. The Mito's up to fourth. That started at the back of the group, basically, after a time yesterday. There it is, 127 Simon Scott in the 2-litre turbocharged car, prepared by Jamie Porter, going well, claiming positions for the long-term Alfa Romeo racer Simon Scott, but possibly having his first outing in this car, 2018 machine, so about the newest car on the grid. And that has got from what was 7th on the grid up to 4th, and now challenging for 3rd on the inside of Tom Hill's Alfa GT. But can't go through. And if anything, the track's probably looking drier than it has at any point in the day, because it has actually started to brighten up for really the first time on Sunday here at Donington.
Yeah, there is a little bit of sunshine beating down on it now, which is helping to dry the track. On the live stream, we're watching the number 75 car, which is Tom Hill, and he is being caught by the driver that was on the front row yesterday, wasn't he? Simon Scott, number 127 in the Mito that's often been driven by Riccardo Lasselli. Here, a bit further back, you've got Andy Page, he's got Skeggo just behind him, and just behind him is Stacey Dennis, who is leading the Power Trophy Championship coming into this weekend. She's won that class in all of the races so far this season, as Tom Hill has in the V6s. And there is Tom Hill being caught still by the Mito of Simon Scott.
Toby Broom, who did make a good start, is not showing up, has completed the first lap.
No,
and he had those issues yesterday as well, so he may have lost Toby Broom. There he is.
Well, he's out of his car and now getting back into it again, presumably because he's he's going to get back out of it again. There's nothing like being decisive. I thought possibly he was going to get back in because we're going to try and tow it away, but I think we'll just wait until they've got a vehicle on scene to be able to do that. So within the Twin Spark Cup, we'll watch this battle for 3rd position. That's between number 54, Adrian Norman, and number 78, Edward Robinson. Norman in the 147, Robinson in the 156. And yesterday, it was Robinson that finished ahead of these two, and he's going to try and get it through now into 3rd place within the Twin Spark Cup. The two of them are side by side, heading down the back straight in towards the Fogarty S's, and we've had that change for 3rd place. It's Robinson now through to 3rd, ahead of Adrian Norman.
Yeah, that's right. So Edward Robinson, who got his first podium in the class yesterday, back ahead of Adrian Norman, who himself has also had one class podium in the Twin Spark Cup. The first flying lap of the race from Jamie Thwaites is a 1 minute 50.2, which is some way off the pace that the Alfa Romeo Championship managed yesterday.
Side by side here for 6th and 7th position. There's Andy Page and Mark Skeggs, and it's Page on those wet tyres through on the inside. I imagine they're not going to be at their optimal in these conditions, and Skeggs fights back now in that Expedition GT Championship car. Tries to get back through on the inside, but he couldn't quite do it at the corner curves, and Stacey Dennis there making it a 3-car fight for 6th position overall.
Yeah, Jamie Thwaites 8 seconds off of the dry lap times from yesterday, and he's lapping no quicker than Mike Hilton or Simon Scott at this stage. They're all lapping in the mid 1 minute 50s. Oh, and Page, again, like he was in an earlier lap, slower off of the old hairpin. So Mark Skeggs goes back through in that ex-Tony Super GTV. And Stacey Dennis following just behind in her Alfa Romeo 147 with the 1.4 litre turbocharged engine. And the Bianco prepared car is challenging perhaps on the inside of Andy Page into Coppit, but she couldn't quite make that stick, so it's just to remain in 8th. It looked like in the background James Ford closing in, possibly on the best tyres of all in this sort of the track tyres that the twin Spark Cup cars run onto. They've got grooves, but maybe not as many as the full wet tyres of Andy Page, and that's helping James Ford to actually be the 6th quickest person on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, and it's quite a long way clear of his brother Richard, who's the 2nd car within that class right now. So they are making their way all into the yellow flag zone. That's because, of course, of the car of Toby Broom that's being recovered, stranded as it was in the gravel trap at the Melbourne hairpin. So no overtaking through that part of the circuit, of course. There you can see the marshal still working to get Toby Broom's car out of the way in the background of shot for those following on the live stream. Meanwhile, does Stacey Dennis try and make a move? And her car looks a lot bigger than that of Andy Page. I'm sure that's a generational thing, because there's a couple of generations difference between Andy Page's machine and that of Stacey Dennis.
Yeah, it's noted the 147 on the screens. It's a Giulietta, isn't it, that Stacey Dennis is driving, I think.
Yeah.
So a newer car, and obviously, and then so another Giulietta on the grid as well. The older car of Andy Page, so they will go side by side through Hollywood. Meanwhile, Simon Scott did a slow lap. I'm not sure if that slow lap brought him into the pit lane or whether he's continued in the Mito, but he's dropped to 5th position on our timing screens. And out of view from the commentary box today is the pit lane, so can't quite tell if that's where he headed. Someone that has headed into the pit lane, surprisingly, is Toby Broom, who we thought that car was... Oh, there's the Mito, so that isn't in the pits, which is good news if the car is okay, but not good news for Toby Broom. He's had a bad day here at Donington Park. He's had a pretty decent season up to now in that number 33 car that we just saw there in the pits. He's had a win, he's had 5 seconds and a 3rd as well within the Twin Spark Cup, but no finishes today. There's the leader though, Jamie Thwaites, not pulling clear to the extent that he did yesterday, but he's just gone much quicker on that lap. The previous lap was a 48, that lap was a 1 minute 44.85, so a much quicker lap there from Jamie Thwaites to pull out his lead over Mike Hilton to 6.8 seconds.
Yep, so there is Thwaites threading his way through the Craner curves, then down towards the old hairpin. This is lap 5 of this 20-minute race, and he's making his way now past the bridge and up to Schwantz Curve and McLean's, the right-hander. Goes through there now. It's nearly 7 seconds clear of Hilton at the start of the lap. Hilton's last lap was a 1:47.75, his personal best, and Hill in 3rd place also did a PB, a 1:53.3. But all of this just means that the gaps are expanding between the cars in the first 3 positions in the race. Dave Messenger is in 4th spot. Mark Skeggs 5th. Stacey Dennis is in 6th position at the moment.
Just looking at Mike Hilton, the ex-Caterham racer, who's racing this Alfa Romeo 4C. Meanwhile, the Mito is in strife, and Simon Scott's brought that car into the pit lane. So that car can be quick, but a couple of events this season, and Donington Park is one of them, it has been rather unreliable, unfortunately. But good to see the car. It's had podiums in the past. I think it's had wins in the past as well, but that's not happened this weekend. So I'm sure we'll see it out again, and the team at Alfa Workshop will be working hard on it to solve the issues they've had over the last couple of days.
Still a nice little scrap going on here for 5th place between Mark Skeggs and Stacey Dennis then. Andy Page having dropped back and struggling on those wet tyres that he's on what is now an increasingly dry track. So it's Skeggs in the yellow Alfa GTV, the Giulietta for Stacey Dennis, who threads her way through the Fogarty S's and out onto the straight that leads down to the Melbourne hairpin.
Stacey Dennis has been racing in the Alfa Romeo Championship for 10 years or so now, but this car, I think, new to her pretty much for this season, the 1.4 litre turbocharged Giulietta. And she seems to go better when the conditions aren't perfect, because she had that outright top 3 finish at Cadwell Park when it was wet, and she otherwise in the dry race she's had a 6th, an 8th, some 3 9ths and a 10th as well.
Toby Brube has got back out into the race and is doing battle now with number 78 Edward Robinson, but he's 3 laps behind him. So although this is a little bit of a battle on track at the moment, it isn't actually a battle for race position, because Broome is several laps behind. There is the race. Oh, we just saw in the shot, the background shot there, race leader Jamie Thwaites, number 40. So he continued to lead to another PB last time round, which was a 1:43.28. So actually only just over a second outside the time set yesterday. As things stand, I wonder if we can actually see that improved on yesterday's lap, so and possibly even therefore a reduction in the lap record.
Yeah, he's just going to lap this group of Twin Spark Cup cars as he blasts across the line on Goodyear slick tyres.
He's still in the 143s, so not yet down at the 142s as he was yesterday.
Is James Ford going any quicker than he did yesterday in the Twin Spark Cup? Done a 1:59.18. Yesterday he was in the 56s, so actually he's further away from those dry lap times. And if anything, Jamie Thwaites is the closest of anybody, isn't he, to the lap times we saw in yesterday's race, I think.
Through the Fogs yeses go Skeggs and Dennis in 5th and 6th position in different classes, of course. We've then got James Ford in 7th place, leading the Twin Spark Cup. Is 8 seconds clear of his brother, who in turn is nearly 20 seconds clear of Edward Robinson and 5 seconds clear of Adrian Norman in that class. So often the Twin Spark Cup has given us very good battles, but that's not the case so far in this one. And the numbers haven't quite been there in the entry-level class into this high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. Hopefully that's something that the organisers can look to change for next year. There's been better numbers in the front half of the field, including in the modified class this season, but sadly not quite as many Twin Spark Cup competitors, but hopefully that trend can be reversed for future seasons.
This Alfa Romeo GTV raced in the British GT Championship in 2003, so 20 years ago, at Brands Hatch. It was a non-finisher though, and I think it was actually the only start the car did have in the championship. But good to have Mark Skeggs campaigning it in the Alfa Romeo Championship again now, and going better today, isn't it? Up in 5th position, just set his personal best lap on the last lap at 1:54, and he continues on what is lap 7 of the race.
Over the line goes the 3rd and 4th place cars in the Twin Spark Cup. The 2-litre cars. Here is Richard Ford now. He is doing a battle for overall position with Andy Page here. Andy Page in 8th place. Richard Ford in 9th position in the Twin Spark Cup car. Andy Ford is in a modified class car. Oh, and a problem for the 2nd place man here. Mike Hilton is into the pits, number 70. In the 4C, so it looks like he is pulling out of the race, I'm afraid.
And this is quite dramatic for the modified championship as well, because Mike Hilton comes into this race 23 points ahead of Jamie Thwaites, and Jamie Thwaites is on terms to score 20 points more, I think. So going into Silverstone, I think nothing will separate Mike Hilton and Jamie Thwaites for the modified class championship. I don't think they'll be winning the overall championship this year, but that's a real drama. And Mike Hilton has finished every race he's started, so the 4C that's been so reliable appears to have a problem. So if they can get that car back out, he'll still be able to score good points. But if that is a retirement, that is a big swing in the championship.
Yeah, the modified class has actually been the most competitive this year in terms of different winners and different podium finishers compared to V6, which has been won mostly entirely by Tom Hill, Power Trophy by Stacey Dennis, and James Ford, I think, had won all the races he'd done in the Twin Spark Cup.
And they've had more entries too. Generally, they've had 10 entries in the modified class this year. V6 has had 5, Power Trophy's had 5, and Twin Spark Cup's had 8. So sort of half of the competitors we've seen this year in the modified class are here. It's a shame Ian Stapleton and Barry McMahon were not here, because they would have taken that battle to Jamie Thwaites, I'm sure. And hopefully they will be back for Silverstone, because that would be a good way to round off the season.
Yeah, that's on the Grand Prix circuit at the end of October, the day after the Burkett Relay, which is the 6-hour race put on by the 750 Motor Club every year on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So Jamie Thwaites continues to lead in number 40, that TCR Giulietta.
Yeah, ex Aidan Moffat car that won one of the first ever TCR UK Championship races earlier, 5 years ago, something like that. So not many Alfa Romeo TCR Giuliettas are campaigned around the world, so it's good to have that car here. There's one in the IMSA Sports Car Championship.
There's Mike Hilton back out on circuit, so he was of course in second position, but he's got back out on track, and as you said, Josh, he could potentially pick up some useful points here. He's still showing on our timing screen in third place, if that's correct.
But the other cars haven't crossed the line yet, so I think he'll lose.
The line, he will go back down the order, won't he?
But he can only fall as far as where in the modified class? Fourth, and I think fourth is 14 points, so instead of losing 20 points, he'll only lose 6 or 7. So that's a big differential if he can get the car to the checkered flag. So it's a we've got an endurance race later. This has got a bit of an endurance feel to it, so with a car limping around trying to get to the checkered flag.
Yeah, 4 minutes of the race to go, so not too much longer for him to do so, but clearly not all well with that beautiful Alfa Romeo 4C.
So that means Dave Messenger's up to third, the driver who we believe raced cars and bikes yesterday at 2 different venues. He raced at Mallory Park in an Enduro motorcycle race, and of course here at Donington Park in the Alfa Romeo Championship. He looks set to finish in third overall, which I think would be his best result of the season. That's a V6 156 GTA. He's had a 4th, he's had a 5th, he's had a 6th, but he's not finished in the top 3 overall this season. And as long as that car gets home, the Darnell's run Alfa Romeo 156 GTA of Dave Messenger should be good for an outright podium.
So there is the 78 car of Edward Robinson, still third place within his class, the Twin Spark Cup class. And he is ahead of Adrian Norman still.
Toby Broom has just set the fastest lap within the Twin Spark Cup. So taking a point, potentially very important thing, away from James Ford, who's battling with Tom Hill for the championship. So Toby Broom is very quick. Unfortunately, the car for some reason stopped for about 10 minutes.
There's Dave Messenger now, who is, as you say, in third place. He's just coming through to complete his 9th lap. So Jamie Thwaites has a lead of over a minute at the moment, a 1 minute, 1.84 second lead. And the gap from Thomas Hill to Dave Messenger, just waiting for our screen to update. Yeah, that's another 29 seconds basically. So a minute and a half covering the first 3.
Yeah, so that winning margin we had yesterday might be even larger today, with still a further 2 laps to go as Jamie Thwaites sets the fastest lap of the race. Is that faster than yesterday? 1 minute 42.10.
Yeah, it is, so a new lap record for Jamie Thwaites. The previous mark was before yesterday was a 1:42.76 set by Tim Lewis. That's now been well and truly wiped from the record books. Different class structure then, of course. Within the Twin Spark Cup, we've had a lap record as well. I think that will be yesterday's lap time for James Ford, 1:56.94 as the lap record within that class.
Yeah, because he did have the lap record before, didn't he, as well, but that was in the 59s. Jamie Thwaites, I think, was just about to lap the third place car of the 4th place car of Mark Skeggs, so down to 3, I think, on the lead lap. Just got a view there of Tom Hill, second. He's leading the championship. He's had a win outright. He's had a 2nd. He's had 4 thirds, a couple of 4ths, and a 5th. And all of those results have been victories within the V6 trophy. Unfortunately, not a particularly populated class. It's a new class that came in, was it last season, I think? But it hasn't, unfortunately, brought in the cars I think that was hoped.
No, it's a good idea in theory to have that class. Some potentially very interesting machinery could be out there, but I guess it needs people to build cars for it.
1 minute 12 is the lead gap, 10 seconds. Jamie Thwaites was quicker than Tom Hill on that lap. There's the Alfa 4C of Mike Hilton. This is his 2nd lap, I think, since visiting the pits. He's running in 11th position, but is set to score important points for the modified class championship.
The last lap ball has just gone out to Jamie Thwaites there, so he is on to his 12th and final lap of the race in the Giulietta TCR.
He's just lapped Dave Messenger, who's being caught pretty rapidly by Mark Skeggs for third place. The gap is 6 seconds, but on that lap, Skeggs was 3 seconds quicker, which won't quite be enough.
No.
But now we're down to 2 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, and quite a long gap between them as well. It was minute 12, I think you said last time through. I'd probably be minute 20. I mean, if it'd gone another probably 2 or 3 laps, we might have had just Jamie Thwaites lapping the whole field here. Such is his dominance, and that of the car really. It's the TCR cars are sort of well proven, aren't they? And generally speaking, quite reliable. And yeah, he's gone very well here throughout the weekend. I think he was a little bit disappointed not to have had more competition yesterday, so I suspect he'll have the same kind of feeling today when Andy McEwen goes down to talk to him at the end of the race. But yeah, you can only beat what is put in front of you, can't you? And Jamie Thwaites has had 2 very good drives this weekend.
And it's been on the back of a couple of troublesome meetings. So the car broke at Cadwell Park in qualifying, and then had a stall, and then that problem couldn't be resolved to compete in the second race as well at Brands Hatch last time out. So he'll be pleased it just run smoothly, I'm sure. And I think he was saying to Andy yesterday that he's sort of getting the hang of it now, because it's very different to the big, powerful sports cars that Jamie Thwaites tends to race. So this front-wheel drive touring car, very different car, but he's drove it well over the course of the last 2 days at Donington.
Yeah, and here he is up to the line to take the checkered flag and win round 10 of the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. So Jamie Thwaites, a very comfortable winner. There you can see Adrian Norman going through in 4th place, and he's just done another new fastest lap. He's reduced the lap record into the 41s, a 1:41.41 on the final lap of the race. He was really pushing all the way to the checkered flag. There we could see Dave Messenger's gone through in 3rd place. Mark Skeggs has gone through in 4th place overall. So Messenger also 2nd within the V6 class. Here is Stacey Dennis. She is going to take 5th position and a win in the Power Trophy class, continuing her clean sweep within that categorisation. And so a very good season for Stacey. And then we've still got, I think, James Ford to come through to win in the Twin Spark Cup. But there is Mike Hilton, who's going to be 11th place eventually, and for points 4th in the modified class after his visit to the pits in the middle stages of that race. Here is the number 23 of James Ford, and he crosses the line now to take the checkered flag and win the Twin Spark Cup once again in this high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship, and he's beaten his brother Richard, number 9, in the end by about 4 seconds or so.
He has lost at that fastest lap point during the course of that race, James Ford, because Toby Breen got into 1:57s in the end, set in the fastest lap. So he not quite on maximum score, but scoring more points than Tom Hill, who crosses the line there.
Yeah, he takes 2nd place. He wins the V6 class. There is Andy Page as well. He is in 8th place, 3rd within the modified class, and completing, I think, all of the finishes then is the number 78 car of Edward Robinson, who finishes on the podium in the Twin Spark Cup class in this penultimate event of the season for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. So I think with all of the cars across the line, we should be able to give you a summary of the results of that race then. I'll just see if we can bring those to you in a second. We've got plenty more racing to come. We'll get the results back. There we go. Jamie Thwaites, it was, number 40, that took the win then at the end of 12 laps. He finished 1:34.45 seconds clear of number 75, Tom Hill, in 2nd place. So an even bigger victory margin than yesterday. 3rd place went the way of number 79, Dave Messenger. He was a lap down. 4th to number 59, Mark Skeggs. 5th to number 30, Stacey Dennis, who won her class. 6th to number 23, James Ford, who won his. 7th was number 9, Richard Ford. 8th was number 14, Andy Page. 9th was 78, Edward Robinson. And rounding out the top 10 was number 54, Adrian Norman. And as we've said, the Alfa Romeo Championship concludes at Silverstone 5 weeks hence, the end of October. So we still have 6 races to come for you here today at Donington Park, with historic 750 Formula up next. But we're going to head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is ready to speak to our race winner, and that, of course, was Jamie Thwaites.
Indeed so, Ian. Yeah, Jamie's just arrived behind me and getting out of the car after another dominant performance there in the Alfa Romeo Championship. And, well, yesterday he said he had a couple of niggly little issues to deal with as the race goes on. He's thrown his sunglasses around. In disgust. You've not a lot to be disgusted about. You take your helmet off first. We'll have a little chat with you in a second. Still waiting, actually, for the rest of them to make their way in. I think we're now starting to get a couple of the others making their way towards us. We should hopefully get Tom Hill, the V6 class winner and second place finisher overall, and Dave Messenger expected down here shortly as well. But one or two of them, I think, taking their time on their way back into the pit lane. But Jamie Thwaites, not taking your time at all. You ran away with that one again, rather. Yesterday you said you had a couple of niggly little things going on. Was the car a bit better behaved today?
Same thing to begin with, to be honest. The same gear problems.
Oh, really?
But it then went away, so yeah, no, it was all right.
Well, that's good news. So sometimes these problems, especially if they're electronic or something, they can resolve themselves. And from there, able to just relax, enjoy yourself. There's your winner's garland. You take hold of that and the winner's cap as well. Yeah, able to just enjoy yourself on what looked to be a drying track. Is it fully dry out there yet?
Do you know what the racing line is? Nearly flat through the Craner curves, just the tiniest of lifts. But I've got the old front tyres on now, so it was just pushing a little bit. And I just thought, you know what, I don't want to push too hard, then grip up and we end up spinning down the road. So, yeah.
More racing to come still in 2023. You got Silverstone out on the Grand Prix circuit as well. Are you back for that one?
Yeah, now, I mean, this is the first year I've driven this car, so each round I'm getting quicker and quicker. I'm exponentially quicker than I was at Silverstone at the beginning. So, yeah, it should be interesting. I'm looking forward to taking it to the others, especially Barry.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have Barry back for that one. Congratulations, though, Jamie Thwaites, double race victor here at Donington Park. Tom Hill stood behind me, and Tom, another V6 class victory, second of the weekend. Good news for the championship there.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'm feeling good. As I say, it was just a case of capitalising on what we'd kind of built earlier on in the weekend. As always, thanks to Revs Italia, you know, really, really good support all weekend, you know, particularly with the sort of tricky start to the previous race, trying to change tyres, kind of, you know, playing musical wheel guns. But yeah, no, it was a great race. Thank you.
Was there any temptation to try and stick some wet tyres on for the restarted race, or did you know slicks were the way to go?
I'm always in favour of slicks, even when it is raining. Yeah, you know, it's a case of just trying to pick what's going to be quickest, really. And I always try and favour the slick tyre because you know it's going to be the faster tyre. And fortunately, it paid off. So all good, all good.
Good stuff. Well done, Tom. Then a double victory in the V6 class, and over this way, I think we should be able to find Dave Messenger, who has. Where is Dave? No, Dave isn't here. Never mind. Only two cars, so no sign of Dave Messenger, unfortunately. Perhaps just as well, though, because we don't have that long to go before our next race gets underway. It's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship. One or two of them already, I'm afraid, running into mechanical problems, but the rest of them grinning up now ahead of their first race of the day.
So let's have a look very quickly at how they are going to line up for this race. Then on pole position, it's going to be the number 29 car of John Village. Besides him is number 18, Timothy Roebuck. Row 2 on the inside, you have the 72 car of Trevor Slatter and number 65, which is Jörg Schneider. Row 3, 23, Lyndon Fruston and 99, David Lewis. On the fourth row, it's 22, Charlie Plain Jones and 20, Ian Grant. Row 5 is 7, Graham Wilson and 88, Jerry Fincham. On the sixth row, 44, John McDonald and 47, Mark Lawton. Row 7 of the grid is 81, Luigi Bayliss and 69, Hugo Pickup. 66 is Nick Hayward Cook and 6, Richard Verheyden on row 8. The ninth row is 85, John Mosk and 67, Paul Mason. And on the final couple of rows, it's 13, Ben Bolton, 30, Tim Mile on row 10, and number 26, Mike Whitby on the 11th row of the grid. And the grid is pretty much formed up now. No green flag lap for these cars straight into the race. It looks like one or two are missing, possibly Lyndon Fruston were missing from the third row of the grid there. Andy did allude to some cars having mechanical issues, but I think certainly the rest of the front runners are there. The 5-second board is shown, and we are about to get the lights on. They go out and the race gets underway then. Pretty good start by John Village from pole position in the Village V2, but Timothy Roebuck there in the Supercharged Austin 7 gets away pretty well too in second place. So you've got a mixture here of historic 750 Formula cars and Austin 7s, amongst other things as well. We'll pick all of that up as the race goes on. It's an interesting mix of cars that we have. I think we've got the historic Formula V car out there as well. So we'll pick up on all of that as this race goes on. It's a 15-minute race around the 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit. And there you can see the number 72 Centaur of Trevor Slatter. And he is always someone to be seen at the sharp end of the field. Also there is number 7, Graham Wilson, in the time 3B. And again, he's someone who we usually see a bit further towards the front end of the field, Josh.
Well, he's qualified 9th. I think he's 5th already. There was a wet qualifying session, so that mixed the order up a little bit, particularly Tim Roebuck qualifying 2nd in the Austin 7 on a dry circuit like we've got now. He won't be able to have that as much pace as he did in comparison to the Class C cars this morning. So he is there just ahead of Trevor Slatter in that 1969 car, chasing after the Austin 7 supercharged special of Roebuck, who's always goes so well in that car. He's had 3 overall podiums this season, and he's up there in 2nd spot. And if anything, actually, isn't particularly being challenged by Trevor Slatter at this stage.
No, but as you were saying, I think you're always getting a bit closer to the back end of him. 65 there is Jörg Schneider, driver from Gerlafingen, travelling all the way over for these races. And he is under pressure as well from, I think that's the 99 car. That's the Jeffrey of David Lewis, both of those in Class C. But Lewis spins, and he's lucky to be avoided there by a couple of the cars that were following through closely behind him, but it looks like he's going to get that car back into the race. And now we do have that change for second, because Trevor Slatter has gone through ahead of Timothy Roebuck. Jörg Schneider closing in on both of them as well in the Alfa. And there we are, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But John Village, I think, is quite a long way up the road already.
Yeah, not particularly surprising. Yeah, 7 seconds at John Village ahead. He's had 6 wins this season. There was a bit of controversy at Snetterton last time out, where he was asked to change the carbs on the car, which he said took away about 10 brake horsepower, which in these cars is something like 20%. So I think then he managed to get it resolved, and they went back to the full power for the second race, and I presume that's what's happened here as well. And he's a lot quicker than anybody else, and unfortunately missing a few quicker drivers this weekend who have gone well this year, so not really got the competition. Challenge for 3rd, Jörg Schneider in the Alfa. Looks like he's going to get ahead of Tim Roebuck up towards McLean, so Roebuck drops to 4th, as we thought might happen. So Slatter 2nd in the Centaur, and then 3rd for Roebuck, and 3rd for Schneider, 4th for Roebuck. But Slatter at the front of the group in this car, which finished in 2nd in the 1978 championship, being raced by Lynn Evans. So it's great to have a car which had great period history in the 750 Formula Championship out in this historic category.
One of the cars that were missing from the grid was number 23, which was Lyndon Thruston. And he was a late entry, so he wasn't in the programmes, but he's had a loose ball joint on the front right suspension there, so he's not been able to get out into the race. And unfortunately, we'll see if he is able to get back out late on. Meanwhile, the challenge on here for 2nd place, and Jörg Schneider going really well, up to 2nd place now at the expense of Trevor Slatter. So the Alfa getting ahead of the Centaur. As we say, still a long way behind John Village in the eponymous V2, replica of the car that he raced in the 1970s in 750 Formula. And what's this battle going on here? This is Graham Wilson, isn't it, getting up in another position in the time, and he goes ahead of the number 20 car of Ian Crant, which is the race kit's Merlin, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So the best, is it the only race kit's out? Yeah, I think the only race kit's out, which is I guess a car that that's been made to the regulations from the 70s, rather than a car that was from the period. And involved in a good battle with Graham Wilson, who's had a couple of 3rds this season. We haven't seen as much of Graham Wilson as we have done in previous years. Looking back to the Class A cars, the non-supercharged Austin 7s, try and figure out who's at the head of it. It was Hugo Pickup from Charlie Plain Jones. They've just gone through across the line. Yeah, Hugo Pickup, I think, pulling clear in Class A now. as they turn their way through to start the third lap, and they're being passed by David Lewis, who's recovering after that spin on the opening lap. But it is indeed Hugo Pickup that leads Class A, something he's won 3 times over the course of the season. There's the Formula V, which it's great to have out there for Mark Lawton. This car from 1967, the Cotswolds Garage V, which was imported from South Africa back in the period, because you might not have really thought it, but South Africa had Formula V races before the UK did, and it competed in the very first Formula V race. So that is a very cool car to have, sort of in the spirit of historic 750 Formula, and it's been allowed to run in Class C, and it's great to have it here. And I think Mark Lawton's involved in quite a few battles at the moment.
He is, as we're watching this fight involving him. And that is the Jerry. Is that the 99?
David
car?
Lewis
David
recovering.
Lewis, the recovering David Lewis that he is side by side with at the moment. So that's a nice little scrap that is going on there. There you can see the pickup Austin 7 as well. The number 69 car also involved in this, and then the background you can see the John McDonald car, the Marrow. Which the Marrow was a regular car that we often saw in 750 Formula races for many, many years.
It tried to get out at Snetterton, but I think it had problems in qualifying, so never raced. So it's good to have it returning with John McDonald. But there, Mark Lawton. This car, when it was in South Africa, it was known as the Pecco, but then the Cotswolds Garages team renamed it to race in the UK. And Mark Lawton himself, a very experienced driver, ex-classic Formula 3 class champion. But in the States, there's lots of sort of historic Formula V races. But in the UK, now and again, we have an older car. But generally don't see cars, particularly from the very early period like this one.
No.
Quite a bit different to Formula Fords of that period.
Yeah. Oh, and a moment there for Luigi Bayliss in the number 81 car. That's the Centaur Mark 14. A bit out of shape through Goddard. Well, I think the V's broken, actually. The Cotswold Garages V seems to have come to a stop on the exit of Goddard's that time. And now, hand in the air. He needs the assistance of the marshals who are dashing to the scene. Hopefully everyone will be able to avoid him. But that's Mark Lawton seemingly out of the race, I'm afraid.
Lyndon Fruston's got into the race there.
Yeah,
he shot through.
He did. Yeah, he is up to 16th now.
But lapping in a pace to be running to about 7th position. So a late start, but he's got decent pace. Is that a new car, the HTS to him, or is it just in a different livery to before? But Lyndon, is he still well involved in the promotion of the series?
Yeah, still very much a linchpin of the historic 750 Formula movement.
I think the Marrow pitted as well, so both Mark Lawton and John McDonald seemed to break down at the same time while they were involved in a battle. Historic
750 Formula cars on screen now. We've got the Race Kits Merlin, which is a kit that you can build up in the spirit of the 1970s 750 Formula regulations, and therefore with the Reliant engine is able to race in this series. And he at the moment is just ahead of Graham Wilson in the time 3B, the number 7 car. This car's been driven by lots of different people over the years, that one, hasn't it? Some with more success than others.
Is that the car that Anthony Reid raced?
It is, and James Winstanley has raced that car as well, no less in the past. So, some big names have driven that. 67 on screen there is Paul Mason in the Whippet. He was out in 750 Formula last weekend at Anglesey.
This is the battle of a second in Class A at the front of our shot. Charlie Plain-Jones under pressure from Nick Hayward-Cook. The Cowley Special of Plain-Jones and the single-seat monoposto type car of Nick Hayward-Cook goes up the inside and goes through ahead of Charlie Plain-Jones. It's not often that Charlie drops down as third within the class.
And there's Lyndon Thruston, who's in a different class C, of course. He's just able to drive past both of them very quickly indeed. So that suspension issue that was reported seemingly has either been sorted or is not causing too many difficulties. Charlie tries to get back up the inside of Nick Hayward-Cook to retake second place within that class, but he couldn't make it. The fourth place driver within that class, a bit further back, is number 6, Richard Verheyden, in the Austin Ulster Badfrock, the drive from Stockingsfield.
Yeah, Richard Verheyden beat Charlie in the Austin 7 race last time out at Snetterton. And actually Charlie hasn't won the class since Mallory Park back in June. A big slide for the class leader and a very near moment for Hugo Pickup, I'm afraid. Thankfully the car remained on four wheels, but he has spun the car. Now, he led the class by some way. Can he rejoin before Nick Haywood Cook? I suspect he needs a deep breath before he can rejoin. But I think he still leads the class somehow.
Yeah, he does. So that's the pickup car going back into the race. That's the car that is shared between father and son. In that particular context, that's the Austin 7 Ulster.
Yeah, Hugo Pickup's been very successful in this car this year. He won at Mallory Park, he won at Cadwell Park, he won at Snetterton as well. But that was a pretty scary moment for him, I should think.
Yep, no, it did almost look as if it might go over at one point, but thankfully it didn't. And Hugo back into the race now and able to continue with the lead. We've had a moment for Trevor Slatter, the driver in third place. Of course, he was doing battle with Trevor Slatter, with Jörg Schneider, I should say. And he's lost a lot of the length of the Wheatcroft Straight now, hasn't he, between himself and Jörg Schneider. And it sort of gives Timothy Roebuck some encouragement because he can see what's going on. Then behind, we've got side-by-side for 5th and 6th position as they lap the car of Tim Mile there. You've got Ian Grant in the blue Merlin. You've got the silver time of Graham Wilson as well. And it's, for the moment, Grant prevailing, holding on to that 5th position. There's 3.5 minutes of this race Parts historic 754 minute race left to go. Best lap of the race so far is a 2:05.49, which is just 2/10 outside Christian Pedersen's lap record for these cars.
Okay, so John Village not quite made it to the front. Christian Pedersen won the Austin 7 race last time out at Snetterton. I believe his car doesn't quite fit the current regulations of historic 750 formula, so we don't see Christian Pedersen with the 750 Motor Club quite as much as we did, but he had a good opportunity last time out at Snetterton in that Austin 7 race. There is Richard Verheyden, who's sliding his Austin 7 around, the Bad Frog, as it is known, for Richard Verheyden, who was the winner within Class A at Croft at the beginning of the season, as well as at Cadwell Park in the handicap race and in the Austin 7 race.
Spin for Charlie Plain-Jones coming off Goddard's there. He'd already lost the place to Nick Haywood Cook, of course, and now he's dropped a bit further back. I think he's probably still going to be ahead of... No, he's lost out to Richard Verheyden as well, I think, hasn't he, in all of that?
They're about to be lapped by John Village. So John Village, we haven't really seen anything of since the start of the race. He's been so far ahead. He leads by 17 seconds. But John Village, the super experienced driver from Barlow, so local circuit for John Village, the 1979 European Formula Ford 1600 champion. He won the British Championship a few years later before being a massively successful team boss in as high as Formula 3000, won teams in the A1 GP as well before retiring. And over the last few seasons, he's been enjoying racing this V2 Village, a copy of the car that he raced in the 750 Formula Championship in 1974, which he built a couple of seasons ago.
And then we're watching the 85 car of John Moss going through, and he is in 16th position overall. He is 5th within his class as well. So John Moss, who's been campaigning in this category for a little while. John Village has now done 2:05.49, so as we say, a couple of tenths off the lap record set 6.5 years ago by Christian Pedersen. Not very often, of course, that historic 750 Formula races on this particular circuit.
Just put a lap on Paul Mason, the 70-year-old from Milton Keynes, who's been racing in these types of cars for 20 years or so. Had success in 2009 when the series was known as 750 Trophy. It's been known as historic 750 Formula for a little while now, and it's on average had been a good grid since that new regulation set was put in, a new name.
Yeah, no, I think the reason the historic 750 Formula name was given because the historic, which the word has a bit of cachet, doesn't it, and attracts people in.
And of course, one of these cars were at the Goodwood Revival a couple of weeks ago, the Lotus Mark III, when Colin Chapman entered 750 Formula. There's been lots of famous names through the years, and people have gone on to very large things, showing that the open regulation set of 750 Formula that still exists now, particularly back in those days, was a great way for designers to get involved in motorsport and build all these different cars that you can see on the grid now. And of course, John Village again managed to use that before becoming a team boss himself.
Yeah, and he's gone on to his last lap now, 8th and final lap of the race, with the clock having now counted down to 0. So he's got a very big lead over Jörg Schneider in second place. Jörg's had a second place before this season, hasn't he? Where did that come? At Cadwell Park, that was in July. But he managed to get second place, so looking to equal that result here.
There's John Village then, the leader now by 20 seconds.
He's just lapped the Class A leader, Hugo Pickup, in the Austin 7 as well.
Yeah, so Pickup 7 seconds ahead of Hayward Cook, and he's quicker again. He's done a 2 minutes 19 as his best lap, which is pretty impressive in one of those cars. John Village continues on. There was also at Goodwood was Colin Chapman's first ever car, which was an Austin 7 as well. So I'm saying Colin Chapman has obviously went on to create Lotus cars and win multiple world championships. Started all off with an Austin 7 all those years ago, and it's good to see still a good number of those cars racing on a regular basis with the 750 Motor Club over the course of the season.
It is, and the Austin 7 of course was the basis of the 750 Motor Club back in the late 1930s. It was the capacity of the Austin 7 engine that gave the name to 750 Motor Club, which was created just before World War II broke out with impeccable timing. It then was the engine that was in 750 Formula when that was created in 1949, and as Josh says, still running. And
although with different engines, of course.
With different engines, the Fiat Fire engine used these days, having used Reliant previously. And it's the Reliant engine that's in the 29 car of no, it's not. But anyway, he's come up to the line now. He's taken the checker flag. Correction my mistake, just as I was about to make it. John Village takes the checker flag, wins yet again. It's his 8th scratch race win of the season in historic 750 Formula. And comfortable win it was. There's our Class A winner as well. Hugo Pickup goes through after that big moment he had at Redgate in the middle of the race. He has gone through, and I think it's going to be Nick Hayward Cook that takes second within that class.
Changed for third position though on this final lap, because Tim Roebuck has got ahead of Trevor Slatter just before Andy McEwen heads down. The position for third position changed then on the final lap, and there's going to be another change as they come up to the line, because Trevor Slatter dives out of the tow. I think Tim Roebuck has done it then, so Tim Roebuck gets third position on the final lap by 0.3 of a second.
He does indeed. So it's John Village that taking the win from Jörg Schneider in second. Timothy Roebuck gets third. Trevor Slatter fourth. Graham Wilson here is going to come across the line in 5th position in the time, number 7. So in the end, he got the better of Ian Grant in that battle. Ian Grant in the race kits Merlin. And then a little gap back before the next cars come through. 7th at the end of the previous lap was Jerry Fincham, so we need to see if he's still going to be there in the number 88 DNC.
That is a car with a Reliant engine.
Yes.
The DNC of Jerry Fincham, which is similar actually to the race kits. This particular car that's not been... There it is, the car that wasn't built in period, but it's been built up as a DNC would have been in 1974. And the driver from Suffolk turns his way through the final corner to complete his race. I think Luigi Bayliss just behind him. That's the car that Martin Depper raced with success in the series over the last few seasons. He's moved on to the modern version of 750 Formula. I think had a decent run at Anglesey last weekend.
Yeah, it was involved in some good battles certainly. So that's Fincham and Bayliss over the line in 7th and 8th positions at the end of that historic 750 Formula Championship race.
I think we lost Lyndon Fruston again, didn't we, after his late start? He had decent pace and then further issues.
Looked like it. There's David Lewis coming through, number 99, and there's that Ben Bolt just coming across the line to complete the race in 10th position as well. I think that's everyone then, pretty much. Oh, that's Tim Mile just coming through to complete his race as well. So there's another race later on for the historic 750 Formula cars. That's at around about 5:15 this afternoon. But a few races to go before then. Let's have a look at the results though of that first race of the day for the historic 750 Formula. John Village, number 29 it was, that took the win in the Village 3-2. He completed 8 laps in the 15 minutes allowed. Second was number 65 Jörg Schneider, 21 seconds behind. Third was number Tim Roebuck in a class-winning position, number 18. He won the supercharged Austin 7 class. Fourth to number 72, Trevor Slatter. Fifth to number 7, Graham Wilson. Sixth was 20, Ian Grant. Then Jerry Fincham, number 88, was 7th. 8th was number 81 Luigi Bayliss. 9th was number 99 David Lewis, and rounding out the top 10 was number 13 Ben Bolt. Then the first 3 cars in the Austin 7 class, Class A, all came through 11th, 12th and 13th. So that was 69 Hugo Pickup, who was 11th, 66 Nat Haywood Cook, 12th, 6th Richard Verheyden, 13th, and 14th was 67 Paul Mason. Charlie Blaine Jones was 4th in the Austin 7s in 22. 5th in that class was 85 John Moss, and completing the finishers was number 30 Tim Mile. And that brings to an end the historic 750 Formula race. As I say, another one coming up later on. We've got a couple more sprint races before our endurance contest, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. That's going to come up next, followed by the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. But we are going to head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is there, and he is going to speak to our winner. And that, in this occasion, was John Village.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Down in the pit lane, where our top 3 overall have just made their way down towards us, and a victory for John Village, as we saw in dominant fashion. So John's already received his winner's garland. John, pretty comfortable race victory. Enjoy yourself out there?
I did. I didn't enjoy myself this morning when it was wet. No grip whatsoever. But this afternoon, it's like the old days.
So we won't catch you doing a rain dance anytime soon?
Say again?
We won't catch you doing a rain dance anytime soon?
No way. No way.
In the dry, though, this car, it looks like a pretty perfect car for Donington, really. It's lightweight, really gets through the fast stuff well.
It does, yeah. It's a copy of my 1974 car, but having been in the game a million years, it's a bit better.
So it is a copy. How close to the original is it then?
Well, the chassis and frame's exactly the same. Rear suspension's the same. It just runs a little Coventry Climax engine out of a fire pump.
Right, okay. And everything running okay in that one? Fingers crossed for another good result later?
Let's hope so.
Sounds like a plan. Well done then to our overall and Class C victor, John Village. Second place for Jörg Schneider. And Jörg, a pretty solid race for you. Again, a fairly quiet race in the end.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what happened to Trevor. He was behind me quite tightly, and I was afraid that if I do the slightest mistake, he will get me. But suddenly he had disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he dropped back and eventually lost third place as well right at the end. But a shame, really, because we were looking forward to the battle between you two.
We had a couple of very nice battles in the past, yeah.
And perhaps one in race 2 later on. Are you confident that you can at least make the podium again later on, or maybe even get on the top step?
I mean, John is definitely absolutely unbeatable. I have no chance against him. But with Trevor in good form, Lyndon I saw, he fell out as well. So I don't know. I hope I will feel more confident in the dry than I did this morning in the wet. That was a bit tricky.
There seems to be a theme there, doesn't there? Thank you very much, Jörg. Congratulations on the podium. And another class winner, actually, our Class AS winner, Tim Roebuck. A class win, that was great, but the overall podium, that came right at the end.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I knew I was never going to see John again, especially in the dry. I was kind of hoping it would rain. I'm probably the only person here that was hoping it would rain again. And I tried to keep Jörg and Trevor behind me for as long as I could, which wasn't very long. And then it was quite quiet for a period until I saw Trevor coming back towards me. Obviously with some kind of a problem. He was still going reasonably quickly, but not doing great down the straights. I don't know if he had a misfire or something. But as soon as I could see him coming towards me, I thought I'll get the hammer down again and see if I can get past him, which was a struggle, but I did it, I think, on the last lap. So
last corner, I believe, of the last lap as well. So was that where you were planning on making the move, or was that just where you caught him?
No, I think I got him into McLean's, and then it was a struggle to stay ahead of him. These guys have got a lot more cornering grip than me. So I struggled. I thought he was going to come back past me on the Melbourne Loop on both the hairpins, and I just about managed to stick the car in his way, I think, and keep ahead of him.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on getting the overall podium there. So that's our first race part 750, historic 750 Formula race done for the day. It's time now for the third and final race of the weekend in the 5 Club Racing MX5s, where hopefully our champion-elect has made it onto the grid to end his season in style. Let's find out as we head back up to the box.
So let's have a look at the grid very quickly then. 16 Shay Pearson, 14 Lloyd Huggins are going to be on the front row of the grid. 21 Matthew Pennefather Neal and 9 Ian Tomlinson row 2. 40 Ben Hansey and 17 Oak Richardson row 3. 95 Andy Bailey, 70 Michael Pearce row 4. Scott Leach 13 and 22 Adrian Johnson row 5. Row 6 is 46 Nick O'Favo, 27 David Brown. Row 7 1 to 8 Sam Gormer, 51 Scott Lawrence. Martina Ward 23 and 72 Matthew Shorter on row 8. 99 Martin Vernon and 77 James McCutcheon on row 9. Row 10 is 214 John Goldsmith and 31 Neil Burrows. 90 Andrew Robinson, 49 Anthony Russell. Row 11. Row 12 is 29 Mary Barnard, 97 Jack Lawrence. Row 13 230 Tom Holland and 28 Peter Brown, and 92 Jordan Johnson should be starting at the back of the grid if he is there. Right, that is the grid. We are almost ready to go. The red lights go on and they go out now, and the race gets underway. And it is Lloyd Huggins that makes the best of the start from the outside of the front row of the grid, and he is going to have the lead into the first corner. Then it's Shay Pearce, who didn't get away quite so well. Coming through from the second row is Matthew Pennefather Neal, but it's Ian Tomlinson around the outside of everyone from the outside of row 2 that goes into the lead of the race. Lots of experience there for Ian Tomlinson, and he has used that to great advantage to get up into the lead of the race ahead of Lloyd Huggins. And what has Josh Browett spotted in the middle of the pack?
Yeah, Jordan Johnson is there. So Jordan Johnson and Tom Holland from the back of the grid, two drivers to look out for. So the champion Jordan Johnson missing this morning, but back out there this time with this partially reversed grid. The top 7 from the wet race this morning reversed. So Andy Bailey, this morning's winner, starting in 7th spot, looking to move forward. So this is this jumbled order. That Pennefather Neal up into second on the inside of Huggins, but then Ben Hansey, who's looking for second in the championship here, is trying to move up the inside of all of them into Coppice Corner. There's one off in the background, I think, which is 49, I think. No, it can't be, because it's not a 49, is there? Oh, so there is. Anthony Russell, 49. That's the car off, I think, at McLean's. But here they come with Tomlinson leading. Ian Tomlinson, who's had a few podiums this season, but only a best of third, is leading with Lloyd Huggins second. Ben Hansey's third. Pennefather Neal is fourth. Bailey is fifth. And there's that car in the gravel.
Yeah, and the marshal's rushing to assist because clearly it's stranded. So Andy Bailey, number 95, chasing after 21, Matt Pennefather Neal there. Oh, and the bit of rubbing there between Lloyd Huggins and Ben Hansey as they went into the Melbourne hairpin that time. So Hansey has gone through to second place. He started this race in 5th position with this partially reversed grid, of course. And he's up to P2 now. And that's Shay Pearce, is it? That's doing some outbraking there, going into the Goddard hairpin, making up position, I think. But it's Ian Tomlinson from Ben Hansey at the end of lap 1. The 49 car has been released from the gravel trap at McLean's. It's good to see. So we're going to be able to continue racing under green flag conditions. Third at the moment is Lloyd Huggins. Then 4th is Andy Bailey. 5th is Shay Pearce. 6th is Matthew Pennefather Neal, who was second briefly. Richardson 7th. And 8th is Michael Pearce in the green car.
From the back of the grid, Jordan Johnson's 13th. So he's overtook half of the cars on that opening lap, which is pretty impressive. So we'll look out for car number 92, working its way through the order. Meanwhile, Matthew Pennefather Neal there, just behind Oak Richardson. Then you've got Michael Pearce in 70. Scott Leach, yesterday's winner, 13. Up next, but not far behind this little group, is Jordan Johnson making progress as Ben Hansey goes to the lead round the outside at Schwartz Curve, and that gives him the inside line for McLean. So Ben Hansey, who hasn't won for a few months in this championship, keen to do that in the last round of the championship, and we know he's going to take a further role in the championship next year to help promote it, and think to be the main coordinator next season. And Ben Hansey would, I'm sure, really like to go into that with a race victory, as he may not be able to do as much racing next year.
Yeah, Adrian Johnson's going to be assisting Ben with the coordination of the championship for next season, taking over from Alan Robson. There in the background you can see Jordan Johnson in the thick of the action. Locking up there is Michael Pearce, just ahead of Shay Pearce now. Scott Leach is someone that's also trying to come through the field. Where did Scott start this race? He started in 9th position, was the winner yesterday. As Andy Bailey now coming down the inside of Lloyd Huggins to get 3rd place away. You've got Ben Hansey into the lead of the race ahead of Ian Tomlinson, who might be shuffled back to 3rd place here if Andy Bailey has his way. No, he can't quite make that work coming out of Melbourne. Will he try and outbrake Tomlinson up into the Goddard hairpin? The full wide further back with Scott Leach actually losing ground there with Stephen Jordan Johnson gaining it. And Adrian Johnson very late on the brakes. I thought he was going to collide with his son there into Goddard, but just about managed to get the car stopped in time. So end of lap 2. It's Ben Hansey leading, Ian Tomlinson second, third is Andy Bailey, fourth is Lloyd Huggins, fifth is Oak Richardson.
Yeah, and then Matthew Pennefather-Neal's the only driver lonely in sixth, and then Michael Pearce leads this big group with Jordan Johnson just behind, who's made that excellent first couple of laps to this race. But for second place, Ian Tomlinson now under threat from Andy Bailey in that car that's been set up by Brian Chandler this weekend. Then Lloyd Huggins in fourth position and Oak Richardson in fifth as they turn their way out of the old hairpin. They climb the hill, but is all this allowing Ben Hansey to get away? I think it might be. He's keen to break the toe before Andy Bailey grabs second position, which I think is happening about now, Ian.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Up at McLean's corner. Has he got that done yet? No, he's not. Ian Tomlinson wide over the curbs on the exit of the corner, but Bailey's still going to have the inside line for the next corner at Coppice, and he makes it through there. So Bailey goes second, and it might be Huggins that gets through to third position, possibly Oak Richardson to fourth, as well as hung out to dry a little bit there is Ian Tomlinson. And yep, he is back down to P5 now, the man from Blackpool. And now Richardson challenging for fourth place as well. Richardson's been a race winner this season, one of I think 7 winners we've had this season in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. So a pretty competitive season it has been, with lots of different drivers tasting victory as the season has gone on. And Ben Hansey, looking to go out on a high here, is pulling away from the rest of the field, isn't he?
Tomlinson squeezes up the inside of Lloyd. Huggins gets a bit sideways. Huggins' best result this year has been a fifth, but he is battling for second place here, isn't he? So Lloyd Huggins looking for a first podium in the category. And that's because Andy Bailey's dropped back. He had just got second, had he not?
He had, yeah.
He's dropped into the second pack. It's obviously a mistake. They're out of view. Meanwhile, it's getting close there between one of the Pierces, I think, who was involved in that, and possibly Matthew Pennefather-Neal. So the orders behind Ben Hansey's all rather jumbled up on that lap. So it's Hansey that still leads. Oak Richardson is second now. Lloyd Huggins is third, looking for his first podium. Ian Tomlinson is fourth. And a gap back to Andy Bailey, who's fifth. Jordan Johnson is sixth and the fastest driver on the circuit. Michael Pearce seventh. Then Matthew Pennefather-Neal, Shay Pearce and Scott Leach complete the top 10.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes of this 50-minute race still remaining then. We are watching that fight between the two red cars, Lloyd Huggins and Ian Tomlinson. Andy Bailey just ahead of the similar coloured car of Jordan Johnson, then up to 6th from the back of the grid. There's Thomas Holland, the other driver, coming through from the back after his off in the this morning's race at the old hairpin. He has got back up to 15th place now at the end of lap 3. The best lap of the race so far has been done by Jordan Johnson, a 1:58.42, which is 9 seconds faster than Andy Bailey managed in this morning's race, which was distinctly damp. And Bailey there just keeping ahead of Johnson for the moment. That's Michael Pearce, number 70. He's in 7th place. Scott Leach has got himself ahead of Matthew Pennefather-Neal on this lap, and also Shay Pearce as well. So he's made up 2 places this lap, Scott Leach. He is up into 8th spot and challenging Michael Pearce for 7th down into the Fogarty S's, but he can't quite make it through there. Scott, remember, was the winner of yesterday's race, although he was only in 5th position as they started their final lap yesterday. It all really unfolded in the final couple of corners yesterday.
Bailey and Johnson have caught Oak Richardson and Lloyd Huggins, so this might start to become difficult for Lloyd Huggins to get his first podium. The driver from Hemel Hempstead currently sitting there in 3rd position behind Michael Pearce and Scott Leach, still battling away for 7th position. Michael Pearce in his first weekend with 5 Club, I think. But there's Hansey and Richardson. They've gone away. Then Ian Tomlinson now, has he got back into 3rd position there ahead of Lloyd Huggins? I think he may have done. Then the battle behind. Well, it stretches well down the order, this battle. Oh, there's been an incident, I'm afraid. There, 214 involved is sometime Aston Martin driver John Goldsmith.
And 23 is Martina Ward, the other driver involved in that, as well as side by side with Bailey and Jordan Johnson going down through the Craner curve. They're just ahead of Ian Tomlinson here now. So he's losing out a little bit. Lloyd Huggins it is that's up ahead. So Johnson now ahead of Bailey as well. They both run a little bit wide through the old hairpin. And with 6 minutes to go, you can see the lead there that Ben Hansey has, and equally Oak Richardson in 2nd place has a big advantage in for that position. But Lloyd Huggins is losing 3rd there at McLean's because Jordan Johnson from the back of the grid has gone through. A great drive this Jordan Johnson. He wrapped up the championship yesterday, celebrated, sat out this morning's race, and has been in good form here in the final race of the season.
Andy Bailey there may have run into Lloyd Huggins. We've got double wave yellow flags with those two cars off, but I think it's good to see both drivers are out of their cars, aren't they? So for Martina and for John, I think both are Ben's short run cars, so Ben's got a couple of cars to fix over the winter. Unfortunately there, I think they might be fairly heftily damaged, I'm afraid.
You know, I can only imagine that some contact must have been made between them on the run down the straight. Looking at the tyre marks on the road there.
Yeah, they were separated by just 8/10 of a second going on to the previous lap. A huge dive up the inside now from Tom Holland. He's only 12. He hasn't made anywhere near the progress of Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, he's got past Samuel Gormley there in the 128 car, hasn't he? So up to P12. And there is Shay Pearce with Adrian Johnson in the 22 car on the outside. I think Shay Pearce, is he going to run wide on the exit of the corner and allow Adrian Johnson back through? No, not quite. So front of shot is Jordan Johnson. He's in third place now. Yeah, third position now. That's right, isn't it? Then Andy Bailey, Ian Tomlinson, Lloyd Huggins, Scott Leach, and then the rest. And there is Adrian Johnson, and he does get the better of Shay Pearce in the end, with Tom Holland just behind. And Tom, I would think now, should stand a good chance of getting up into the top 10 before the end of this race.
Adrian Johnson seemingly having his best race of the weekend. He has had a best result of 6th over the course of the season. Then you've got Shay Pearce. Yeah, now Tom Holland starting to make some good progress. Tom, who had his best result of the season yesterday, a 2nd for the 20-year-old. But what's happening there? Jordan Johnson coming back under pressure now from Andy Bailey. So Andy Bailey ruined that mistake he made a little bit earlier on. He is now pressurising Jordan Johnson, who's only overtaken people up to this point in this race, but now he's starting to come under pressure from Andy Bailey with a couple of laps to go at the end of this one. Yeah. I don't think they're going to be able to catch Oak Richardson, who's a couple or 3 seconds up the road.
No, there was 2.8 seconds between Richardson and Johnson at the start of the lap. There we can see Ian Tomlinson heading the next little gaggle through, also including Ian Tomlinson. Sorry, it's Tomlinson ahead of Lloyd Huggins, I should say, and Scott Leach, who is looking to make a move down into Melbourne. Can he outbrake both of them there? I think he might have been able to do that. He's now the middle of the 3 cars that are side by side, accelerating their way up the hill. Who's going to get into Goddard's first? I think it's Tomlinson with his nose in front. Who breaks latest? Well, they all sort of filter into line. So it's Tomlinson, Leach, who makes it 1 place out of all of that. So I think he gets up to 6th, I think that is. And then behind you've got Pearce, Pennefather, Neal, and looks like Thomas Holland. Has he now made it into the top 10 ahead of Shay Pearce? I think he might have done.
Yeah, and Pearce, I think, dropped a few positions in all that, as Ian Tomlinson comes back under pressure from Scott Leach around the outside. So we've had a good indication here how good the racing in MX-5s is around this Donington Park circuit. Okay, Hansi and Richardson have got away, but the rest of the field are well involved in battles. And Scott Leach struggling to get past. I think he is now into 6th spot. Scott Leach, who had that win yesterday, he's had 3 further podiums and he's finished in the top 9 in all the races he's competed in. Looks like he should be able to do that again. Just up the road, Jordan Johnson and Andy Bailey are still absolutely tied together for 3rd and 4th positions. They were a fraction quicker than Oak Richardson on the previous lap, but not enough, I don't think, to catch. So through Coppice Corner go 92, Jordan Johnson, the champion of the season. He has had 4 wins, he's had 7 seconds, a couple of 3rds, a 4th, and a couple of 6s, which both came in races, I think, where he had an incident. And it looks like he might be able to add a 14th podium of the season to his tally in this race.
Yeah, just 1 more lap to go then at the end of this one. As Johnson is still under a bit of pressure though from Andy Bailey. He can't really afford to make a mistake. Scott Leach has now moved his way up to 5th position ahead of Ian Tomlinson, who turns his way through the Melbourne hairpin. He's got Lloyd Huggins behind him, who made a good start to the race. Talking of good starts, well, Ben Hansi, he also had a good opening to this race. He's got into the lead. There's the 49 car. That was the car that was off on the opening lap at McLean's. And then the next car through is going to be the number 40 of Ben Hansi, who has this lead of 3.3 seconds as we go on to the final lap.
He was a bit wide at the final corner, which I think cost him a little bit of time, but not to a concerning amount. Andy Bailey set the fastest lap now, 1 minute 57.35, and he's still right on terms with Jordan Johnson. So the battle for third position continues to be contested. I think as a result, if it stays like it is starting the final lap, Ben Hansey should finish second in the championship and Oak Richardson third. Which kind of makes sense for how many podiums they've had, because Jordan Johnson's on his way to his 14th podium, Ben Hansey's on his way to his 11th, and Oak Richardson's on his way to his 8th podium. They have been the three dominant drivers in the championship this season for drivers who have competed in the best part of the full year. But can Jordan Johnson hang on to his third spot, because he is under increasing pressure from Andy Bailey, and it's sort of a different zone to what we had yesterday, where we had a big gaggle of cars battling for the lead, similar to what's going on behind. But for Johnson and Bailey, it's just the two of them they've got to be worried about to find out who's going to finish third for the last time this year.
Ian Tomlinson losing a position to Michael Pearce there at the hairpin. Lloyd Huggins has also gone through on this lap, so Tomlinson losing a couple of places. There's Jordan Johnson then, our champion for this season, going out in reasonable style, it would seem, with a podium finish. He's got a few car lengths between himself and Andy Bailey now, but a very good year it has been for Jordan Johnson, who's developed over the past few seasons. There's Oak Richardson, number 17, putting a lap on the back marker, number 49, which is the car that had the spin in the very early stages of the race, Anthony Russell. But Ben Hansey arrives at Goddard for the final time, round 19 of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the third race of the weekend gets our third different winner. Ben Hansey takes the checkered flag then. He is victorious. Oak Richardson is second. Jordan Johnson, the champion, is in third place. Andy Bailey fourth. Scott Leach across the line now in fifth. Sixth is Lloyd Huggins. Seventh is Ian Tomlinson, who got that place back from Michael Pearce in the final few corners. So eighth is Pearce. Ninth is Matthew Pennefather-Neal, and Tom Holland from the back of the grid up to 10th place, Josh.
Yeah, so great drive there from Jordan Johnson, and we'll be able to hear from him for the first time this weekend, because we haven't heard with Andy from our champion, Jordan Johnson. So he, I'm sure, will be pleased with how his weekend has gone, how his season has gone this year with 5 Club Racing. The rest of the field just coming through. Scott Lawrence, he just took 19th, I think, in his first weekend with 5 Club. Mary Barnard there across the line to take the checkered flag. The driver from Middlesbrough completes the top 20. A couple more, or 3 finishers to come, including Neil Burrows there, I think, who's one of the few drivers who's competed in every single race and finished every single race of the 5 Club Racing season. A season that was won by Jordan Johnson, but Ben Hansey taking the final victory, his 4th of the season.
So let's have a look at the results then. Ben Hansey, 8 laps completed within the 15 minutes. Car number 40, the winner then, by 3.25 seconds over number 17, Oak Richardson. Third went to number 92, Jordan Johnson, who was confirmed as champion yesterday. Fourth was 95, Andy Bailey, the winner from this morning's race. In fifth place, number 13, Scott Leach. Sixth to number 14, Lloyd Huggins. Seventh was number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Eighth, number 70, Michael Pearce. Ninth was 21, Matthew Pennefather-Neal, and rounding out the top 10 was Tom Holland, ahead of Adrian Johnson, Shay Pearce, Samuel Gorman and David Brown. Further back, we had Matthew Short 15th, ahead of Martin Vernon, Nico Favreau, James McCutcheon, Scott Lawrence and Mary Barnard rounded out the top 20. Jack Lawrence, Andrew Robinson and Neil Burrows were our other finishers. Sadly, John Goldsmith and Martina Ward had that incident mid-race and didn't make it to the checkered flag, but that brings the curtain down on the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup season and the era of it being coordinated by its creator, Alan Robson. We saw that presentation to him earlier on this morning to mark and celebrate his retirement after all of the considerable good he has done for Mazda MX5 racing in the UK. He's the man behind the regulations 20 years ago, and so if it wasn't for him, hundreds of Mazda MX5 racing cars wouldn't have been prepared. So we're all indebted to him for that.
Yeah, possibly. How high that number might be, because like in single seasons there's been hundreds, haven't there? Yeah. So it's been a massively popular category. So I think in a moment's time we'll hear from Andy McEwen with our champion Jordan Johnson, second place Oak Richardson, and the race winner for the final time this year, Ben Hansey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. Indeed, we've got our top 3 finishers just lining up behind me now. And yeah, great opportunity in a moment anyway to catch up with our champion. But first of all, he's actually getting the congratulations of the man who really ran him hard for the title as the season went on, Ben Hansey, who ends his year with a race win and we believe 2nd place in the championship, which is not a bad way to round things out. Ben, if we could just grab you for a quick chat, that's more like it, isn't it? Back on the top step of the podium, you've sealed, we think, 2nd place in the points as well. Not a bad end to the year.
Yeah, could have done with doing that 3 times this weekend. That's a Ben Short type victory, that is, isn't it? Run and hide. The reverse grid's always a bit interesting, and it shows who's got the racecraft and getting through the traffic. Once I got the gap, Oak didn't have any tow, and he had no one to work with, so it was just quality laps. But as we come around on that slowing down lap, I got more emotional for Jordan's win than I did over my own 2. So proud of him.
We'll let you compose yourself, take your winner's garland, but that is a fantastic thing to hear, actually. You mentioned yesterday the sense of family, it's a real community within 5 Club. That really exemplifies that, doesn't it? You really do genuinely care about each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I said something to you at the start of the year about the student becoming the teacher. I've taught him everything. he's had some angry little eyes. We had a little incident at the start of the year, and we got out of the car, shook hands, had a beer. That's how we race at 5 Club.
That's how it should be. Congratulations, Ben. A worthy race winner, 2nd in the championship. Oak Richardson 2nd in that race, though. And Oak, another podium. Solid weekend for you. I'm sure you'd have liked to have ended it with a win, but you've got to be satisfied.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Just totted around in the end of that one. First few laps were a bit chaotic, but after that, yeah, it was just go round and round and round. Wasn't going to catch Ben, no one was going to catch me, so we just went round.
It's always the case, isn't it, with those reverse grid races? The early progress you make can really define your race. If you can break out of the pack before the other quick guys, then that gives you an edge, and ultimately that's what happened with Ben.
Yeah, it took me a few laps to get through, sort of towards the top 3, and by the time I was through, Ben was too far away, and I was in the middle of nowhere, and yeah. But no, it was good. It was nice to finish with top 3 in the championship on the podium for the last race. So yeah, that was good.
Fitting end to the season, absolutely. Thank you very much. Well then, for the first time this weekend, let's have a chat with our champion, shall we? Jordan Johnson, congratulations on the podium. Congratulations on the championship victory as well. That, we believe, was decided yesterday, but it's been a stressful one for you, hasn't it? That race yesterday in particular, what a roller coaster race that was.
Yeah, I was literally sat enjoying my race, you know, nothing going on too much. I'll just take the 3rd and take the championship, and then, yeah, I nearly ended up down here backwards, so it was exciting.
That's one word for it. At that point, your championship must have been flashing in front of your eyes. Obviously, Ben didn't get the look that he needed to capitalise on that, but it's those little moments, aren't they, that can be championship defining?
Yeah, didn't need it all, but got my head back into gear, and I just thought if I can get the fastest lap, that's another point I can take. I knew I wasn't going to catch the front and have any fun with them, so yeah, I was happy to get it sealed in the end last night.
And it was that championship, that fastest lap point that ultimately won it for you. Overall, though, great season. Ben just said some very nice words about the battle that you've had. You've had some fantastic on-track battles throughout the course of the season. To come out on top against someone with Ben's experience, that must give you some real satisfaction.
Yeah, I have to thank him. He's been a great out with my career so far, but it's nice for the pupil to become the teacher at last. And long may it continue.
Well, absolutely. We're going to see more of this next year, do you think?
I don't know if Mr. Hansey's coming back next year. I hope he does, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations once again to our 5 Club MX5 champion, then Jordan Johnson, who finally makes it onto the podium at the end of what's been a trying weekend for him. Right then, more racing coming up shortly. I think a couple of errant MX5s to be cleared up. Once that's been done, they will be replaced by BMWs. It's the first of 2 races this afternoon for the BMW Racing Championship, and those cars should hopefully be released from the assembly area very shortly. But as I'm sure the guys upstairs will tell you now in more detail, it's been a dramatic start to the day already, with one of the championship contenders facing some early troubles. Let's get all of the news from BMW land from Ian and Josh up in the box.
Yes, it is the 13th round coming up for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. 2 races this afternoon for these cars. This is how the grid should line up. There probably will be some gaps, and we'll explain that as we go along. Qualifying fastest was number 15, Graham Crowhurst, but I don't think we're going to see him there. Besides him, number 25, Ben Pearson. On the second row, it's 29, Mark Burton, and 77, Paul Travers. The third row is 12, Daniel Pastana, and 37, Cavan Granger. On to row 4, it's number 23, Thomas Singleton, and 210, which is Adam Reed. On the 5th row, 43, Stephen Schweikart, and 70, Philip White. On the 6th row, 40 and 27, 40, Sean Jackson, and 27, Chris Blakey. On row 7, 79 and 60, that's Sergei Miniv and Carl McMillan. Row 8 is 76 and 80, 76 is Stuart Pywell, David Aspleton in 80. Paul Laramie, number 31, and William Lake, number 4, are on the 9th row. On the 10th row, it's 16, David Nunes, and 68, Gareth Thomas. 6, Sam Walton, and 42, Paul Neville, make up row 11. And row 12 should be number 1, Lee Piercy. So that is the way that the grid should line up. But the drama that Andy alluded to in qualifying was that the sort of championship battle that we were anticipating in this race between Stephen Schweikart, who has gone very strongly in Class 6 this season, and Graham Crowhurst, number 15, who's been the top M1 class driver this season, that came somewhat unstuck. And we knew that it could come unstuck when we were sitting here in the commentary box earlier on, and we heard a squeal of tyres, and then we heard a crunch of barriers, and we thought, well, what was that? What's happened there? And eventually we left the commentary box, we headed out onto the balcony behind the commentary box, and we saw in the barriers, in a very strange place on the exit of Melbourne Hairpin, the car of Graham Crowhurst, didn't we, Josh?
Yeah, after he had such a good day yesterday, it's gone rather horribly wrong, we think, since then. And it looked like that car was put onto the back of the trailer and potentially on the way home. So for Graham Crowhurst, that is a real disappointment after such a strong season. He's won 6 races this season, 7 of which in his class, and he's always been pretty dominant. One of only 3 drivers to win overall this season. And it looks like the championship will have gone away from him. I believe if Stephen Schweikart just starts one of the races, if Graham Crowhurst does not, that will see the championship sealed, because in the BMW Car Club Championship you score a certain amount of points for starting a race, and those points cannot be dropped. So assuming Schweikart hasn't had any dramas since qualifying, that looked like the championship is going his way, and he has won Class 6 for the 6 undercars 8 times during the course of this season, and on all the other races he's finished second, so he's had a very strong year. The Mazda MX-5s are being cleared after that impact with the Armco barrier. Circuit maintenance just been checking that out, make sure the barrier's okay after that impact that they had. We're going to see the 2 drivers out of the cars pretty speedily afterwards. So once those cars are cleared, I suspect the BMWs will be released from the assembly area. And assuming Graham Crowhurst doesn't start, means we will get a new winner in the category, because only he, Noel Bradley and Brian Branson have taken overall victories this season, and none of those, it doesn't appear, will be racing, which sets up really Ben Pearson for a good chance of a win in his M2. The 2021 champion, Ben Pearson, ex-Ginetta racer, who's got this new car, the 2 Series, for this year, and it's been quick but not quite at the sharp end. He's had a better result of 3rd a couple of times this year, but it's a good chance there for Ben Pearson perhaps to take a victory again.
Is he there?
That's
it. Yes, there he is. He is there. He's coming up into position. What's confusing me is he's on the. He's on the right side of the circuit, isn't it? For where he is. I was slightly confused looking at my grid sheet there, but he is there. Mark Burton. Now he went well this morning, and I suspect he would have been someone who would have appreciated the damp conditions. He's in the first of the M2 class cars. That's number 29, Mark Burton, the driver from Camberley, former low-cost champion in one of the E46 330 CIs. And those damp conditions will have been a bit of a leveller, won't they, this morning, but it's obviously dried out since then. He's got Paul Travers starting next to him in another 330 CI on the second row of the grid. And third row, that's where you've got an invitation class car, haven't you? Daniel Pastana's E46 M3 for the driver from Folkestone, and another M2 class car, Cavan Granger from Woking. So it'll be interesting to see how this race pans out. It was a relatively short and sweet qualifying session because of that red flag. Ben Pearson, he did a 156.25. Mark Burton a 159.94, Paul Travers 201.95, but really some of the drivers will have only had a couple of flying laps there, so those times not necessarily representative of what could be done, certainly during a dry race.
Yeah, the conditions very different. See, we've got Lee Pearcey at the back of the grid, last year's champion. His car has been rather troublesome at recent meetings, but if Lee Pearcey's car is going well, the ex-Formula Ford and motorcycle racer, he will be one to watch from the back of the grid during this 20-minute race for the penultimate round of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. A number of classes here, and most of those have been settled. So Graham Crowhurst, the M1 champion. I think if Mark Burton starts this race, he'll win the M2 championship. Stephen Schweikart has won the Class 6 championship. The Cup Class championship, that's up for grabs over the course of today. Gareth Thomas, it has got a 5-point advantage after drop scores on William Lake, I think, with Paul Neville also in contention. So particularly between Thomas and Lake, that's perhaps another championship battle to look out for during the course of today's BMW races.
Yeah, Lake and Thomas, they've done the majority of the winning between them in that class, haven't they? Sam Walton also had a couple of wins in the Cup class this season. William Lake has qualified on pole position within that class today from Gareth Thomas as the green flag lap gets underway, and this will be a real voyage of discovery for the drivers, because they had that damp qualifying session, which I think probably contributed to the issue that that Graham Crowhurst had when he was got a big slide on coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, having hit the curbs, I think, and spun unfortunately into the barriers, hitting them quite hard, doing a lot of damage to the front end of the car. But yep, conditions have changed a lot since then. There's no dry line anymore because the whole circuit is dry basically, as far as I can see. Very breezy afternoon here at Donington Park, so clearly blowing the weather through very quickly, also drying out the circuit relatively speedily as well. So always a good field of cars for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Been racing with the 750 Most Club for a few seasons now, and it's been a very welcome addition to the 750 Most Club roster over the past few seasons.
Oddly, there's only one BMW M3 on the grid now, which is Daniel Pastana, who I believe did a meeting of the M3 Cup when that run just before the BMW Car Club. So good to have him back. He's on there on the third row of the grid, and in dry conditions, that car that's in true BMW M livery, he's really the only person you would imagine would be able to take this to Ben Pearson in dry conditions. The only other M-powered car, with all the others being 330s or 328s or compacts or 325s a bit further back. I suspect the battles are going to come in the packs in classes M2 and particularly M Class 6. The six-cylinder class is very well represented.
Yeah, and Stephen Schweikart there is only third on the grid within that class, isn't he, for this race, behind Thomas Singleton, I think, has had a win this season in that class.
He hadn't done many races, but he came back at Brands Hatch and beat Steve on both occasions last time out at Brands.
Yeah, and Adam Reed also ahead, who's not very often seen in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But
his first time he's had this six-cylinder car out this year. He was telling me he's had his four-cylinder car out in other series, but he's out in his six-cylinder car with a thought to this car racing at the Burkett Relay in a few weeks' time.
Okay, we'll watch out for that one then.
And yeah, he's gone well, hasn't he? Qualifying second in the class, fractionally behind Tom Singleton. So yeah, that's pretty close. Philip White as well, right there. There's 4 cars separated by less than a second in that short qualifying session in Class 6.
So
up front, that's Ben Pearson, isn't he? And that M2 on the pole position, the 2016 car, it's probably the newest car on the grid, I think.
Yep. Rest of the field forming up behind him. So they've got that 2 series. We've got the M3, lots of 330s, lots of compacts. I think there's an E30 somewhere on the grid as well that I saw. So that's good to have that out as well. So we are...
Watch out for Lee Pearcey right from the back of the grid, number 1 on this first lap. How far up the order can he get?
Yeah, he should make some progress. So it's going to be a fascinating first lap or so. And this race probably a fascinating 20 minutes as well in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Waiting for the red lights to go on, which they do now. The lights go out and away they go, and it's a good start by Mark Burton from the second row of the grid. Of course, he got an empty track ahead of him, but he hasn't got as much power to get down as Ben Pearson, who storms away into the lead of the race. But it looks like Burton's going to hold on to second. Kevin Granger moving into third there at the expense of Paul Travers. The Daniel Pastana car hasn't got away particularly quickly. But we'll see how that progresses through the next few corners. And Lee Pearcey obviously is one to watch. I'm sure he'll be fairly careful to get through some of the traffic in the early stages. Just looking to see where he has made it. Yeah, he's already picked up 1 or 2 cars off from the back of the grid, but he's making his way safely through the field as well. There's the 76 car of Stuart Pywell, and there is the race leader Ben Pearson. But McLean's corner has a decent advantage over the rest.
Yeah, so he's going to go away as Kevin Granger runs very wide, trying to get on terms with Mark Burton, and that's going to lose him third spot to Pastrana. I think might have some of those M3 Cup decals still on the car, so perhaps that's a car that hasn't been out, and perhaps for Dan himself hasn't been out very much over the last few seasons. There's Paul Travers trying to get himself up alongside the very quick starting Kevin Granger. He started in 6th position, the sometime classic touring car racer from Surrey, and he's there ahead of Paul Travers as they turn their way through the S's for the first time in this race. Adam Reed looks like he's got the best of the Class 6 cars, but he's under threat from Tom Singleton, the double race winner from Brands Hatch in the class last time out. So that's the Class 6 battle. I think that's the one to look out for during the course of this race. And Adam Reed then has got to the front of it, the double Burkett relay event winner.
There's Kevin Granger trying to get up the inside of Paul Travers there into Goddard's. This is for position within Class M2, second place within that class, and he's made it through there. Then it's Adam Reed that is next up then in the 6-cylinder class lead in car 210. Just behind him is the Thomas Singleton car. They've got a bit of a gap back to Stephen Schweikart then, who is just probably going to circulate relatively safely just to make sure he's done enough to wrap up the championship. I think he probably has just by starting this race. Obviously, we had the demise of Graham Crowhurst after qualifying this morning, which has denied us the spectacle of a showdown for the championship.
Lee Pearcey only got to 15th, so not as sort of high as I thought he might get on that opening lap. So whether that car, the 36, is still not quite right for last year's champion. We will see how he progresses from there. But this battle for 4th is pretty good, with Kevin Granger ahead of Paul Travers, Adam Reed and Tom Singleton as they turn their way through. So Granger at the front of this, the managing director, who's been racing for 4 seasons now in this E46 330 from 2001, ahead of Paul Travers. So they're the 2 M2 cars. They should have a little bit more power. I think the class structure being looked at for next season, so it might change a little bit. It changed for this year. Might be just adapted a little bit again for next season. Was Granger across the curbs a bit there? And maybe a little bit more, which means he is under threat from Paul Travers. They come down towards the Melbourne Loop, look to the inside, couldn't make a move there. Then you've got the 3 6-cylinder cars behind, because 6 class cylinders cars, 6-cylinder class cars, that's the order of those words I was looking for, between Adam Reed, Tom Singleton and Stephen Schweikart. So Schweikart has caught them as Granger. It was Granger very early on the brakes there, and this has all gone wrong. Adam Reed has clattered into the side of him. Not really sure what was going on there, because Kevin Granger was totally outbraked by Paul Travers. Adam Reed was on his inside, and then Kevin Granger turned into the corner regardless of there being a car alongside him.
Yeah, it looked like Adam Reed did leave his braking a bit late though, didn't it? Almost like he was judging his braking point based on the car in front, which had left its braking point too late maybe.
But he got past with no problem, so I was wondering if Kevin Granger braked a bit earlier, I don't know. But anyway, they got through without too much damage, I think. But Tom Singleton, he's very, very sideways, has taken the lead of Class 6. We see that in front-wheel drive cars sometimes. No, someone's off. Yeah.
Who was that was off at the old hairpin? I don't know if we can flick back to try to see that. There's Mark Burton, who is our Class M2 leader, Daniel Pastana, and it is the 37 car. It is Kevin Granger that's gone off, having had those dramas at Goddard's. The Bisley Removal Services back car is off on the grass. It's trying to remove itself from the grass now and get back into the race.
He's had sort of a strange half a lap there, hadn't he? It was going very well. He had a really good start. There's Lee Piercy. He is now into the top 10, I think, so he's making better progress. He was 12th at the end of the first lap. He's just passed the BMW Z3 that's going really well. David Ashton, I think more regularly has raced in road sport, so he's having a trial in the BMW Car Club, and that Z3, not a particularly well-used racing car, is going really well. Up ahead of Philip White there in 70. In another E46, but yeah, great to see the Z3 out there, the only Z cars type machine on the grid here.
Yeah, no, it's very welcome to have that different body shape up the inside. There goes the number 70 car. That's Philip White. Aspen, the back of the car steps out a little bit as he rounds the hairpin. Also involved there is number 27, which is Chris Blakey as well, the driver from Lincoln, the IT consultant, is in his second season of racing the 330 Ci that he's prepared himself, having built that car or bought the car as a road car initially. He's just outside the top 10 at the moment in the Cup class right now. It looks like it is William Lake that leads in the Cup class at the moment from Gareth Thomas, and as we said, they're disputing the Cup class championship between them for those identically prepared BMW 325 Ti compacts.
Ben Pearson broke the lap record held by Mike Cutt in this category on that last lap. 1 minute 42.96 for Pearson. Now Kevin Granger's into the pits, so perhaps that knock he had with Adam Reed damaged the car, and then he had that spin at the old hairpin, perhaps gathered a lot of grass up on the way as well, so that may be an early retirement, I'm afraid, for Kevin Granger.
Now Paul Travers here has got the 6-cylinder class leader right behind him, hasn't he? Thomas Singleton, who was more than a second behind at the start of the lap. It's less than a second now. Adam Reed has gone with him. Stephen Schweikart there. Schwack is still a bit further back, but still doing enough for the championship in third place within the 6-cylinder class. Philip White it is in 10th overall. That's fourth in that class at the moment. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin comes this battle. It's for fourth position overall, behind the three class leaders: Ben Pearson, the M1 class leader, Mark Burton, M2, and Daniel Pastano, the Invitation class leader. Up towards Goddard now they come.
Pearson up front gone even faster, by the way, 1 minute 42.60, so he leads by 20 seconds. They all run really wide there at the hairpin in that battle for fourth place between Paul Travers and Tom Singleton and Adam Reed. Now, is this some of the Cup class cars that have got themselves together? Is that Paul Neville in 42 and Sam Walton in 6, I think? So yeah, they've got themselves involved in that dice a little bit further down the order.
Yeah, very good way to get into motorsport as well, in particular BMW racing the Cup class. Very cost effective. Paul Neville, certainly a relative newcomer to racing, 56-year-old from Harpenden, is retired, and when he's not playing golf or knowing the wife, he's been building this car over the last 5 years, and initially it's a track car, now as a race car. There, a bit further up the road, is the number 68 car of Gareth Thomas. He now leads in the Cup class, doesn't he, because he's got himself ahead of William Lake, and sandwiched in between them is the number 79 car of Sergei Miniv, the another 325 Ti, but in the 6-cylinder class rather than the Cup class that Thomas and Lake both find themselves in. Lake using lots of the curb and the green concrete at the exit of the old hairpin as he tries to get on terms with Miniv and possibly then re-challenge Gareth Thomas for the lead within the Cup class. They turn their way through McLean's corner now, and again a little bit of the green stuff being used by William Lake in the third car in that group, and as yet it's done him no good because he's not found a way past Sergei Miniv.
So for Gareth Thomas, being ahead of William Lake, is all good for that Cup class title that he is looking for. He won the same championship last year, did Gareth Thomas. The Cup class title went his way in 2022, and it's appearing like he's in the prime position to reclaim that, being ahead of William Lake. I think we'll have to do also finish the second race 2 to confirm that. That's been a closely fought category this year. William Lake has had 6 victories in the class. Gareth Thomas, I should say, has had 6 victories in the class to William Lake's 4 over the course of this season. And Sergej Minev very much involved in that battle for what is 17th position in the race.
Stuart Pywell there is doing battle with Carl McMillan. He's got through now up into 14th place. Just behind them as well, I think that's the car, yes it is, of number 31, Paul Laramie, the driver from Chesham, who's the head of programme management. He is 42 years of age, started racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in 5 years ago. He also is a regular sim racer with the Virtual Reality Racing Club as well, so that probably gives him some extra experience of the circuits. Josh?
Here's that BMW E30 that you referenced earlier, which is being driven by David Nunes, who is from Derbyshire, from Brailsford. He more regularly races with the Classic Sports Car Club in this 1984 BMW E30 325i, prepared by Stephen Scott Dunwoody, who he shared the car with at the Ultimate BMW Race at Brands Hatch last month. But great to have this early car, the oldest car on the grid, and running the BMW M stripes. Meanwhile, the battle further behind continues, doesn't it, between Gareth Thomas and Sergej Minev?
Yeah, so it looks like the Class 6 cars now cleared both of the Cup Class cars, which means that the 2 Cup Class leaders, Thomas and Lake, are going to be together again. Thomas in number 80, Lake in number 4.
68 for
Thomas. I should say. And Thomas in number 4, and we'll see how their battle develops over the course of the remaining 8 minutes of this race. Oh, and Manev's made a mistake there, which means that they might both get through ahead of him. Either way, or is he going to split them again? I think he's going to split them
short-lived.
More. The last couple of laps been later on the brakes into Goddard's, and he has got it stopped each time, but it has been a bit heart in mouth for those watching on, and probably for those involved as well.
Yes, especially, like you say, for Thomas, the last thing he needs is to get involved in an incident as he looks for the class title again this year. I think they might have been lapped by the leader now, Ben Pearson. He's completed 7 laps. Battle up the road involved Cole McMillan and Paul Laramie. They have David Aston just ahead of them, who has dropped down the field a little bit since we last spoke about the BMW Z3. So he is being involved in this battle with Cole McMillan, the 2021 Cup Class champion. He's upgraded his car to Class 6 spec over the last couple of years. And Paul Laramie involved in that battle as well, the driver from Buckinghamshire, who competed in the Cup Class before this season, has upgraded his car with a 3-litre engine. It's a compact body in the car that he built with the assistance of Automac, who prepares the car for Paul now, the driver who runs in 16th position in this BMW Car Club Race. Some changes possibly a bit further up the order because Lee Pearcey's up to 6th, isn't he? So Lee Pearcey's got himself up ahead of Adam Reed, who's dropping a little bit further behind Tom Singleton now, the Class 6 leader, who has got ahead of Paul Travers and into 4th position in the race.
There is the 60 car breaking into the hairpin. Carl McMillan goes out wide, and it's possible that David Aston can get back through in the Z3, and he does so. And just behind them is Laramie. Yeah, Ben Pearson still leading, by the way. Number 25 is leading by more than half a minute over number 29, Mark Burton, in second place. Number 12, Daniel Pastana, is in third position. I think Ben Pearson is not too far away from lapping some of these cars as well, with 6 minutes of the race left to go. He's been lapping the 142s, 142.60, his last lap in the 143s, and his sort of lap times have been sort of roughly 5 seconds better than anybody else during the course of this race, but really the only front-running M1 class car in this race. So I expect he was hoping for a bit of a better dice during the course of this race, but sadly it's not turned out that way.
Yeah, because the class seems to be running better than perhaps it has done in the past. It's got the new lap record.
Yeah.
So for Ben Pearson this season, he's had a couple of thirds, he's had a fourth, he's had a couple of fifths and a seventh. So it's sort of hard to compare, though, isn't it, with this sort of weaker. Well, there's no other competition for him in Class M1.
Effectively. This car built back in 2021. It previously won the Class 6 and the overall title that year, I think. And as Josh mentioned earlier on, he's been racing for some time. Karting from 2008 to 2012, then Ginetta Juniors 2013 and 2014. He was the run-up in the 2013 Winter Series, had various podium finishes. Did a couple of years in the Compact Cup in 2015 and 2016 as well. Then returned to karting from 2017 to 2019 and started racing with the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, originally in Class 6 and winning the championship there. So this 2 Series 2016 car with the N55 engine, very much a project of Ben. He's a mechanic by occupation from Devon, and he's really carving his way very nicely through the traffic now. He's coming up to lap the number 76 car of Stuart Pywell, who is in the same class.
You mentioned he was the runner-up in the Ginetta Junior Winter Series in 2013. That was won by James Kellett, who won the Ginetta GT Super Cup last season, and racing the Porsche Carrera Cup this year. Track limit penalties. We haven't had many of them over the course of the weekend, but now we've got a couple in this race. Mark Burton in second has got a 5-second penalty, and 77 Paul Travers has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
And both M2 class drivers as well, aren't they? So it's not actually really going to make much change in class M2, other than Paul Travers will lose out to Lee Pearcey, I think, within that class because of that. And we're looking at Lee Pearcey now,
who I think is ahead of Paul Travers on the road anyway.
Okay, so he's got that done on this lap, hasn't he?
Yeah. Now Pearcey's best is a 1:48.7. Mark Burton's done a 1:47.4, so Burton is a bit quicker. Wondering how race 2 may go between them.
Change there, that's the 31 car of Paul Laramie up inside the 60 of Carl McMillan. That's a change for position within Class 6. Getting on in the Cup class, it's still the same order. Gareth Thomas ahead of William Lake, and they've still got Sergei Maneev's car between them as well.
Thomas with the faster lap too. Because if Lake took that fastest lap away, that would equalise the points out, because there was just a point between each position in this series, and you get a point for fastest lap.
Yeah. So fastest lap point very important here, because it could be quite a big swing, relatively speaking, in the championship. 2 3/4 minutes left to go in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship event here at Donington Park. Penultimate round of the season, of course. It's a season that has taken in Silverstone, Brands Hatch, both the Grand Prix and the Indy circuits, Alton Park, Crofton, Snetterton as well.
Of course, the Brands Hatch first event on the Grand Prix circuit was supporting the Fanatec GT World Challenge, which also featured Valentino Rossi racing a BMW and finishing second in the main event. So good to have BMWs on the support package of that meeting. Probably one of the headline events in the country. One of the few European car racing championships in the UK this year. So a good package to be invited to.
Looking like this is going to be a 12-lap race then. Ben Pearson working lap.
He's slowing.
Now. Oh, he's slowing. The leader's slowing. That changes things. So he'd got this lead of 50 seconds it was at the end of the previous lap over Mark Burton. Now, is he going to make it to the end? Oh, and Lake's in the pits. So that is important in the Cup Class Championship battle. He was second behind Gareth Thomas, but clearly some kind of an issue for him. We are watching the battle for 11th and 12th position. Sean Jackson is in the 325i, the E36, the drive from Grimsby in the invitation, the M2 class, and just behind him is that car of David Nunes.
More track limit penalties. Daniel Pastana, the driver in third position, and Cole McMillan.
And Ben Pearson's off the road. Sorry, Josh, he's out of the race. I think he's got the hazards on, and I wonder if that's some kind of electrical issue for him. So Ben Pearson looks to be out of the race. So that's going to promote Mark Burton. And I wonder he's back again. He's back into the race. Now, is he still leading? He was 50 seconds ahead of Mark Burton at the start of the lap. It'd be useful to...
Like you said, Ian, you think it was electrical, and he might have just turned the engine off, turned it back on and reset it, and it's good to go.
Yeah, well, if he does manage to get to the checkered flag, we can find out from him exactly what's gone on there. So he's coming through. If he'd actually left that a bit longer, he could have made that the last lap of the race and probably still won it. Over the line he goes to start what will be his final lap then. That was a 2:22, so 40 seconds slower on that lap than the lap before, or than his best lap of the race. And I think we're still waiting for Mark Burton to come through. He has done now, 15 seconds behind the race leader.
Just flashing through the shot there, the battle for fourth is on between Tom Singleton and Lee Pearcey. This battle a lap down for something like 19th position as Paul Neville and Sam Walton dice it out in the cup class. But Lee Pearcey might get to fourth then, because he had caught Tom Singleton just ahead of these two cars. We should get a shot of that as they come out of the hairpin. And they're already down at Redgate Corner, but Lee Pearcey right on terms now with Thomas Singleton, not for class position but for fourth overall. Now is Ben Pearson going to bring this car home? He started the lap 15 seconds ahead.
Hazards are on again. The hazards are on again. Is there a problem for him? He's going to better go down the hill here into the Fogarty S's. Is all well with that car. Through this he goes. It doesn't look at full pace to me as he goes through Fogarty. Down towards the hairpin he goes. 15 seconds he was clear of Mark Burton at the start of this lap. Is he going to hold on to it?
Looks to be better than it was a lap ago. So I think all is somewhat okay. So Ben Pearson, this race has been more dramatic than what we were expecting. Especially 5 minutes ago, it all seemed very plain sailing. Until we saw him, he was being passed by cars that he had just lapped. But Ben Pearson, is he going to receive the checkered flag? Yes, he is.
Yeah, so he wins round 13 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. First win of the season for Ben Pearson. So many congratulations to him. Mark Burton, it should be in second place. There you can see the 68 car, which is Gareth Thomas. There's Burton in second, and the Class M2 winner flashing his lights. Second Maneve going through, but then you've got Gareth Thomas, who has won in the Cup class, and so he takes the checkered flag there. Obviously, we had the loss of William Lake towards the end of that race, and Dan Pastana, he's come through, hasn't he, as well, in third, also with a 5-second penalty.
Lee Pearcey's took fourth. We just saw that. Lee Pearcey ahead of Tom Singleton to take fourth, but Stephen Schweikart in the middle here, number 43, the second car on our shot, about to seemingly win the championship.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Is up the inside of Paul Neville's car. There they come through, and there is the checkered flag, and Stephen Schweikart takes it, and it's only third within Class 6 today, but I'm pretty sure that's enough to wrap up the championship. Mark Burton's now got a 15-second penalty to add to the, well, in total. Dan Pastana only a 5-second penalty, and there's just under 10 seconds between them, so that will be Pastana up to second, number 12. Mark Burton will be down to third, and still battles to be resolved here for the final place inside the top 10. That's Philip White, and David Nunes, I think, has got on terms with Philip White towards the end. He's got ahead of Sean Jackson on the final lap, but White it is that holds on to the last position inside the top 10.
Yeah, David Nunes progressed from 19th on the grid, which is pretty good. The Z3 that was well up at one stage, but actually that only started 17th, sort of dropped back a little bit again. That David Ashton finished 14th in the end. Rather more cars finished on the lead lap than what we were expecting at one point. But Ben Pearson, so his win actually is going to be like half a minute, isn't it, once all the penalties are brought into account.
It was up to 50 seconds on the road at one point before his car stopped temporarily, but he got back into the race again, still managing to hold on to the leads, and he's just about to head into the pit lane now. So we'll see if we can bring you the results of that race. We need to unpick the penalties, of course, as well. So it was, though, Ben Pearson that won, number 25 in the 2 Series. 12 laps completed, and once penalties are applied, he will be 30.15 seconds clear of number 12, Daniel Pastana, in second place. Mark Burton will be classified third in number 29. Fourth will be number 1, Lee Pearcey. Fifth to 23, Thomas Singleton. Sixth to 77, Paul Travers, in spite of a penalty. Seventh to number 210, Adam Reed. Eighth to 43, Stephen Schweikart. Ninth to 27, Chris Blakey. And 10th to number 70, Philip White. Pearson, Burton, Pastana and Singleton, all class winners there. 11th was Nunes, 12th Jackson, 13th Pywell and 14th Aspen. And if we look at the next screen, we'll see that Gareth Thomas had a very convincing win in the end in the Cup class, which will help his hopes of wrapping up that championship with one race to come. A little bit later on this afternoon, it's going to be our final race of the weekend, due off at around about 5:40, although it might be a little bit later than that given delays earlier on in the programme. But Ben Pearson it was that took the win in a slightly dramatic fashion in the end, and he'll be hoping to get to the bottom of what caused that in between races and make sure it doesn't recur in race 2. So let's head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is there, and he's going to find out the latest from what happened with our race winner.
Well, a drama-fueled conclusion to that opening BMW race of the day, with all of our top 3 finishers actually encountering late trouble with time penalties for 2 of them, and whatever the issues were for Ben Pearson, but they didn't prevent him from getting the win. Ben, let's get you stood over next to your car, shall we? A car that I gather wasn't running flawlessly there towards the end. What was going on?
No, I think we ran low on fuel and it went into reduced performance. So did a quick stop at the hairpin, did a power cycle, got it going again, and then just lift and coast and take it easy.
You were going that quickly, you were burning more fuel than you expected?
Just slightly, yeah. Put a bit more in for next time.
Yeah, sensible. I think very lucky then that you were able to get to the flag, and also that you'd built up such a big lead in the early part of the race.
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, the other main competitor didn't make it to the race. He had an accident in qualifying this morning. But other than that, it's not the way that you want to race on your own, but competition would be better.
It would indeed, but it's a great circuit and a great car as well. How long have you been behind the wheel of this thing?
We've had it for 2 years now.
Okay. Yeah. And much development going on with it, or have you kind of left it how you got it?
Yeah, a lot. It's not going to stop either. Still need a lot more to do.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully another race victory coming for Ben a little bit later on. Now, Mark Burton came home in second place. There is Ben, Mark even. Second place for you, but picked up a bit of a time penalty there towards the end. Were you aware that you'd strayed a bit beyond those white lines?
Yeah, I saw the black and white flag for track limits, I assumed. But I didn't see that I had a penalty till I just came in there. But it doesn't really make much difference. You know, we race in classes here and I was still first in class, so that's the main thing. But it was a good race. I was a bit on my own. Car was getting a bit hot, so I backed off a bit just to sort of save the car. But it's still good fun.
Any idea what might have been causing the overheating? Because I don't know whether you've noticed, it's not a particularly hot day today, is it?
No, it's not. We had a bit of damage in the last race, and the car got very hot then because the auxiliary belt ended up coming off and the engine got very hot. And this is the first time we've really run it for any period, so it might just be you know, an airlock or something from that. We just need to have a look at it. I mean, it was okay. I just didn't want it to get any worse.
Thoughts now for race 2 at the end of the day then? Another class win, obviously the target. Is there anyone who you think from your class might pose a bit of a threat in that one?
I'd need to see where people finish in that race because our grid positions are from race 1. But obviously Lee Pearce will be quick. He's probably the closest, and Paul Travers as well. So it should be a bit closer, I think. I think they got a bit bunched up battling, which let me get away. So if they hang with me, I think we should have a good race.
Good stuff. Thank you, Mark. Second place overall, and as he quite rightly says, an M2 class victory. Now, third place goes the way of Daniel Pestana, another driver actually to fall foul slightly of some track limits there, but overall a solid race for you.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. My first time racing since about 5 years, actually. I was nursing a couple of issues with the gearbox and fuel starvation, basically. But yeah, no, really enjoyed it. I didn't actually see the warning board for the penalty, so I missed that and then crossed the line on the final lap and saw it. But yeah, no, really enjoyed it. It's great to be back on the grid.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Daniel. We're going to have to leave it there because I can hear behind us that cars are already making their way around to the grid for our next race, and it's sort of the main event of the day, if you like, a 2-hour endurance race with mandatory pit stops, driver changes for many of the cars as well. It is, of course, the latest round of the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, an eclectic grid of cars gridding up, and Ian and Josh can talk you through it.
Yep, it's the penultimate round of the Tequila Club Enduro Championship for 2023. 2-hour race in prospect, pit stops and driver changes and all of that going on. But we'll give you the grid first of all. I'll try and give you the start drivers as we go through as well. There are some teams that have also got an extra driver as well compared to what's in the programme. So quite a bit to take in here. So on the front row it's going to be number 1. That's going to be started by Bradley Burns. And besides number 1, Rob, is the number 92 car, which is going to be started by Phil Knibb. The second row is number 14. That's Alec Livesley going to start the Ginetta. And then next to him is number 27, Mark Rice. On the third row, it's going to be number 40, which is going to be started by Brett Lidsey. In fact, and 48 will be started by William Stacey. On the fourth row of the grid, on the inside, it's the number 6 car being started by Ryan Parkin, and the 15 car is going to be started by Colin Gillespie. Row 5 on the inside is number 2, that's Joel Oswick, who drives solo. 82 is being started by Ben Williams. On the 6th row on the inside, it's number 95, that's Kevin Glover starting that car. And 113. Jamie Hadley is shown on the grid. Now, is that correct? Because I thought he'd got excluded from the qualifying result, so the rest of this might be one car out, but we'll carry on. 89 Scott Parkin is on the inside of row number 7. Next to him is number 91 Christopher Plaskett. I think the number 78 car is going to be there on row 8 of the grid. There's a line through it on the piece of information that I've got, so I don't think that's going to be there. But then the next car up should be number 8, which will be started by Chris Webster. Row 9 is 117 Martin Gadsby, and then number 11, that's going to be Charlie Dark starting that one. On the 10th row of the grid, it should be the 88 car of Joe Williams and David Lawrence in number 56. Then on row 11, 22 is going to be started by Luke Browse on this occasion. 112 is Tom Gannon starting the car he shares with Manoj Patel. On row 12, as the green flag lap is getting underway, it's going to be the number 76 car of Michael Downey. 53, Cale Keltz, who went very well yesterday in the Armed Forces Race Challenge races on his race debut. Row 13, on the inside, we should have the number 19 car, that's Peter Mansfield, and the 71 car of Ben Short. On the 14th row, it's going to be the we've got the 168 car there. It's saying of Simon Glenn, so that's different to what I've got here, which is that car's not on my sheet. So we'll go with 100 Matthew Simonite. It should be on the outside of row 14. Row 15 on the inside is number 333, which is going to be started by Michael Hooper, and then you've got the Nick Grove and Carlo Turner actually starting the 101 car. Row 16 of the grid is 66, which is Johnny Hayes. Number 10 being started by Andrew Shepherd. Edward Christie, 481 on the 17th row, alongside number 20 Vitotas Pipiras. Row 18 has Keith Fryer starting the number 68 car, and number 74 Campbell Cassidy. And row 19, the it's showing there the 176 car of William Lynch. We should also have at the back of the grid, I don't think it was on there anywhere, the 74 car Campbell Cassidy Matt Sherrington. That was a car that had some dramas earlier, and we'll tell you more of that anon. But Josh, the car's already off on their green flag lap, so not too far away from the start of this race. It is, of course, a rolling start that we have for these as well, with the pit stops to be taken in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, that's right. Pit window opens after 30 minutes. And we had that wet qualifying session this morning. Dry circuit now. Generally, the quickest car this season's been the Lotus Elise of Will Stacey. That car, though, had 6 lap times deleted for exceeding track limits this morning. So that car, you would think, should move through the field. They do need to be cautious of that. And he's been joined by Rob Boston today. So that should be a very strong car indeed. But there's lots of strong cars. It's a massively competitive season in the Club Enduro Championship. Will Stacey won the opening round at Croft and at Anglesey with Rob Boston. But then Alton Park, Mark Rice and Will Beat for the winners. They start 4th today. At Spa, it was Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter who were the winners. They start in 7th today. Then last time out at Snetterton, it was Rob Baker and Bradley Burns who were the winners, and they're on pole this time out.
Yeah, nearly to the end of the green flag lap then. Just to tell you about the car that I think is there at the back of the grid. That is the number 74 Lotus Exige of Campbell Cassidy and Matt Sherrington sharing that car. The gear linkage cable snapped in qualifying after Campbell had just done 2 laps. There was a spare that's come up from Sudbury not far from Snetterton in a taxi. Cyril, the taxi driver, has done the team proud. The gear cable is in, and they are looking forward to taking the start of the race. They did think that they might not be able to take the start if the taxi didn't arrive in time, but clearly between the taxi driver doing a good job and the start of the race being delayed by about half an hour, then they've managed to get that in. So all good. And we are about to get racing then for 2 hours, the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. A good mix of cars in all of the different classes. It should be a very interesting race, and of course different conditions to the race that we had for qualifying too. So I think the order will be a little bit shaken up. It is then the car on pole position of number 1 that is leading the way around.
Brad Burns at the
Brad
wheel.
Burns at the wheel, and lights go out and away we go. Will Stacey using a bit of the grass there. He's keen to make up progress at the start of the race in the Blue Lotus, but it looks like Brad Burns is not quite going to hold on, is he? Phil Knibb around the outside in the Seat Cupra has the lead of the race then, or does he? Action a bit further back as well, but it's side by side still between the two leads. It looks like the Cupra has gone through, so it's Phil Knibb leading. Bradley Burns is in second place, and it's side by side a bit further back as well. That's a good start by Ryan Parkin, isn't it, as well, in the Audi. He's up into third place. So it's all happening in the first few corners.
Burns grabbed the lead back at the old hairpin with a pretty aggressive move, but he's back ahead. But Phil Knibb going great guns in the Seat. We've had contact. Livesley in the Jeanetta's gone round. Think he had contact with the Gillespie Seat, and it's in the gravel. Just like at Brands Hatch 4 weeks ago, the Jeanetta gets shoved off on the opening lap of the race, I'm afraid. And Alec Livesley in the gravel. They're the Class B leaders, including Scott Parkin, who's trying to win the championship today. Scott Parkin, who has had 3 wins this season in Class B, but it's all action at the front. Up to third, then has come the Audi TT, so that's a good start from Ryan Parkin, and he is just ahead of Brett Lidsey, the sometime VLN racer, who is out nowadays in James Collins's M3. So it's a very action-packed opening lap with that mixed grid, and now Parkin's going for second. So the Audi TT is absolutely flying on this opening lap for Ryan Parkin, and he's up into second spot, which is, as I say, a great opening lap because he only started 7th. So absolutely epic stuff, and he's right up with Brad Burns then, the ex-Clio Cup racer that leads the way in the Volkswagen Golf. He won with Stacey's out over the grass now. So this is absolutely frantic stuff for the opening lap. How long is this race, Ian? Remind everybody.
2 hours.
Okay.
And we've had about a minute and 3/4. So a long way still to go in this race, and a lot has happened already. And it's Brad Burns leading. It's a great start from Ryan Parkin to get up to second place. He's sharing that car with Dylan Brick to a late addition in this race. Phil Knibb is there in third. The Jeanetta is broken, isn't it? I think it's going to pull off. They've tried to get that car back into the race, but Alec Livesley has managed half a lap. I think there's been another incident along the way, so sadly out of the race. And that's close for Parkin as well, who made such a good start to the race. There's the Jeanetta pulling off.
Got broken front left suspension,
and
I think.
there's a bollard that presumably got taken out in that instant as well, that the drivers are going over. So Ryan Parkin, the dark side Audi, dropping back down the order then, and that has promoted, therefore, I think the Cupra up to second of Phil Knibb, as they make their way down towards the Fogarty S's, and then it's the BMW in third. That's Brett Lidsey.
Yes, this is action-packed. What's happened to Ryan Parkin then? Meanwhile, twin brother Scott has got the leader Class B away from Kevin Glover. So it's a change there for third position because the Cupra of Mark Grice goes up the inside of Brett Lidsey's BMW. So that's a change of position as well. So this is absolutely action-packed stuff from the Club Enduro Championship. Opening 2 laps of the race. But Brad Burns is doing a good job out front. Meanwhile, some battles a little bit further down the pack. You've got the BMW there of Luke Browds getting the better of Ben Williams' Cupra. The Audi did make the start. The Matthew Stockford and Alan James car that we thought was going to be withdrawn. There it is, right involved in the battle. Ex-Paralympian medalist Matthew Stockford, I would think, would have started that car. He generally does. So he is involved in that battle. You've got the Jeanetta G40 that patched up after incident yesterday. Chris Webster just behind. That's a Class B car. Those 4 ahead are Class A cars. But as Ryan Parkin out of the Dark Side Developments Audi that has been pretty faultless this season, I think, but unfortunately, and it was yesterday, had a good race yesterday, but it's gone very wrong on lap 2.
Talking of going very wrong, it looks like a car that's blown up, but still continuing. That looked like a massive blow. Who's that? That is the
Carlo Turner, Nick Grove.
It is the
series.
1 Series, isn't it? The 101 car that's going around. It's still circulating. That looked like it was a massive drama, but all good. Everyone still continues on their way here. So we've lost 2 front runners in the first 2 laps of the race in terms of Ryan Parkin and in terms of the Alec Livesley, Adam Bessel, Ginetta. We've got the Cooper now ahead of the BMW of Brett Lindsay. That's down to 4th place. Then I think behind them it's the number 2 car, isn't it? Joel Oswick in the BMW, and then it's Will Stacey, who's been very rapid this season as well. Yellow flags waving, of course, while recoveries are being done around the circuit. We could see the recovery vehicle trying to deal with the car of Ryan Parkin a moment ago, but it's still being done in localised yellows as far as we can see at the moment.
Yeah, that'd be good. We had a similar situation at Snetterton. That race went through without interruption. So let's hope for a similar type of thing today here at Donington Park. There's the battle between Ben Williams and Matthew Stockford in the Dynamics Audi. Chris Webster just behind, so that's the battle being led by Luke Browd for something like 12th position. Ben Williams seems to have been losing positions over the course of this lap, although he grabs one back there as Luke Browd spins and he gets ahead of Matthew Stockford all in one.
Yeah, and now he's off the road. There was drama in the early stages of the race yesterday. The road sports race for his father Paul, who was off the circuit at Radgate, I think it was. He had a, it wasn't the first corner, in fact. That's the Keith Fryer and Ian Thornton Honda, just going past the Lotus, which appears to possibly have broken again.
That's the Campbell Cassidy Matt Carrington car.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the car which had the gear linkage cable replaced.
It's going, but
not very well.
Not really.
I think it's fair to say. And just behind that Keith Fryer Honda Civic Type R at the moment, there is the 176 car going through. That's the Lynch M3.
From the back of the grid up to 19th in 3 laps. So that's good progress from William and Freddie Lynch. Good to see they got out there after problem right at the beginning of qualifying. But it is Brad Burns that leads by 1.5 seconds from Phil Knibb. This is the best I think we're seeing Phil Knibb go in this Seat. He went well in road sports at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, but in this Club Enduro grid to be running second, excellent effort there. Up ahead of the class championship leaders, I think, are Mark Grice coming into this weekend. Yeah, they're the leading Class A championship contenders. Very closely fought title there. At the back of this group is the Class C leader, David Lawrence, who has drafted in Alistair Camp to share his Honda Civic with him this weekend. Alistair Camp, champion in 750 Motor Club categories in the past, and David Lawrence leads Class C by about 6 seconds from Cale Keltz at this stage within the Class C. And the biggest grid I think we've had from Class C all season long this weekend, which is good to see.
Good to have a good balance between classes A, B and C. The classes split based on power to weight ratio. Class A for cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Splits for B and C, 240 and 180 brake horsepower per tonne, and naturally aspirated cars only in Class C as well. There's also the Clubman Cup as well for older machinery as well, which we'll keep an eye on as the race goes on as well.
Lead gap came down on that lap to 1.2 seconds from Brad Burns to Phil Knibb. So the Seat is chasing the Volkswagen down up front. By the way, we're about a second away from that record pace at the moment, set by Chris Boardman. Was that last season, or a couple of seasons ago, in a BMW? But it's the front-wheel drive cars that are in the first 3 positions in the early stages of this one at the moment.
Yeah, 2 years ago that lap record was set as the Club Enduro returns to the Grand Prix circuit this weekend for the penultimate meeting of the season. They will go to Silverstone at the end of October as well. It's possible that the championship could be decided before then, but it may go down to the final round. There's Michael Downey, number 76, in the familiar orange Porsche Boxster, the driver from Haddington. Been with Club Enduro pretty much since the start and has been a big supporter of this of the championship as it's evolved.
Yeah, CW Motorsport prepared Boxster S. He is at the wheel of 2017. He started racing and started in this championship. So, as you say, really always focused on this category for the Scotsman.
Yeah, and he's there just ahead of the 56 car of David Lawrence that we were mentioning as well. And he's had a good season, newcomer into the championship.
Yeah, X-Time Attack competitor David Lawrence, 34 from Derby, so very much his local race. This one, and as I say, he's drafted in double hot hatch champion Alistair Camp to help him out in the Area Motorsport Honda Civic FN2. There's the Honda S2000, car number 11, started by Charlie Dark. And he shares with Dan Asano in that car. That was the car that qualified highest up the order in the Clubman Cup for the older cars category. We haven't seen so many cars in this season, but a better entry again here at Donington Park, as it is for the majority of cases, really. Lead gap now 1.6 seconds between Brad Burns and Phil Knibb, but the car that was in third position of Mark Grice has dropped a couple of positions. A slower last lap for Mark Grice means he's fallen behind Brett Lidsey and Joel Oswick. So the two BMWs have moved into third and fourth positions. And it looks like they're having a good battle for third spot, so hopefully we'll pick up on that. Cars 40 and 2, and immediately Alpha Live show us the pictures of that battle for third, fourth and fifth. Will Stacey in sixth isn't showing the pace that we've seen from that Lotus Elise all season. It had another head gasket go in the last round at Snetterton, so I wonder if they've made some adjustments. Perhaps hasn't got as much power, but they're hoping for better reliability this weekend. So that was a good battle across the line for third position, being led by Brett Lidsey. But there's the leader, not leading by very much, Brad Burns, only a second ahead in this race. Bradley Burns, a 22-year-old from Surrey. He was a podium finisher in the German TCR Championship a few seasons ago, but Rob Baker's drafted him in to the Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf for the last 3 meetings. He's not able to get away from Phil Knibb in this Seat Leon Euro Cup car. So an older car, the factory-built Seat. It's an Area Motorsport prepared Volkswagen Golf that they've been developing, and it's been going really well over the course of the last couple of events. I think it had a failure at Spa, but at Snetterton the Golf was running really well, and with Brad Burns' help, the car leading the way here, Ian.
Yep, it is. 1.09 seconds there was between Burns and Knibb at the end of the previous lap. Then about 4 seconds behind you'd got the Brett Lidsey BMW and that battle with Oswick, and the 27 car of Mark Grice also involved as well. You can see already we're starting to get into some of the traffic. That's the 101 car that has been lapped. That was the car that we saw in a cloud of smoke earlier on, Carlo Turner, but it still seems to be circulating okay. And then the next car that they're going to lap is that number 10 Ginetta, which has been started in this race by Andrew Shepherd, the driver from Nuneaton.
Yeah, that car second in the Class C Championship, I think, coming into this weekend. So there's out of Redgate the third place car of Lidsey. Then for fourth and fifth together, Joel Oswick under pressure from Mark Grice. After that, Phil Knibb's been hit by that slower Ginetta, and the Ginetta just drifted across the road. Obviously didn't realise Phil Knibb was there. Phil saved the car very well, but has that damaged the car? Because it had a knock on the back quarter, which sometimes the touring cars are quite vulnerable in that part of the car, so that was very unfortunate for Phil Knibb. Meanwhile, behind a big challenge, they've broke the Ginetta possibly, hasn't it? That's very slow at this stage. The battle for fourth, though, looking very strong between Joel Oswick in that German Auto Works BMW M4 and the recovering Mark Grice, who had a moment a few laps ago. But it's been a fairly dramatic opening part to this race.
Yeah, been lots going on, hasn't there? So we'll keep an eye on what goes on with Phil Knibb after that brush. Sorry, more than a brush, wasn't it, with the Ginetta of Andrew Shepherd. Here we've got the cars making their way through the Melbourne hairpin. Brett Lidsey pushing on there. Back end of the car stepped out a little bit as he got on the power. He's only just ahead of the number 2 car, which is that of Joel Oswick, 27. Mark Grice is there in third. Well, Stacey's still there in fourth position in the RBR Lotus And then a bit further back, we've got this little battle going on down the order. That includes the 168 David Embry M235i for the drive from Eden, which I'm not sure that I've seen this one so far this season. I've not seen all of the rounds of the championship this year, though.
Yeah, this is, I think, new to us. So this is, I would think, one of the VLN prepared cars, the old M2 35i, as you were saying, because Simon Glenn, who shares this car, is a regular in the VLN. He's a multiple Nürburgring 24-hour starter, so I suspect that's where that car's from, because BMW Motorsport built quite a lot of these in Germany. But it's good. It's a car that I thought we would see in this championship before now, so if it is one of those, that's great to see. And don't know so much about David Embry, so he might be a bit newer to racing. But yeah, Simon Glenner, I think a 4-time starter of the Nürburgring 24 hours. And there is a novice cross on the back, so that would suggest that David is new to racing. And he's just been lapped by the leader.
He has, about to be lapped by second place as well. I wonder if he's just a little bit more cautious now, having had that incident with the Ginetta a lap and a half ago. As he's going past now the 66 car as well of Johnny Hayes, the Shropshire driver in the 2.8 litre BMW Compact. That's one of the regular Class C front runners.
Yeah.
There's that Ginetta into the pits.
One last time out at Snetterton did that BMW you just mentioned.
So the Ginetta being raised up on the jacks. They're seeing what damages. They're focusing on the left front, which is where the contact occurred, of course, with Phil Nib. Was on the left-hand side of the driver, and I imagine they've got the wheel off there and just looking for any damage. I expect the driver's reported there's a vibration or something like that after that contact. It's like we've got the scrutineers down there as well, keeping an eye on what is going on as well.
Will Stacey is now the quickest driver on the circuit, not the fastest lap, but currently the quickest car out there. And he has caught that group. So second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth are all together now. There's Stacey. Excellent job again from the Alfa Life team to get the cars that we're talking about on our TV screen. So second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all coming up towards McLean. They've got a car to lap. So Phil Nib squeezes past, I think it's the Kale Kelt BMW. Brett Lidsey now right on terms with him. Brett Lidsey, the driver from Kent. Another driver that's raced in the VLN, nowadays known as the Nürburgring Landstrecken Series, NLS. And raced in Europe as well as Brett Lidsey quite a bit, but he's sharing this BMW with James Collins, the car owner. The car in the early parts of the season was raced by Nigel Greensalt, but Brett Lidsey is now the driver to share the car. That BMW M3, great to have one of these E46 M3s on the grid. Again this season. We've already got a track limit penalty very early in the race, so that is Mark Grice who's been given a 5-second penalty. Is it Mark that started? Yeah, Mark Grice has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
Okay, so...
And he is under pressure from Will Stacey.
More than under pressure. Well, Stacey is almost alongside there, but I think in a straight line the Cupra is able to outdrag the little Lotus. But as you said, Will Stacey is currently sort of fastest man on circuit. Let's see if he can make a move for positioning. Ignoring that 5-second penalty for the moment, as maybe they make their way through. We've got another penalty as well further back for the 176 car. That's the Lynch M3, which had made its way up from the back of the grid. That's a 5-second penalty that they have incurred as well. Again, for one would think a track limits infringement. We're only on lap 11 of the race already. Drivers starting to pick up penalties. We're only about just over an eighth of the way through it.
Yeah, that's very early. Well, you don't really do it at any point, really, but very early to get a penalty. Stacey quicker then through the old hairpin, tucked up right behind the Seat. The Lotus is a tiny car in comparison. There's quite a bit of traffic upcoming. Here comes Lidsey to the inside of Phil Nib. Can't quite get there. Obviously, with Lidsey perhaps a bit more experienced, and Nib's got a penalty now. This could get a little bit frustrating, I think, if this carries on. They've got to pass the other Rob Boston Lotus there. So Nib and Grice in this group, both with penalties. But yeah, he's been caught by Brad Lidsey. Lidsey had a big challenge there into McLean's. Couldn't get past though. But yeah, my point was that Lidsey's done a lot more endurance racing than Nib has, who's got caught up in the traffic behind David Lawrence, the Class C leader, and this is the chance for Brad Lidsey to pounce. They go either side of Lawrence. Very spectacular stuff, and Joel Oswick is joining in as well in the BMW M4 with the next two not far back, and Nib's going to lose one position to Lidsey. He's going to lose a second position to Oswick. Not quite, I don't think, in that BMW M4 with a 6-cylinder twin turbocharged engine. And Nib trying to fight back. can't quite get past Lidsey there. But this is an excellent battle here between, I think, 5 different types of car as well, isn't it, involved in this?
Yeah, and of course all of this is allowing Bradley Burns to get away out in the lead of the race. The gap now 7.5 seconds first to second. Second place now being Brett Lidsey in that BMW on the road. They're just coming up to lap the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster as well from a lower class. Then there's Nib and then Oswick fourth in the M4, as Josh was saying. Then the Grice Cupra, and then Will Stacey now up the inside of the Cupra. The old hairpin has to take a lot of curb on the inside of the old hairpin and can't make the move there. That was a very close moment indeed. I thought that could have turned out into a sizable collision, but well, fortunately it did not, and they've both survived. They're just lapping the Vitotas Piperas Honda Civic, the FN2. Go past him.
Another chance for Stacey here into Coppis. He's on the inside line, I think, of Mark Grice's time. So is this job done?
Yeah, he's done it at Coppis corner. So up to 5th on the road goes Will Stacey now, so we can disregard that penalty for the moment. But as you say, these penalties might well accumulate as the race goes on, and if unfortunately if they occur often enough, we will start to get drive-throughs as well. That's the MX-5 that's gone off the road there.
That's James Dennison from Car Magazine, so that'll be an interesting write-up in the mag in future weeks. As Joel Oswick goes up the inside of Phil Nib to grab 3rd position at this stage, and he goes through. But going back to that Mazda, the reason that James Dennison is driving it because that car's running on synthetic fuel, so that is a good news story for Car Magazine to write about, and I think James is finding out what it's all about over the course of today. Here's out of a second though, up across the line. Brett Lidsey now in 2nd, Oswick up to 3rd, so the rear-wheel drive cars are coming strong now, so does that mean the front-wheel drive cars just starting to use their front tyres up early on? And for Phil Nib and Mark Grice, they're dropping away as they lap the Benz Mazda, the car driven by Ben Short and Ben Hansey over the course of this race.
Update from the pit lane, the number 10 Ginetta, that had the contact with Phil Nab, that had changed left wheel, the rim was broken on the wheel after the contact with the Nib car, and the 74 Lotus, that's the one I think that we can see in pit lane now. It's been getting stuck periodically in 3rd and 4th gear, so that's the one that had the broken gear linkage in qualifying. They changed it, but they didn't have time to set it correctly, and now some more work needs doing in the pit lane. So it's a bit of a test session for them now, Josh.
And Stacey dives up the inside of Nib and has almost got squeezed out just like he did earlier. It's a very small car to squeeze into positions I don't think are quite as large as Will Stacey hopes they're going to be. We can't quite get past Nib here, but the 2 touring cars definitely falling away at this stage of the race. As now Mark Grice tries to get involved. He's going off the circuit though because of that challenge all over the curbs. And that's time lost then for Mark Grice in 6th position. What further news from the pit lane is another gearbox issue for car number 100, which is that Mazda that just went off the road, James Dennison. Another car that's been off, number 20, that's Vitos Papirias in his Honda. He, I think, got removed from the race at Snetterton for exceeding track limits too many times. So that's what some of the others have got to be aware of. They do it too much, they could get excluded from the event. Stacey's done it, hasn't he? He's ahead of Phil Nib, but Nib's going to fight back here up in towards Redgate, but he's done it. Stacey's up into 4th spot now, and will be looking, along with Joel Oswick and Brad Lidsey ahead of him, to try and go after the race leader, Brad Burns. A gap 7.7 seconds between the top 2 at this stage.
So down through the corner curves goes Will Stacey then, now up into 4th position on the road, and ahead of Phil Nib in the Seat.
We haven't really spoke about Class B, have we, very much?
Not much.
Scott Parkin leads that, the championship leader, by 5.8 seconds over Kevin Glover. So they're the 2 Golfs, the diesel car ahead of the petrol one. And a bit further back, Chris Plaskett's GTI Golf is 3rd within Class B. And there's that Mazda that's got gear issues. So James Dennison's brought that car in after he had that off-track excursion. It's stuck in 2nd gear, and that may be why he pulled off the road. They're checking out perhaps a bit more than just gearbox issues as well, maybe having a good look into the engine bay here, as you can see. So that's a shame for that car that's running on synthetic fuels. P1 fuels, I think, for that car. trying to demonstrate the drop in nature of synthetic fuels, but I think an unrelated issue with this gearbox issue being stuck in gear currently.
Number 2 car there of Joel Oswick in 3rd place. She's going past one of the back markers there, but he's going to come under pressure, I think, before much longer from Will Stacey. And the car stopped on the circuit at Hollywood, I'm afraid. It looks like it's going to go crawl down the hill. That's the
Jamie
Hadley car, the invitation class car, reclassified from Class B, the Volkswagen Golf GTI. And that is a bit of a chicane at the moment. He ought to, if he can, try and get that car off the road, but that may need some outside intervention to deal with it. We'll keep an eye on the situation. All of the things being equal, the pit car window should be open in 6 minutes' time. Phil Nibbs' penalty now been increased to 15 seconds. It goes from 5 to 10, so 5 to 15, then it'll go to 45 next, I think, or possibly a drive-through in lieu of a 30-second penalty, if there are any more examples of track limits infringements before the end of the race.
I don't really know what's going on because it's not been a problem for the rest of the meeting. I know it's a longer race, but it's happening sort of immediately as a sprint race distance would be, and everyone should be aware of the regulations. The top 4 drivers have been fine, but some of the others getting quite excessive track limit penalties very early on in the piece. Safety car boards are out.
Yes, we can see the lights flashing. There we go. The yellow and white SC lights, and that will be to recover that Golf, the Jamie Hadley Golf that has come a cropper. Saying the pit lane window should open in about 5 minutes, but it won't open while the safety car is out, because you cannot take your pit stops, your mandatory pit stops, behind a safety car. Probably while the safety car is out, we should tell you that all of the pit stops in Club Enduro, they have to be over a sort of fixed amount of time, and then there are drivers that have penalties in addition to that as well. For those that have had success in previous races, so added to the 3 minutes, Rob Baker and Bradley Burns, they'll have a 30-second extra stop to make. The Fenwick and Shepherd Ginetta, I think that's back out now, that would have an extra 20 seconds to serve in the stop. As too will the 27 car of Mark Grice and William Beach. It'll be another 30 seconds for Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, car 66. Car 89, Scott Parkin, will have an extra 30 seconds to serve in the pit stops. Christopher Plaskett an extra 10. The number 95 car of Luke Stevitz and Kevin Glover an extra 10. And the treble 3 car of Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper in Class C an extra 10 seconds as well. So various drivers are going to have slightly longer pit stops over and above the minimum 3 minutes once they make their mandatory stops at some point after the first half hour of the race.
And that's why Bradley Burns was trying to build a lead up. You mentioned there, a 30-second penalty, and the cars in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th don't have an extra penalty to serve in the pit stops. But obviously with the safety car out, that is going to mean that lead gap will decline. There is a couple of 3 cars that are between Burns and Lidsley. That lead gap should expand. Now, hopefully that Honda Civic was in the gravel before the safety car boards were shown.
Yeah. Well, otherwise the Lithuanian might be in a little bit of bother if I talk to Piperas. The Golf still stationary on the circuit at Hollywood, needing to be recovered as well. There is the 20 car off at Redgate, one of the FN Enduro cars, and that will be recovered by the snatch vehicle there. I don't think we got to tell you all of the sort of changes to the programme as well for those of you that need to be aware of this. So it's irrelevant now, but number 6 Ryan Parkin was going to be shared with Dylan Brichter. But that car, I think, out of the race. Number 11, Dan Orsano, sharing with Charlie Dark, who started that car. Number 19, Peter Mansfield, is sharing with Mike Sanford, who is going to be second in that car. 48, William Stacey, sharing with Rob Boston now. He's the extra driver. Another driver that has another car that's got an extra driver, but which is in trouble, is the number 74 car, Matt Cherrington, joining Campbell Cassidy in that car. And I think that was it in terms of additional drivers. The Golf is now coasting its way down the hill. Now, what's it going to do when it gets to the bottom of the hill, and has it got enough oomph to get any further than that? It's just being told, yeah, just pull off into the onto the access road there. Should be able to get in behind the barriers there, I would think, and then that will cease to be a problem.
Yes, so the rescue crews can help with that one. So maybe one further lap behind the safety car. And then after the racing gets restarted, the pit window should open too. But there is that Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf then that leads the race. This, the latest generation of Volkswagen Golf and Area Motorsport have converted this GTI into a race car. They've got a big turbocharger to bring it up to the 300 brake horsepower per tonne limit that is on Class A. And it's been well developed over the course of the season. Big improvements since the opening round at Croft, and it's now in is a car that's certainly going to be one of the top cars in the class. It was a winner last time out at Snetterton, chased Will Stacey all the way, and I suppose you could say it chased Stacey's car into retirement when it blew a head gasket. Plumes of smoke come out as the engine expired. And then there was an easy run to the end for Rob Baker to take the checkered flag first. Looking back at the class leaders there, Class C leader is number 56, David Lawrence. He shares with Alistair Camp this weekend, as we've been saying. David Lawrence won at Croft with Isla Krylov as his co-driver. Mike Stamford was with him at Alton Park when he was a winner. He won at Spa when he drove solo. Had problems though last time out at Snetterton, so didn't score well there. But is I think on terms really for the Class C championship, but where David Lawrence ends up in the overall championship is I think yet to be decided, but is one of the sort of front runners. But sometimes Class C hasn't been populated enough for him to score maximum points, which for an overall title perspective is a problem. Only one car between him and his closest class rival, which is Cale Keltz in the German Autoworks BMW that won the Class C title last season in the hands of Joel Oswick. And Cale Keltz travelling over from the States this weekend, Ian.
Yeah, and having his very first races yesterday in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, but specifically here for the club Enduro. I think had a road BMW that he wanted German Autoworks to do some work on. That was how the connection was made, and since then he's got the racing bug and has decided to make his debut. So anyone watching from the States, a very warm welcome to you. Let's head down to the pit lane. Andy McEwen is there and going to talk to someone who's had maybe some problems in the early stage of this race.
Well, no problems yet. Hopefully you haven't put the curse on them there, Ian. I'm down here at the Area Motorsport end of the pit lane, catching up with Alistair Camp, TCR UK race winner. Got to get that in there now. Bigging you up nicely, and rightly so, really. Your car leading the class, David in it at the moment, and you seem to be one of the few cars to have had a clean start.
Yeah, we're going well at the minute. Dave's driving well, as he does. He obviously knows the car in and out. And yeah, he asked me to come and have a ride around with this weekend, see what we can do. And yeah, we seem pretty even on pace, so hopefully we can keep going as Dave's going now.
A track that you love, you've had success here in the past, of course, in other categories, fairly recently, in fact. So any excuse to get out there and enjoy Donington, right?
Yeah, 100%. 10 minutes from home, can't beat it.
Exactly. I believe you've just done a bit of a mad dash to get down here. You saw the safety car was out, and you were, let's say, doing some research in the grandstand, were you?
Yeah, stood in the grandstand with Little and had to do the dash to the toilet, get him to the mist and down here.
Worked well for you, though. You managed to get down, and in the end, actually not pitting yet under the safety car. When will you be jumping in, do you think? Soonish?
Yeah, I'll probably be looking around the hour mark, but I said to Dave, if he's got a gap, keep going, don't just come in for the sake of it. Obviously, we're here to get tin pots, aren't we?
Exactly, and to do that, you need to get the strategy right. We'll leave you to it, Alistair. Thank you very much for having a chat. I was going to see if I could catch Rob Baker, but I think he's hiding inside. I might see if I can find him in a moment, because his car, of course, is up there contending for the overall lead. Safety car in, though, and racing getting back underway.
Yep, so safety car lights are out. Safety car is in the pit lane, and we have one car a long way in front of everybody else, therefore, with not everyone having gone at the same pace once the race has got back underway by the looks of it, Josh.
Yeah, the back markers haven't got the speed of the leading car, so actually that means Brad Burns has got a bigger lead than he had before the safety car, somewhat unusually. Big challenges there as Phil Knibb looks around the outside of Will Stacey for fourth. They've got to watch out though, because there's a Mazda MX-5 on the exit of the corner. They both were able to tighten their line enough to squeeze past it, so it's a 9-second advantage for Burns over Lidsey, then Oswick and Stacey and Knibb and Grice. The fast 6 cars really we've got this weekend. There's that car that was slow behind the leader.
Edward Christie, yeah. So that's got problems.
So that's why that big gap emerged. There's our Class B leader, Scott Harkin, the championship leader as well. He's had 3 wins this season in Class B, which came at Croft, Anglesey, and they came at Croft, Spa, and Snetterton, I should say, for Scott Harkin, those Class B victories. And that is putting him on the way to a potential championship this season, but he's being chased down by Kevin Glover. As they right on his tail now, Glover, and they've got a 10-second differential of pit stop times, and that could come back into the advantage of the Glover and Schlavitz pairing. And it was a really close contest between those 2 cars last time out at Snetterton too, and they're just working their way through the traffic.
I suspect we're going to get some pit stops before much longer, so let's quickly run down the order just before that happens. So it's number 1, Bradley Burns leading, number 40, Brett Lidsey is second, number 2, Joel Oswick is third, number 48, Will Stacey is fourth, 5th is number 92, Phil Nibbert with a 15-second penalty, 6th is number 27, Mark Rice with a 5-second penalty, 7th is number 15, Colin Gillespie, 8th and leading Class B is Scott Parkin, 9th and second in Class B is Kevin Glover, 10th is the 117 car of Martin Gadsby, and further back in Class C it is David Lawrence leading from Kel Keltz and Johnny Hayes.
And while you were saying that, there was a change towards the sharp end because Joel Oswick has taken second position away from Brett Lidsey in that traffic, so the M4 moves ahead of the M3 as Oswick gets second position then away from Brett Lidsey, but they are now 11 seconds behind Bradley Burns. So actually that safety car worked pretty well. We've got a touring car battle, and it looks like it's getting quite touring car-esque at this stage between Phil Nibb and Mark Grice. Not quite sure how that all began, but it looks like Phil Nibb has held on ahead of Mark Grice, but it looked like that was getting quite aggressive for a moment there.
Bit of rubbing going on, wasn't it? It seemed between Phil Nibb and Mark Grice. Both of those drivers having picked up penalties during the course of the race for exceeding track limits so far.
Another car in strife is the Mazda MX-5, the Ben Short and Ben Hansey car with a wheel bearing failure down there in the pit lane, which is a shame for the Mark 1 turbocharged car. There's that battle then between the 2 Seats of different forms, both built by the factory, but Nibb's car, the old Seat in Euro Cup spec, where Mark Grice's car was built for the TCR regulations.
That 481 car, it seems to be back up to speed now. I don't think it was quite at the full pace as the race resumed, which did cause a delay, and obviously drivers doing the right thing not to overtake it until they got past the green flag and the timing line.
Masses of cars here coming down towards the Melbourne Loop. This is about a 10th spot, and the Lynch M3 goes up ahead of Martin Gadsby's Compact. You've got the GTR just behind of the Browds family, and then Matthew Stockford's Audi, all involved in this battle for 10th position. They're trying to lap the Class C cars, which is getting pretty busy as they come out of the final corner and up across the line to complete 19 laps of racing. And then 3 or 4 wide in places there. They're lapping David Lawrence and Mike Hooper as well, a new driver to racing this season in that Mazda MX-5. He's just gone a lap down on his class leader, David Lawrence, but that's quite a battle and a good recovery this from problems in qualifying for the William and Freddie Lynch car up into the top 10 from the back of the grid. That car there, 176.
Yeah, and the car behind it is 76, which is Michael Downey, who's a lap down. There's the Martin Gadsby car, until recently was inside the top 10. He had a reasonable run yesterday in road sports as cars turning their way through McLean's and on towards Coppice Corner. The leaders are currently working lap 20 of the race. On the last lap we did get some green lap times, so drivers setting personal best lap times. Joel Oswick, Brett Lidsey, Will Stacey and Colin Gillespie all doing personal bests towards the sharp end of the field on the previous lap. Possibly, that was the first lap again after the restart.
Another 10-second exceeding track limit penalty for Mark Grice. They're up to 15 now.
As the Audi has been off, but back on again. The Stockford car, that's back on again. That was a Coppice where it had a moment.
A slightly concerning rejoin because the car sort of went straight across the circuit, but thankfully nothing was alongside. So there's confirmation of Phil Nibb's 15-second penalty.
And fastest lap of the race, 1:40.63 he has now done, so he's gone 100th faster than the Bradley Burns car did early on in the race, so that is a further reduction. but still outside the 1:39.75 lap record.
This is the battle of a second in Class C. Kyle Keltz in that German Autoworks BMW that won the championship last year. Not far behind it is Johnny Hayes, the driver from Shrewsbury, who finished second in the class championship last year, and he's running third in this race in that 1999 compact with a 2.8 litre engine. And there it is, car number 66 that he shares with Paul Saviani. And this was the car that won the class last time out at Snetterton.
Yep, so Keltz and Hayes coming through. There's the 112 car, and that is the car. You can see the license plates on the back of it. It's the car of Manoj Patel, Tom Gannon it is, driving it in the early stages of the race, the Honda Civic.
10 seconds is the lead margin for Bradley Burns. We're looking at the just ahead of the Gannon car is the car second in Class B for Kevin Glover, the 34-year-old mechanic from Herefordshire. Raced in the Production GTI Championship last year, his first season of racing, I think. No, apologies, no, he's raced over quite some more time, hasn't he? But in the Production GTI Championship, also in Britcar and Track Day Champion too. It's a 2-litre TSI-powered Mark 7 Volkswagen Golf prepared by Jammer Sport that Luke Slavitz, his co-driver, is well involved with, and they are currently running 3.5 seconds behind the class leader Scott Parkin in the diesel TDI Golf ahead.
So we've had about 40 minutes of this race so far, 21 laps completed by the race leaders. We'll be getting into that period of the race, the middle third of the race now, where we'll start to get pit stops, I would think, as well.
Well, this is what Germany Autoworks did at Snetterton, Joel Oswick. They came in early at Snetterton because every other round this season had safety cars. So they filled the car up, think, yep, we go from here. There was no safety cars. The car ran out of fuel with 2 laps of the race to go. So I wonder if there's a little bit of thinking about that, about some of the competitors thinking we don't want to go too early. We don't want to make that mistake because that's a big issue. So that is something that did happen in that previous round at Snetterton when they were running in a podium position. Joel Oswick second here today because their thinking was run the car as light as possible because it's such a competitive championship. But well, if you're running it light enough that there's no fuel in the car, that goes against the object, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. We were watching a moment ago Kevin Glover in the second place Class B car, the Jabba Sport car that's shared with Luke Slavitz. There it is again, just on camera now. There's the Manoj Patel Tom Gannon car, the 117 car of Martin Gadsby also going through. 22 Luke Browse in the green BMW as well. The Stowmarket Glass car into the pits has come Phil Nib, also by the looks of it Keith Fryer heading into the pit lane. So we are now starting to see some pit stops and Phil Nib. Now is that for a stop, or I wonder if there's any kind of further penalty that needs to serve? Not sure if we can keep an eye on that one, whether that is one that stops at its pit or not.
Battle of the 10th continues between the Lynch family BMW and Martin Gadsby's car. So that battle is ongoing. And you've got the Browse car in there as well, the Stowmarket Glass machine.
There's the Keith Fry Ian Thornton car. Ian Thornton's not getting into the car there, so it doesn't look like it's a scheduled stop. Doesn't look quite ready, to be honest with you, to get into the car. So, yeah, possibly a problem there for the Honda of Keith Fryer.
Can't see Phil Nibb's car in the pits.
No, which suggests it might have just driven through. I wonder if it's got another penalty. We'll see. In fact, we'll see if we pick it up on circuit again. It may have just had a drive-through penalty as the next step up from the 15 seconds it had already garnered. That was my thinking there, but no confirmation of that at this stage.
There's the Class B leader, Scott Parker, the 33-year-old owner of Darkside Developments from Barnsley in South Yorkshire, leading Class B by now 7 seconds over Kevin Glover, extending that lead out. Chris Plaskett is in third. Fourth is the car we just saw there, Chris Webster, who shares this 2.5 litre Duratec engine Ginetta G40 with the car with Matthew Tidmarsh. Chris Webster, I think, is the owner of the car that he bought from Rothko.
It's a bit patched up, isn't it, after some dramas yesterday in the road sports race?
Now, what's happened to Brett Lidsey? He's not come through. So car number 40, the car that was running in third position, has not come through at the end of 23 laps.
Yeah, as far as we know, it's not just in the
No,
pits.
it's now come through late, so is it a slow lap into the pit lane? We'll try and pick that up for you in a few moments.
Yeah, it is in the pit lane, isn't it? But quite a long lap. You can see it's parked there at 45 degrees as per the requirements in the championship. Park at an angle because the pit lane can get very congested.
Yeah, Brett Lidsey not getting out in a hurry, so again, is this not as scheduled as they would like it to be?
Well, it's a 3-minute stop anyway, isn't it? So there's no...
Front left tyre's come off, and I think that was the team with the front left tyre off. Fuel only coming out now.
There's clearly some drama in the pit lane there. There is the Michael Downey car coming towards us. He is in 21st position at the moment. As back out into the race goes the Keith Fryer Honda Civic Type R. Now we can see what's going on once again with the number 40 car, Josh.
Damage to the car. The panel, the front right wing is not on the car anymore, is it?
No.
So there is damage to that car. So I'm sure Andy McEwen won't be far away to investigate what's going on here to a car that was looking for a good result potentially. So for James Collins and Brett Lidsey, potential, well, it is an issue, I think, isn't it? They might be turning it into a mandatory stop, but it might be a larger issue than they would have first liked it to have been. This, though, perhaps more scheduled for Mark Grice.
Yeah, 27 is in the pits from 4th position with 75 minutes of the race remaining. We're going to get Will Beach taking over for the remainder of the race. Looks like there's fuel going into the car as well, so everyone else is clear of the car while that is happening. Yeah, the confirmation that from Andy McEwen down there that in the Brett Lidsey pit stop the air jacket exploded, but that's what caused a little bit of drama down there in the pit lane. Originally it was just going to be for a left front tyre change. The refuelling of the Capture Motorsport Cooper is ongoing. Another tank required, so that's the car from 4th position. That's the car that's got a 15-second penalty. Yeah, the Phil Knibb car is still circulating, isn't it? Didn't notice its last lap time, but presumably that was a drive-through penalty that it had to serve.
Yeah, because we saw the car come in, didn't we?
Yeah.
So that was, because you were wondering if that's the next thing on for the track limits.
Yeah, so that looks like that is the case. Will Stacey's just on his personal best lap of 1 minute 40.93. He's only less than a second now behind the Joel Oswick BMW M4 that's running in 2nd place. So that's what we can see on screen now. Heading up to Redgate Corner. In fact, the gap has gone out that time by all of a 100th of a second. They did almost identical lap times, Joel Oswick and Will Stacey, two of the younger drivers in the field in the previous lap.
Joel Oswick 21 from Hertfordshire. There he is in that German Auto Works BMW M4 from 2016. Joel Oswick in his 3rd season of racing. Last year's Class C champion, moved up to this Class A M4 this year with the twin turbocharged inline 6-cylinder engine, and there's the teammate car.
Yeah, Cale Keltz. It's still got Joel Oswick's name on it from last season, but Cale Keltz it is that's driving the car this weekend, the American, in his first races. So back to Joel Oswick's current mount, the M4, the number 2 machine, and he's feeling a little bit of pressure here from Will Stacey. A reminder that Oswick, I don't think he's got any extra pit penalty to serve, has he? And nor has Will Stacey. I think that's right. So both of them could be in a pretty good position for a win here, I would think.
Yeah, this could well be the battle for the lead of the race after the stops.
Yeah, because Bradley Burns has got a 30-second stop, or extra stop to serve when he hands over to Rob Baker.
I suspect they'll change the front tyres in their pit stop. That's what they did at Snetterton. Actually, it went a little bit wrong. The wheel nuts wouldn't quite sit properly, so they lost a bit of time because of that. But with an extra long pit stop this time out, I suspect that's what we'll see. Here's that car we saw earlier, the M2 35i of David Embury, new driver in this Climax prepared BMW. the 2 Series. We've got a 2 Series, we've got a 3 Series, a 4 Series, and a 1 Series BMW on this grid, haven't we? So we've got sort of the full complement of racing specification BMWs on this grid, because I don't really think you'd race anything higher than a 4 Series, because those cars get rather large and heavy. But the M2, a good racing car.
Absolutely. As we watched the Hazel behind the BMW just disappear down the craners. That is the car that is now in 4th position, isn't it? Number 15, Colin Gillespie. Those other drivers have started to make stops or have penalties. So Colin Gillespie in 4th position. The car he shares with Phil Driver. There's the Nib car, the one which we think has served a penalty in the pits.
Yeah, that's right. And is in 5th, but catching the car ahead. There's Johnny Hayes, 2nd in Class C, currently 18 seconds behind David Lawrence, but now obviously with Cal Kelts in the pit lane, has moved up to 2nd spot in that ex-Leah McGill car, which is prepared by CRM Tech. And you can clearly see it's number 66 as it turns its way out of the S's and onto the Grand Prix loop.
Cal Kelts getting back out into the race in the German Auto Works car with the Bicycle House sponsorship as well.
Is Oswick into the pit lane? Now they've done that stop. Either way, the positions have changed for 2nd place. So is that because Oswick has pitted, or has Will Stacey got ahead of Joel Oswick on the road for 2nd position? We will try and pick that up for you as quickly as possible. So there's the Lidsey Collins car back out, but possibly lost time in the pit stop with that drama.
Showing 25th in the classification as things stand. The Lidsey and Collins BMW.
Here's Stacey, has got ahead of Oswick, so Oswick did not pit, but the positions have changed for 2nd place. The 2nd of those, Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elises, is the Class A car, and that is Will Stacey, the double winner from this season. There he is, 48. He's got ahead of Joel Oswick on the road, so he's slowly working his way through the order.
Yep, and just lapping the team car, Peter Mansfield, Mike Sanford's Leicester. I think it's still Pete Mansfield at the wheel there.
At Snetterton, I think the plan is that Peter Mansfield will do the whole race, but if he's feeling not up to it, Mike Sanford, who's a mechanic at Rob Boston Racing, will jump in the car. But for Will Stacey, we believe he's going to be racing with Rob Boston today, as he did at Anglesey. So when Andy McEwen turns up, Rob Boston races the car, it seems.
Yeah.
And that gap at 10 seconds has been pretty equal since the safety car came in. So that's interesting how that's the pace of the 2 cars is going. So is Oswick starting to struggle with tyres now on that car? We've got a lot of power. They actually detuned the car from earlier in the year, because if you remember at Croft, that car was sort of a rocket ship in the straight line, but it was very heavy, so wore its tyres out. So they worked to lower the horsepower and to lighten the car up, and that I think has been generally successful. But he doesn't have the pace that Will Stacey has. It's been a very different type of race from Will Stacey to what we're used to, because he usually gets to the front and tries to drive away and build a margin, but this time he's attacking from behind. But it's working out for him at the moment, because he's risen to 2nd and in a prime position with the extra pit stop time we are expecting from the leading car.
Yeah, we are 8 minutes short of halfway through this race at the moment. Still Bradley Burns leading. Gap down to less than 10 seconds out. Off the road has gone Will Beach. Well, he's only just gone into the race, hasn't he? Having taken over from Mark Rice. He's been off the circuit there at Redgate Corner, but he's back out into it now. He's just pulled back onto the track ahead of one of the Mazda MX-5. But some dramas there for Will Beach. But we're going to head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is down there to see who else has got to talk to this time.
Well, as we just saw, we've had a change for 2nd place in the race, with Will Stacey moving the Lotus a bit further up the order now, here with his co-driver, Rob Boston, who's going to be jumping in for the 2nd half of the race. And Rob, he's going well out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going very well. We started P6, we've been chipping away. Will's been putting in a really, really good performance. Yeah, and well, we're coming towards the hour mark now in P2. We had to do a gearbox change yesterday. So we're not running the optimal gearbox. We've got a manual H-pattern gearbox as opposed to sequential, which is hampering him a little bit, but we're hoping for reliability. So, you know, to finish first he must finish. So he's doing very well, he's coping very well, and yeah, we're not too far off, so we'll keep plugging away.
Well, and let's face it, he ain't going slowly out there either, is he? It's not hampering him that much.
No, I mean, I'll be honest with you, if with this other gearbox, with the sequential in, I think this would be looking quite comfortable right now, but yeah, it's all the same. We're putting our best foot forward, and he's doing pretty damn well.
You've been caught out in the past in these races through strategy and safety cars and whatnot. You've not chosen to make an early pit stop. Any thoughts on why that might be?
Honestly, we thought whilst the cars are reliable, we'll just keep going. We'll go, you know, nice and deep into this stint, and then if we need to, you know, I'm not expecting to, but it gives us the best opportunity to do a later stop. Any mechanical issues can be dealt with to limit to the end. So, you know, it's probably not the best frame of mind, but I think it's given our results this year with the Lotus is our best strategy. So that's the plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rob. I'll let you get back to the screens now. Rob Boston then looking forward, I'm sure, to getting out on track, hopefully in a car that is contending for the race win.
So 66 minutes of this race left to go. There is our race leader. That is Bradley Burns. He's just put a lap on the number 8 car, the Ginetta G40, being driven by Chris Webster. He's 9 seconds ahead of Rob Boston at the moment, so that gap has stayed at around 9 seconds for the last few laps now.
Good bit of information there we learnt, didn't we, from Rob Boston about the gearbox. So that is why perhaps they haven't seen the raw pace of the Lotus we have seen this year, that they're on a manual gearbox rather than sequential. But it's going well. The gap is coming down. Will Stacey's just at the fastest lap of that car's race, 1 minute 40.76, and the lead gap down to 8 seconds, which is the smallest it has been since the safety car came in.
Into the pits has come number 11. That's the Honda, the S2000. Charlie Dark handing over to Dan Orsano, who raced alongside Joel Oswick last season in their way to Class C glory. And so the refuelling now going on once the driver is clear of the car, and that has to be also covered by someone with the appropriate extinguisher and so forth, just in case the worst happens. Black flag there. Someone's getting a drive-through penalty by the looks of it. A car with 2 digits in the number, which doesn't terribly narrow it down, but it looks like someone else is going to get a drive-through penalty there.
Battle of 4th is developing because Colin Gillespie has been caught by Phil Knibb. So we've got an all-Sayat battle again as Phil Knibb makes progress.
That's on the road, isn't it? But of course they still have this 15-second penalty to be added to their time as well.
Yeah, I guess really in the second half of the race is where we look at those a bit more. For now, he's just trying to make track position.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then progress forwards for Phil Knibb. They're in P5. Down into the S's.
Yeah, they're about 25-30 seconds behind Oswick, aren't they, in third place at the moment, so a fair way behind him.
Gillespie and Dryber very much involved in the Class A Championship battle, just 5 points behind Grice and Beach, the leaders, who are 4 ahead of Baker and Burns, and then just a point further back to Gillespie and Dryber, and then a further 8 points back to Stacey and Boston, then 2 points to Parkin and Brichter, and then another 2 points to Oswick, so it's very close in the Class A Championship battle.
Quite a few cars in the pit lane now. So we've got the Thornton and Fryer car, the 11 car I've mentioned. Also that 168 M235i. So David Embury handing over to Simon Glenn there in that car. So a few cars making their stops. I think we'll see more to do so in the coming laps, won't we? Because we are approaching the halfway mark of this race now.
Yeah, Simon Glenn getting in that car as you just mentioned from Hartford. The driver with 4 Nürburgring 24-hour starts. Get aboard that M2 that was started there. A few more track limit penalties coming in. 5-second penalties now for 10 and 20 as well. So that's the Ginetta, Andrew Shepherd and Rob Fennick, and Vito Papirias' Honda. Battle of 4th carries on. They're getting past James Collins, who's back out there after that dramatic pit stop. And that car is now in 23rd. And the lead in pit stop, I think, is 17th, and that is Will Beach. So they did lose quite a lot of time, as perhaps expected, in the pit stop. There's Martin Gadsby, who is 7th currently in the BMW Compact, driving solo this time out in the 3.2 litre car. He's still involved in a battle with Luke Browse. I think this has been an hour-long battle, really, between those two.
Yeah, separated by about 0.6 of a second there in P7 and P8 at the moment. The 176 car there, you can see in the pit lane. That's the Lynch BMW that had come from the back up into the top 10.
Looked like it might have been William Lynch that started that. Looks like he just jumped out the car. Good first stint, working his way through the order in the Todd Motorsport BMW with some interesting graphics there just to the left of your picture. Fuel going in. And there is Tom Gannon, who you mentioned earlier. Is it still him, or has he handed over now to... I think he might have handed over now to the car owner, Manoj Patel, who's been racing this car for a while now.
Yeah, certainly has. Running in 26th position at the moment. We've had a few drivers and retirements. So we started with 37, I think. We've lost, I think, probably half a dozen of those cars already. I think we've got 31 that are still in the race at this point in time. I think we're at one point had sort of 39 or even 40 cars possible for the grid today, but a few didn't make it into qualifying this morning.
Now Scott Parkin has just dropped down the timing screen. Does that mean he's in the pits?
Oh, and the Browse car, Luke Browse, who was in that battle with Martin Gadsby, that's had a spin at Redgate Corner, so that battle coming to an abrupt end, it would seem.
It's 89 Scott Parkin has not come through, the Class B leader. Now, is he in the pit lane, or is that a drama for the championship leader, car number 89?
We can see the treble 3 car of Michael Hooper in the pits. We can see Ben Williams in the Capture Motorsport Cupra there as well in the background. Darren Ball sharing that car. He'll be into it for the second half of the race. That's the car that was in the gravel trap earlier on for Totas Piperas in the Honda Civic. Edward Christie just going through shot as well. So had just about an hour of this race now. We've got Nib ahead of Colin Gillespie now on the road as well for 4th position.
Scott Parkin is in the pits, so the Class B and championship leader in the pit lane.
Okay, so good that there's no sort of further drama as far as that is concerned. That's Dan Orsano in the Honda now out in the second part of this race.
24th position. We'll turn to the pits. Mike Hooper, the 36-year-old from Gloucestershire, handing over to Thomas Steadman from Warwick in this 2009 Mazda MX-5 with a 2-litre engine, standard car, Jonathan Cryer car. And they made their debut, I think, at Alton Park earlier in the season. The Hansi and Short car's back. That's the car that had an issue earlier with a wheel bearing failure, they thought. So I think they've fixed that up and they've got back out there. Interesting roof on that car.
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, so they've clearly decided to sort of tack that on over the roll cage, not a proper hard top, but I don't know, it keeps the rain off, I suppose.
At the last meeting, we had the Alan Henderson and Daniel Irving MX-5, which is based on a Mark 1. I think it wouldn't be unfair to say they are prepared in slightly different ways. They're also built to different specifications as well, but good to have the Short and Hansi car out this weekend and back into the race after some time in the pits.
It's the top 3 at the moment. The gaps are pretty similar. They're all lapping more or less in the high 141s at the moment. Only a few tenths per second between Burns and Stacey and Oswick, our top 3 here. So this is not really what Bradley Burns needs. He needed to be able to sort of make some ground. If anything, the lead that he had 10 seconds after the safety car has been very slightly eroded here, hasn't it? And of course he's got that 30-second extra to serve in the pit stops when he hands over to Rob Baker. So that's not really working out for him, I don't think.
Now that Simon Glenn in that M2, that looks like it's moving along pretty well, doesn't it? Trying to get past the S2000. That car running in 28th position after its pit stop. The Honda is in 22nd, so there is a lap between those two cars. But Simon Glenn's got ahead on the road, so trying to make good progress in this second hour of the race. And it looks like Simon's pushing on pretty strongly at this point. 35 laps done by the race leader, Bradley Burns. 8.3 seconds ahead of Will Stacey, still being chased by Joel Oswick. So yeah, that does appear that it's going to be Stacey/Boston versus Oswick, but we heard from Rob Boston, whose confidence in that car lasting 2 hours didn't seem particularly high after the head gasket issues they've had at the last meetings. It had a very strong start to the season where they won at Croft and Anglesey, but I don't think cars finished a race since then, which has been rather limiting on their success. There's Johnny Hayes, I think, still at the wheel, is he? Was that car pitted now? It may have done. Yeah, it has, because it's back behind Cale Kelt. So I think that's now Paul Saviani at the wheel. 30 seconds behind Cale Kelt. So they would have had a longer stop because they were the winners last time out.
Yes, that's right.
And there's Alistair Camp taking over from David Lawrence.
Yeah, and that is the car that was leading Class C. So David Lawrence has done just about half of the race, and Alistair Camp is going out for the second part.
I think that's one of the foundation cars from Tequila from the beginning of the season.
That's right, yeah. And there was a foundation put together to get some more of these onto the grid.
So I think they should still lead the class, assuming that was a good pit stop. I think Class C pit stops have happened sort of that hour point where the Class A cars are continuing on. Seemingly nobody wanted to make that same mistake that we saw in the previous round at Snetterton. So everyone going long other than the Grice and Beach car. Let's back up to 11th after their pit stop.
The Nib car's going down the timing screen there. That's not been into the pits yet for a driver change. Is that into the pits now? It may well be. The number 92 car off Finland with Totas Piperas car certainly in the pit lane I can see. But whether the 92 car is as well, not quite certain, but I'm assuming it is for the moment. There's the Piperas car. We saw it gone off into the gravel trap, hence it's a little on the dirty side. And also, is that a flat tyre on the right front?
Very low if it's not.
Yeah, it's not looking in the best of health, is it? Definitely that. If it can, will need to be replaced. All that car's going to be out of the race, I would think.
Now Phil Nibb's been timed at 3 minutes 21, which is a very long lap, but not a pit stop.
Not long enough to be a pit stop lap. So possibly there's just an issue for Phil Nibb out on circuit there that we didn't see.
It almost feels like 2 laps, where the transponder might have missed a lap, but possibly not.
Yes, it could just about be credibly 2 very good laps, couldn't it?
So we'll see what's done about that. But here's Alistair Camp then, leading the way in Class C in his first proper endurance race, I think, for the 2-time Hot Hatch champion, and as Andy McEwen referenced earlier, TCR UK winner, I think, in their most recent race, which was here at Donington, I think. I'm sure Andy can correct me if that's not right. But Alistair Camp then leading Class C with Dave Lawrence, the car owner, who started that one with good success, it seems. Lead gap now 6.7 seconds. Will Stacey is chipping away at Bradley Burns' lead.
She's coming down by a few tenths over each of the last couple of laps, I think.
Change a tenth on the screen now, Ian, because Mark Grice, who handed over to Will B, that car that's already made a pit stop now, moves into the top 10 ahead of Joe Williams.
Yeah, Joe Williams in the number 88 Volkswagen Golf there from Class B, the driver from Lamstead. There is the car that was third. That's the number 2 car, German Auto Works car of Joel Oswick, last year's champion. And he's now waiting to get back into the race once the car has been refueled.
Seemingly didn't need too much, because only one churn went in, and now the car being prepared, I think, for Joel Oswick to get back in. Just being adjustments made to his comfort. And there's the car he raced last year, with great success. He won the Young Driver Award, I think.
He did, yes, John Miles Young Driver Award as well, which had a cash prize attached to it. And 750 Motor Club also contributing entry fees to this season as well as part of that prize. So yeah, very well deserving winner last year, young Joel Oswick, for his performances in Club Enduro. Cars being driven by KL Celts this weekend. Just behind it on the road is the number 91 car, that's Christopher Plaskett. Where is he as things stand? I think has he dropped down the order, which might suggest a pit stop has been made. There's the 22 car, so that's Luke Browse in now to hand over to Father Paul. That was a car we saw off the road earlier.
Chris Plaskett actually leads Class B so far up the order. Neither of us could see him. He's in sixth position.
Yeah, so he's not made a stop, and others have. I think, Kevin Glover and Luke Stavitz, I think, haven't they?
Perhaps they're in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, could be, couldn't they? But yeah, Plaskett yet to make a stop then. 6th overall is how far up the order he is. And he'll have to make a stop soon. There's the 68 car in Thornton now aboard that, I would think. Drive from Bridgedorf. 50 minutes left to go in the race. And it is less than 6 seconds now, the gap between the two leaders, Bradley Burns and Rob Boston, so it's continued to come down in recent laps. There is the Class B leader, number 91, Chris Plaskett.
Yeah, he's 32 years of age, he's a car dealer from Surrey. Only started racing last season in this area motorsport 2-litre GTI Volkswagen Golf. And probably slot down a couple of positions after its pit stop within Class B, but it's going long in the opening stint. As you can see at the top of your screen, we've had a new fastest lap of the race from Will Stacey, a 1 minute 40.39.
And the gap's down to less than 4 seconds now, 3.58 seconds the gap. It was a slower lap from Bradley Burns, a 1:42.77 as well. So even before the stops here, Will Stacey challenging and threatening the race-leading Volkswagen Golf.
Absolutely right. So a battle for the victory is very much on, regardless of that success penalty for the win last time out for Bradley Burns and for Will Stacey and for Rob Baker. Here's Stacey, just checking that the Golf hasn't pitted because I can't see it in front of Stacey. Oh no, it's still there, so he's still chasing it down. So Bradley Burns and Will Stacey both going long on this opening stint of the race. The pit window doesn't close till 15 minutes to go, so there's a long time the pit window is still open for. So the strategy is wide open, which means you can sort of do a long first stint, as these two competitors are.
Now you might remember we lost Ryan Parkin very early on in the race. And he's told Andy McEwen that they've been suffering with fuel surge issues all weekend. As off the road has gone the 176 car there of the Lynches, and also off the road has gone the Alistair Camp car as well, the 56 car, the car that leads Class C, and had been leading Class C. David Lawrence having started that car, that's gone off the road as well. Now if that's connected with the other car that got off, I'm not quite sure.
A lot of damage, isn't there, to Alistair Camp's car?
I think there was a bit of trim hanging off before that.
I was looking at the front. The bonnet is well dented. Both wheel trims on the left-hand side are damaged, but I think Alistair Camp was brought in here by Dave Lawrence so they could have a successful day, but unfortunately Alistair Camp hasn't been in the car very long before it's gone all very wrong.
Yeah, but just to finish off what we're saying about Ryan Parkin, as we've still got the yellow flags waving there. Fuel surge all weekend. They thought the car was just low on fuel, but on no fuel, but then it just cut out completely on lap 2 of the race. So that's the reason why we lost Ryan Parkin in the very early stages.
Alistair Camp's taken a shortcut to get back to the pit lane. He's got a front left puncture, I think, so that might be the drama then for Alistair Camp for the pits. Now this could be a critical time for others to stop, and I think that's Colin Gillespie into the pit lane. Another black flag going out by the looks of things for another penalty.
Yeah, a few penalties being required, I'm afraid.
So there's Is that bonnet damaged, or is it just was it just a bit of an illusion?
I think there is some damage there. I think there has been some contact, hasn't there?
So this, how far behind was the Saviani car in Class C? Oh, Kyle Kelts, actually. He was right just 6 seconds behind, so Kyle Kelts has gone through to take the Class C lead. And presumably that lap for Alistair Camp will be deleted because he took the shortcut through the national circuit.
Yeah. So
big losses here, and what a debut weekend this could be for Kyle Kelts if he can pick up the Class C victory. He is about 25 seconds ahead.
Well, that car's got onto the circuit. It's now smoking very heavily. That was the car that was stuck in the gravel track. Now, is it putting any fluid down on the circuit?
Damage.
Damage on the tyre. It's just, tyre, I think, we're doing bodywork there.
Where do you think that car was in the gravel? Did we work that out?
Was it McLean?
And that's where Alistair Camp was going through the gravel. Yes, that may have been related, those two cars with damage. And we've had a change for the lead because Will Stacey goes through as the leader. Now that could be because Rob Baker and these co-driver could be in the pit lane. Bradley Burns could have brought the car into the pits, so we'll see if we can work that one out. But still there in the pit lane. Is that the car alongside? Yes, that was Bradley Burns' car into the pit lane. So Will Stacey takes the lead because Bradley Burns has pitted, but there is not the need for the safety car that there may have been with that car in the gravel as it dug its way out.
No, it's probably worth a throw of the dice to try and make that stop, so at least some of it would be behind the safety car, because you can't enter the pits while the safety car is out. You can complete your stop if you're already in there, and there was a chance, of course, that a safety car might have been required to deal with that situation, but it hasn't been required in the event with both Alistair Camp and the Lynch car making its way back to the pit lane.
So not very few people are left to pit, I think.
One of them being the leader, which is the car on screen now. The 48 car of Will Stacey. He's stayed out for at least one more lap. He's got half an hour more to go, hasn't he, before he needs to make a stop. As you were saying earlier, Josh, the pit window only closes with 15 minutes of the race to go.
There's Joel Oswick, who is our leading stopper so far in 5th position.
Yeah.
But on the next lap round, we need to see where he comes out in comparison to Rob Baker. It should be ahead, though, assuming the German Autoworks pit stop went to plan.
Yes, you would think so, and we'll see how that pans out, because of course it is a 3-minute 30-second stop to be made by Burns to hand over to Rob Baker.
There's Will Beach, so it's quite a big gap he's behind. The cars that lead in Class A. And there's Scott Parkin, just behind the little Lotus Elise of Peter Mansfield, potentially sharing with Mike Sanford. So the cars turn their way through. There's a short Hansi car, so that's carried on. Now there's 15, so presumably is that pit stop done for Colin Gillespie and Phil Dryber? I thought I saw that car pop into the pits.
Yeah, I think you were right.
So see where that comes through next time. Might be in a positive position.
Hayes and Subiani, I think that's Subiani now in the car, isn't it? That is in second within the class behind Kale Kelts now. They're 21st and 23rd respectively. Lawrence and Camp, well, at least 2 laps now behind the class leader Kale Kelts, but still showing in 3rd on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, but that pit stop's elongated. That means the Mike Hooper and Thomas Stedman car could be on for a podium just like it was last time out.
And there's the race leader into the pits, Will Stacey. And so with 43 minutes of the race left, Will Stacey clambering out of the car, has to be out of the car before the refuelling can commence.
So there goes the Golf. 2 laps down, I think, from Stacey. So has Rob Baker got out ahead of Joel Oswick? I think we'll have to wait another lap before we get the confirmation of that one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Should be behind though, really. Really, the action is going to be when Oswick comes round versus when Rob Boston gets out into the race.
That's right.
I think Chris Plaskett's not pitted yet because he's up to second. He might well lead the race if he stays out
I
there.
think he might do, yes. Which is a feather in the cap. But he does, of course, still need to make the stop. I'm trying to think, is there any other drivers that we know of that have yet to make their stop that is of any note whatsoever?
Don't think. Oh, maybe Peter Mansfield. Yeah, Peter Mansfield to Mike Sanford, that's 11th.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think we're probably all done for pit stops, as you should expect, as we're heading into the final third of the race. So there goes Rob Baker. So he has to do another whole lap, doesn't he, before we can find out exactly where he is in comparison to Rob Boston. But at the end of this lap, we should find out where he is in comparison to Joel Oswick.
Yeah.
Who may well be... Yeah, Oswick across the line now is the leading pit stopper. So number 2 has jumped number 1 in the pit stops, as we thought would happen, because of that success penalty.
So let's see what the gap's going to be then. Over the line any moment now is going to go Rob Baker. So the gap between them is going to be about 21 seconds, isn't it? Something like that.
Which makes sense, because it was about 10 seconds at a 30 seconds differential.
Which suggests both of their pit stops are about the same length.
Is the Lawrence car going into the garage? The Class C Championship leading car looks like it was going into the garage there. So we're looking at Rob Baker, but we know that car is probably going to drop down the order in this pit stop period. There's Will Stacey giving Rob Boston a few words of advice, perhaps, about how the car is feeling. Really, we'll pick up number 2 if we can, Joe Oswick, the BMW, because where he comes out, where he is in comparison to Rob Boston, is the race for the victory in reality. So we're looking for number 2. I think the Lotus pit stop coming to an end, Ian.
Yeah, as the Stacey and Boston car being pushed back out and into the pit lane and back out into the race. So I think it is going to have lost track position, is it?
Yeah, the BMW's at the final corner, so I think Rob Boston's going to be ahead.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, just looking at where that car is now. That's just about to come across the line, and I would think that we'll see in a moment that Boston is probably somewhere around Hollywood at the moment.
Good shot for the 2 German Autoworks cars, because they're both in shot together there at that moment. But yeah, the Rob Boston racing team have got that car turned around seemingly in good time. And Rob Boston then is the effective leader, although the actual leader at this point is going to be Chris Plaskett's Golf, yet to pit. But the effective leader is going to be Rob Boston in 48. Second is going to be 2 Joel Oswick. And third is going to be 1 Rob Baker. And now over the remaining 40 minutes, we need to find out the pace of these 3 cars. 2 of them are different drivers in now.
There's Rob Boston, I think that is, up at McLean's on screen now. For those of you watching on the live stream, there is Oswick. And a bit further back, you're going to have the Baker car about 20 seconds behind it.
Yeah, so I think Rob Baker's task is difficult, but Rob Boston versus Joel Oswick is an intriguing one. You wouldn't expect Rob Boston to be any slower than Will Stacey, really, but whether it'll be any quicker, I think, is a question. Will Much has raced that car a lot more. Well, I'm sure Rob Boston's done some testing. There's Rob Baker, who's effectively 3rd in the race now. It was the leader before the pit stops, but with all the 30 seconds, compensation time, success penalty, whatever you like to call it, for winning the previous race, that has adjusted things in Class A. There's Class C second place car, Paul Sabiani, who's 20 seconds behind Cale Couch, was a little bit quicker on the last lap, so that is a gap to monitor in the remainder of the race. Now that driver change has happened, has Paul Sabiani got the pace to catch Cale Couch? We'll continue to look out for that, though. I think in a few moments' time we're going to head back down into the pit lane and have a chat to Andy McEwen, who's in the lane.
Well, we know we'll go back to Andy in a moment. Just a few problems down there in the pit lane. So we'll continue to work out what's going on in the situation for the lead, Josh.
I think the gap is 7 seconds between Rob Boston and Joel Oswick. So Rob Boston gained some time in the pit stops, and that is the gap to monitor. But I think we're going to be able to have a word now with Andy McEwen, who's down there in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, found the unmute button this time, and I can now have a chat with the car, the driver of the car, which came in as the race leader. Success penalties really changing the complexion of the race, and Area Motorsports #1 car definitely suffering from that. But Bradley Burns, an excellent opening stint for you nonetheless.
Yeah, it was okay. I think we did an hour and 10 or something, and the front tyre was just going off, so I thought it's best to optimise the time, get Rob in, put a new set of fronts on, and hopefully he can get the time a bit quicker. We were struggling at the beginning with the weight of the fuel, and then middle was all right, and then it just started going off again, so I think it's best to put a set of new on and then go from there.
Are you finding that the new surface here at Donington is increasing tyre wear on that left front? A few front-wheel drive drivers have told me that that might be the case.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely, we're going a little bit faster this year, so I think obviously there's more grip. It's just eating the tyres up a bit more, so I thought it was best to come in and box and swap drivers and tyres.
Obviously still trying to work out exactly what all of these success penalties mean, but it's going to be a close run to the flag. You've got the right man for the job there, haven't you? Rob knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Rob knows what he's doing. I think we're third at the moment with the penalties, the 10 seconds extra and all this stuff. We'll just see what happens at the end, is what it is.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for having a chat. So Bradley Burns there. Now, drama behind us for one of the Rob Boston Racing Lotuses, but it's actually the other one that I want to try and update you on. This is the number 19 actually having its mandatory pit stop, but somewhere lurking in the garage is Will Stacey, who of course was involved in that battle near the pointy end in the early part of the race. I can actually just see Will toweling himself off in the garage. Let's have a wander through. Will, can we grab you for a second, mate? We'll get out of the way of the pit stop so that we're not interfering too much and have a chat with the man of the moment, really, in the early part of the race there, Will Stacey, who was charging through the order after a slightly lowly grid position. But, Will, you were second place when you handed the car over. Got to be happy with that.
Yeah, we're really pleased. We had to, before today, we had to change the H-pattern gearbox, so we didn't have as much pace as usual. But we managed to, yeah, we had not the great best quality. It was a bit damp. Got a few laps disallowed because I did track limits. But once then we had just had enough pace, putting in the laps, managed to get past Joel with a bit of traffic in the M4, and we managed to get pretty much on the back of the Golf. And now obviously Rob's back out. He's about 5 seconds ahead of Joel and about 30 ahead of the Golf because they had a success penalty. So yeah, so I mean, I know Rob's got the pace, so he's just got to keep putting the laps in, keep the gap to the Golf and try and look after it.
Absolutely, try not to get run over as well. You mentioned there the gearbox issues that you've been having then, the change of that overnight. Where exactly does that sort of lose you a bit of time, do you think?
I'd say quite a lot out of the hairpins, because with the other gearbox, sequential 6 gears, we're using second to 6th. We'll be using it around here. Whereas here we're only, first is too short, 5th's too long. So I'm basically using second to 4th. So I'm only using 3 gears compared to 5 gears. So coming out the hairpins you're losing, and coming up the hill for old hairpin, I'm having to sort of, it's between 3rd and 4th. So I'm having to sort of leave it in 4th and just try to carry as much speed as I can. But yeah, it makes it harder.
Harder, but not massively slower, it would seem. Will, we'll let you get back to the pictures inside. Thanks for having a catch-up with us there.
Thank you.
So, Will Stacey then, right in the thick of the battle. Let's get back to the action with Ian and Josh upstairs.
Thanks, Andy. And there is the car that Will Stacey was in until a few moments ago, now being driven by Rob Boston and effectively the leader of the race. Chris Plaskett still showing at the top of the timing screen, having yet to make his stop. He's got another 18 minutes or so in all which to do that. And then it is Boston second, Oswick third, Rob Baker in 4th, Phil Drybrook in 5th, Mark Grice is, Will Beach now in that car, isn't it, in 6th, Martin Gadsby is 7th, and Darren Ball is in 8th position.
Yeah, so we wait then for Chris Plaskett's pit stop, and then we will have an idea how Class B is going and whether Scott Parkin can wrap up the Club Enduro Championship with a round to go at Silverstone. That is a possibility, I think, if Scott Parkin wins the race. And Plaskett's in the pits, isn't he? So I would think Scott Parkin should be ahead by the time that all ravels its way out, but we'll have to wait and see. And, well, we know for one of the twin brothers it's not gone well. Ryan Parkin retiring on lap 2 with that issue. But it's possible the championship in Class B and the overall title could be wrapped up with a round to go. But here's our leader then, And leading gap, it's not a big gap at all. It's 5.6 seconds between Rob Boston and Joel Oswick. Oswick was half a second quicker on the previous lap. We've been having green flag racing for about an hour now, and so little to be chose between these two very different cars. You've got the small, light and small engine, lightweight Lotus. You've got the bigger, heavier but much larger capacity BMW. But even though with the pit stop, absolutely nothing can be chose between these two cars really in 5 seconds over such many laps of the race.
Yeah, and that is the second of the Lotuses side by side at the moment with the number 92 car, which is, where is that now in the
down to 13th.
13th, the Andrew Rath car. I think that will now be at the wheel, having taken over from Phil Nibb, also having a 15-second penalty for track limits earlier on in the race.
Just saw there then Scott Parkin in that 2010 Volkswagen Golf TDI. The diesel engine producing 270 brake horsepower, but all been turned into a diesel engine car by Darkside Motorsports, Darkside Developments, which Scott Parkin is the owner of with twin brother Ryan. So Scott Parkin turns his way out of Coppice Corner. He was a winner at Croft in the opening round. It's one of the most recent two rounds as well at Spa-Francorchamps and Snetterton 2. And when he gets to the line, we will see if he has moved ahead of Chris Plaskett and into the lead of Class B, which we'll have to both plug numbers into our spreadsheets in the final minutes of this race, Ian. But I think that is a potential championship winning position if Scott Parkin does win Class B today.
Yeah, that's right. So we're coming up to half an hour left to go. And I think the Plaskett car's been into the pits now, hasn't it?
Yeah,
so,
we just saw that.
So it is now, more or less what is on screen is what the...
I don't know if we can unzoom to see if that other car's still in the pit lane and see if that car of Chris Plaskett's still in the pit lane. We'll see that in a moment. But if that is the case, Scott Parkin has just taken the lead of Class B. We'll perhaps pick that up in just a moment's time. But if that is the case, that is an important change of position in that class. Well, it's not in the pits anymore, is it, Chris Plaskett's car?
No, but the car that is in the pits is the number 15 car, which is the Phil Drybrook car, as it now is.
There it is, Plaskett just out the pit lane, so Parkin should be ahead, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
And that's the second in Class B, absolutely together. So this is a change for second as Luke Slovich goes up the inside and through. So out of the pit lane, Chris Plaskett came out in second, but not immediately up to speed where Luke Slovich was. And he has just snuck then into second place in Class B. He's just set his personal best lap while doing it. He is currently 20 seconds behind Scott Parkin. So Scott Parkin does lead the class and potentially on the run towards winning the 2023 Tequila Club Enduro Championship.
Yeah, certainly is with this good situation. Yes, as I thought, the car number 15 that has got a 1 minute stop go penalty. The Drybrook and Gillespie car, that was because it wasn't pushed out correctly. From its pit stop, so pit stop infringement effectively.
So Martin Gadsby's up to 5th. This is a great run he's having, isn't it? It's solo driven today, and he's 9 seconds ahead of Darren Ball, who might be catching him though. So that is a chase for 5th. But we are watching the battle for second place in Class B. This battle between Luke Slovich and the chasing car of Chris Plaskett, the 32-year-old car dealer from Surrey, trying to get that position back away. He's had a decent season. He was the winner at Anglesey in that area motorsport car. You've got the Jabba Sport Golf ahead, and they are about 20 seconds behind class leader Scott Parkin. And the third car in this battle is also for position. Alan James in the Audi RS3 is chasing them down. The four-time bronze medalist Paralympian skier Matthew Stockford's got out of the car, and Alan James, much more experienced car racer, at the wheel, and he should be able to move ahead of these two Class B cars shortly, Ian.
Yes, and he's doing personal best lap times as well. 1:43.11 the last time through. Other driver going well is the 19 car. Now, did that have the driver change there? Because that's also done a personal best lap, 1:48.79 now for the Mansfield and Sanford Lotus Elise S2, the Class B car.
Alan James has got it up into 10th ahead of Chris Plaskett there. Now, can Plaskett make anything of Alan James when he gets ahead of Luke Slavitz? Can he follow him through for second in Class B? They've also got the race leader, Will Stacey, bearing down on them to lap them for a second time in this race.
Well, Plaskett's not close enough to make anything happen there. James couldn't get through ahead of Luke Slavitz either. That attempt, he will have another go on the run down to the Melbourne hairpin, and indeed looks like that move has been made by Alan James. And then the next car in front of them is the Paul Sabiani BMW from Class C, which is still running second in that class behind Kale Keltz. The third car in Class C at the moment, by the way, is the 333 car of Tom Stedman and Michael Hooper. Now Stedman now at the wheel.
So Rob Boston squeezing his way past this battle for 9th position at the moment and completes 51 laps off the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. And he's now leading gap down to 4.3 seconds over Joel Oswick. Obviously Joel will have to deal with this traffic on the next lap. He's pushing on, he's sliding the car out of Redgate Corner, that BMW M4. So a really fascinating chase on up front between these top two cars, working their way through that battle on for track position for 9th position, and they're all actually catching Paul Browse in 8th, so Alan James might be able to pick up another position before they're in much longer.
Yep, 25 minutes or so left to go.
And they're all being caught by Andrew Raff as well, Ian, sorry to interrupt. So you've got 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th separated by less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, you're right, because Rath's lapping the 143s, they're lapping in the sort of 147s, aren't they?
Yeah, he's with Plaskett now, isn't he, for what is the battle for 11th position in the race. But I guess Rath's real cars that he's chasing are Alan James and Paul Browse, and he's quicker than both of them at this stage.
He is, so we'll see if there's any more places made up in the remainder of this race. Down to the Melbourne hairpin he comes, number 92.
I think he was a little late on the brakes.
He was a little late on the brakes, very deep into the corner, so what he hoped to happen there didn't happen, and is back behind the Plaskett car for the moment. So have another go a little bit later on. Round the Goddard hairpin they go to complete another lap. The leader now, Will Stacey, or Rob Boston should say now, is on lap 53.
Gap down to 3.5 seconds. Another second caught by Joel Oswick. That's 2 laps in a row. So that's the gap the smallest it's been since the pit stops between our top 2 cars in the race with 25 minutes to go.
And obviously traffic is a bit of a factor now, but they're both sort of a couple of seconds or more off what they've been capable of in the earlier parts of this race. There's Edward Christie going through shot. They're coming towards us now. Is the Golf, number 88, that's Joe Williams from Class B, running in 16th place overall, and I think 6th in class as well. And that's a very nicely prepared Golf. He goes now into the braking area for the hairpin, and there is the car in 3rd position, which is sort of lapping in similar lap times to the car in 2nd place, nearly 30 seconds up the road. So Rob Baker not making any impression on the top 2, and probably really needs to hope now that these have some kind of misfortune if he's going to get a win or a 2nd place in this race.
Without that 30-second penalty, it would be super close, wouldn't it, between those top 3 cars? But that's how the success rules go. We're going to have a battle for 5th in the race emerging, because Martin Gadsby is being caught quickly by Darren Ball. So 117, Martin Gadsby being caught by 82, Darren Ball. So we're looking for that battle at the moment. Were separated by a couple of seconds, but Darren Ball's been doing personal best laps and he's quickly catching Martin Gadsby's BMW Compact. So we're just looking out for these cars at the moment And here they are, absolutely together for 5th position. So Gadsby in the BMW, Ball in the Seat, and it might just be a matter of time before Darren Ball gets through, because he was lapping 3 seconds quicker than the car ahead. Good to have Darren Ball back in the series as well, Ian.
Yeah, we've seen him out in the Porsche in the past, haven't we? As well, he's been racing with the 750 mostly in BMWs in the past as well. He's been signalled through there by Martin Gadsby, so he didn't try to defend the position. And Darren Ball goes through into 5th place then, and 22 seconds Gadsby was behind Grice and Beach at the beginning of the lap. So I would think Ball will be able to sort of unwind that 15-second penalty that Beach has and try and make up a position in the classification, if not on track.
Okay. Change for 8. Fallon James has got ahead of Paul Browse, so that gap was coming down. And Andrew Raff has also got past Kevin Glover to get 10th, and he's catching Paul Browse. So 22 and 92 might change on the next lap as well, I suspect. So Andrew Raff is making good progress, and for Paul Browse, he's losing positions at this stage of the race.
Yep, that's right. There's the 101 car. I think that's now being driven by Nick Grove, the Londoner, ahead of 71, which probably knows Ben Hansey at the wheel of that car, who had a win in the 5 Club race earlier on this afternoon.
Lead gap down to 2.5 seconds. Another second caught by Joel Oswick.
Yeah, 1:41.24 that time for Joel Oswick, who was only 4/10 off his best, whereas Boston a 1:42.16, which is nearly 2 seconds off the best time for that car, which was set by Will Stacey in the earlier part of the race.
Here's Oswick down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. He can see the car he's catching. It was about 6 seconds, 20 minutes ago when the pit stops were completed, so it's been a long, hard chase. But in the last couple of laps, he has really been catching Rob Boston. Now, is Rob Boston nursing an issue at all at this stage? His lap times are still pretty good. It's just perhaps that Joel Oswick is even quicker. He's keeping his tyres underneath him. But I don't think either of these cars changed tyres at the pit stops, unlike the car in 3rd position, which did. So Joel Oswick, the 21-year-old mechanic from Hertfordshire, there in 2nd place. You can see Will Stacey ahead, Boston even ahead of him. The 41-year-old, 3-time Ginetta Super Cup race winner was Rob Boston, Mazda champion as well. Being chased though by Oswick behind the Stanley-backed BMW M4 twin turbocharged machine.
Yeah, it's looking good for an exciting finish to this race, isn't it? This Tequila Club Enduro race. There's 5 minutes after the pit window, but it's pretty academic because everyone's now made their pit stops in this race. So it's an academic matter, as I say. 2.6 seconds now the gap. Joel Oswick has just done the best lap of that car in the race, a 1:40.82. But on that last lap, Boston to 1:40.73, so about 9/100ths of a second faster, but not as quick as that car has been early in the race. So the gap pretty static on that lap. Boston perhaps realising that he just needed to raise his game, with Oswick starting to bear down on him. The gap roughly 2.5 seconds between them. There's more than 30 seconds now between Joel Oswick in 2nd, who's still pushing on, and Rob Baker in 3rd place. Just an update on the classes. It is still Scott Parkin in 7th place overall, number 89 of the Golf TDI, leading in Class B from the Golf GTI of Luke Schlevitz and Chris Plaskett in 3rd. And within Class C, it's Cale Keltz, number 53, that leads by about 15 seconds from Paul Subiani.
So it's coming down.
It has come down, yes, that gap for the Class C lead. And then 3rd in that class is the Stedman and Hooper Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, so that gap, I think, was at least 20 when we last looked at it. Joel Oswick is sliding around a lot now, so that probably won't do the rear tyres terribly much good, I'm sure. But at this point, he's just trying ever so hard to get this first win for this car in the Club Enduro Championship. And Boston then up across the line. The gap was 2.6 seconds. Boston in the 40s, a 1:40.84. Oswick 800 slower. The speed differential of these cars, there's nothing really in it at all. It's going to come down to traffic in, I think, and how smoothly they get past the other cars.
Yeah, I think that's right. So this gap pretty static the last couple of laps then, 2.5, 2 3/4 seconds, something like that. The Ian Thornton Honda is lapped there.
It's got a bit of damage to the rear of the car, I think. Maybe just the bumper hanging off. Yeah, I think that's all it is.
Yeah, and there's the Oswick car in second place, number 2. That car has had a couple of third places so far this season, yet to have a win, whereas the Wolf Stacey Rob Boston car, that's been twice a winner so far this year. Is Boston going to hang on to the honours this time, though? That's the question.
Mark Grice and Will Beach have fallen to 6th with a slow lap, 2 minutes 20. Now, whether that was a drive-through penalty or a mistake, not sure if you've got anything on the...
I've got nothing to help with deciding that, I'm afraid.
There it is.
Yeah.
So Darren Ball's up to 4th. So that's going to be a good result for him and Ben Williams. And 5th is Martin Gadsby.
Yeah, kept themselves out of trouble, Ben Williams and Darren Ball so far.
There's Alan James in 8th, who's being caught by Andrew Raff, who's got himself up to 9th and ahead of Paul Browse.
Yeah, and it's about 12 or 13 seconds that James has to the next car, which is the Class B leader, Scott Parkin, as well. But as you say, he's being caught now by Andrew Raff and the Seat.
Lead gap came down by 4/10 of a second on that lap. It's now 2.3 seconds between Boston and Oswick, with just over 15 minutes of the race to go. It's both in the 41s on that lap. They both just lapped Scott Parkin, the Class B leader. Champion-elect, I think. I'll let not sure if Ian's got a spreadsheet for this one or not, but see if you agree with what I think might happen here.
Well, I shall put some numbers into it, and we'll see what we come out with.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye on what's going on the circuit, with around 15 minutes or so to go. Quarter of an hour. There is Scott Parkin then, who we're talking about, the Class B leader, looking for his 4th victory of the season in the 89 Volkswagen Golf. Looking back at some of the other cars. But yeah, let's have a look at Scott Parkin and looking for his 4th win this season. So far he's had 3 wins, a 2nd and a 5th in Class B. The driver from Barnsley in South Yorkshire turns his way through the S's, accelerates now up towards the Melbourne Loop for what is lap number 56 of his race, and he leads Class B by around 20 seconds at this stage, so looks of it's keeping that gap pretty similar. Looking back to Class C, this is Paul Sabiani, who is catching Carol Coutts. The gap less than 13 seconds now between the two Class C leaders. Came down by 4/10 of a second on the most recent lap. Meanwhile, the overall leaders, the gap's down to 1.6 seconds. So Joel Oswick is nearly with Rob Boston now. On the last lap, he was 0.8 of a second quicker. So pretty substantial gains over the last 5 laps or so from Joel Oswick. Car number 2, catching the leader, 48, Rob Boston. And here they are, both together almost on the circuit now as they turn their way through the old hairpin for the 59th time in this race. Oswick's done the whole thing. Will Stacey started the Lotus. Rob Boston at the wheel now. There's quite a lot of traffic to deal with as well, including the battle, I think, for 5th position in the race. Martin Gadsby and Will Beach about to go a lap down. So these are going to be difficult cars for the race leader, Rob Boston, to lap.
I've put numbers in my spreadsheet, and I presume you were thinking, is the championship going to be decided today? And I think it probably will be.
Yeah.
In favour of Scott Parkin if it stays this way.
Overall championship as well as Class B.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So that's if Scott Parkin can hang on. And Rob Boston's been held up there through the S's substantially behind the Seat of Will Beach and Joel Oswick's right there now. To the top 2 are together on what is lap 59 of the race, and Oswick tries to go right round the outside of Rob Boston. And he can't quite get there, but and Oswick went really wide. I think that was a big effort late on the brakes, but he slid wide. But they still can't get past Will Beach, who of course is the Class A Championship leader, but he is about to go a lap down to what is a real battle for the lead of the race with less than 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, now the Lotus has cleared Beach. So Oswick will want to try and do that as well by the time he gets to Redgate Corner. Beach moves to the left-hand side of the circuit, so I think does allow that to happen, or does he? Oswick was getting almost alongside Boston as well there through Redgate Corner, so the gap was about half a second as they came across the line. Boston ahead of Oswick. They've both cleared the lapped car now. They're just coming up to lap another car as well, which is the Gadsby car that's in 5th position. And again, they've got a car splitting them, the first and second place pair. So that's worked out at that point in favour of Rob Boston. There's 12 minutes of this race left to go here.
Because Oswick's fighting back here into McLean's. I think Mark Grice has also got Martin Gadsby for 5th. But anyway, the real battle is for the lead of the race. And it is Rob Boston versus Joel Oswick, the German Autoworks team that have put so much effort into this BMW M4, yet to win a race in the championship. And for Rob Boston and Will Stacey, they've had their difficulties in the most recent races, and he's got a really good run. He's got more power. He's looking to the outside, is Oswick, but Boston knows how to defend. He's won many of races over the years here, not necessarily against different types of car like we've got here.
No, this is something that is possibly is less experienced in, but he'll be very comfortable with it. Nevertheless, there's back markers ahead as Oswick tries to get alongside Boston. The Mazda gets out of the way, or tries to. I think that was the car that's third in Class C as well, was it? As they're side by side now. It's Oswick on the outside line. He's later on the brakes. He's got the nose of the BMW in front, but Boston, that lighter, more nimble car, can just slide through on the inside. We've got 11.25 minutes left to go. It's probably going to be something like 6 laps of this race remaining. And now Oswick's having another go here as they come into Redgate Corner. They're lapping the 176 Lynch BMW now. And still, it's Boston that's just about hanging on, but this has bubbled up into the conclusion we hoped for.
Yeah, the BMW quicker in a straight line, so particularly up to McLean's and down into the S's is where the BMW is able to challenge. So Rob Boston, we heard from Will Stacey with Andy McEwen saying they're not really able to take it through the right gear, through the old hairpin, which means it's slower all the way up the hill compared to what they would like it to be. They've got the Honda S2000 to lap, and actually that time Boston made a better run of it out of the old hairpin and up the hill, so he's not under threat that time, but he is pushing on. He's up over the curbs. Equally, they've got to be careful here not to exceed track limits, because we've seen penalties for a number of cars during the course of this race, and we seeing everyone using a lot of road at the moment. On this lap, Rob Boston is perhaps put a little bit of daylight between himself and Joel Oswick where he needs to before the long straights, where that BMW's got a few miles per hour advantage.
That Dan Orsano Honda S2000 that we saw a moment ago, that is leading the Club and Cup class as well by about 21 seconds, 22 seconds from Michael Downey. That's for pre-2010 cars. As we are watching the lead battle, not as close as it has been at this part of the circuit on the previous 2 laps, but there's still going to be a few laps to go. And now the Beach Cupra has stopped on the Grand Prix pit circuit, the old Grand Prix pit circuit entrance there.
This is the Class A Championship leading car.
It is, so that is drama. Of course, it was in what position was it?
It was in, 4th at one point, and I think it dropped to 6th, got back up to 5th. So perhaps it was not a penalty earlier, it was a problem that we didn't see, but a much larger issue this time, it seems.
Yeah, so I think they've tried to get that car off the road, but just couldn't quite pull it off the circuit there. So that's a late drop of that car into the last 10 minutes of the race. Now there's the 89 car of Scott Parkin just going through shot. He's our Class B leader, 8th place overall, and with a reasonable advantage over Luke Schlevitz in 2nd place within that class. He just laps the car that's in 3rd within Class C. That's the car now being driven by Thomas Stedman, the driver from Warwick.
Class A leaders just shot through there. Maybe Oswick a little bit closer again to Rob Boston than what he was on the previous lap, but not close enough to challenge, I don't think, this time. The gap did go out to 1.6 seconds, but it's come down from there, but it's not quite as close as it was 2 laps ago when they were side by side at times.
Yeah, the last lap, Boston did 140.7, only about 3/10 off the best lap that car was done in this race, when Will Stacey set the lap time, which is 140.39. Still haven't got underneath the Chris Boardman lap record from 2 years ago, which is a 139.75. I think it's unlikely that's going to happen now. The Beach car being pushed off by the marshals now, so that's not going to be a problem. 8 minutes of the race left. The German Autoworks car of Joel Oswick turning its way through. The teammate for that car, Kel Keltz, is still leading in Class C. Now that gap had been coming down between Kel Keltz and Paul Subiani. I'm just trying to see if that's continuing to be the case. I don't think it can be, because it's quite a long wait for the Subiani car to come through. I'm wondering if there might even be... Oh no, they have come through now, 18 seconds. So the gap went out by about 4 seconds actually on that lap. So Subiani a bit slower in the battle for the... so that it is for the Class C lead. But this is a real battle. It's for the Class A lead. It's for the overall lead as well.
Yeah, they've just got a lap count, and I think yellow says yellow's here, so they can't go past that slower car. Then they get into a green zone because there's a car off. But Joel Oswick's now ahead. How's that happened? And now he's letting him back past, isn't he? I think he realised what happened there. So Joel Oswick let Rob Boston back past, but the battle for the lead is certainly engrossing again between the two of them. So a error, but corrected by Joel Oswick immediately to allow Boston back through. And now Boston weaving around, defending down towards the S's. Oh, Joel Oswick's got a big attempt here around the outside, and on the tighter line. Oh, there he. Well done, I think, by Rob Boston through the S's to carry a lot of speed through the corner despite being on an awkward line defending. So, yeah, he's pulled an advantage out over Joel Oswick. So, really good driving that by Rob Boston.
Yeah, and lapping the Matthew Tidmarsh United G40, the drive from Huddersfield there, and Oswick not yet clear of that car. So, Boston it is leading with probably, it's going to be 4 laps to go, do we reckon, at the end of this one? Yeah, 4 laps to go now, I reckon. Over the line goes Boston, over the line goes Oswick. 1.05 seconds it was at the beginning of the lap, 1.23 seconds it was at the end of the lap, but it's still very much race on here between those two. A few dramas on that lap. We'll see if anything is done about what happened, if anything, under the yellow flags down there. You can see they are, though, still waving.
So
that's for a car off the circuit into the gravel trap and at Schwantz Curve.
I wonder what car that was that's had an issue. It's the Honda S2000, I think, that was leading the Clubman Cup
yes,
division.
That's disappeared from the timer screens, hasn't it? And that makes sense. It's sort of the right kind of shape for that. So Michael Downey now moves into the Clubman's Cup class lead, and I suspect that might be enough to wrap up the Clubman's Cup title as well.
But the overall title could be going to this man here, Scott Parkin, who's in 8th position overall, but more importantly leading Class B. So here come the leaders. Gap extended then with that bold effort down through the S's last time round for this driver here, Rob Boston. And he, for the 64th time in this race, is heading down. He was about to lap the car in 4th position, Darren Ball. So this really shows the pace of the top 3 have been in this race, although Rob Baker has dropped away from the top 2. Even without that 30-second success penalty, I don't think Rob Baker had the pace perhaps to live with Boston and Oswick, because they're 40 seconds behind now, which is obviously more than 30. That's easy maths to do. So I think it would have been between these two anyway, Ian, although perhaps Rob Baker not feeling the need to push on as much as he's not involved in the dice.
There is our Class C leader. That is 53. Kel Keltz, and I think he's going to become the first driver from Arizona to claim a class win in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. Rob Boston's just done the best lap of the race there, a 1:40.13. Pulled out another 0.8 of a second over Joel Oswick that time, so he is still pushing on, still keen to make sure he wins this race. But yes, Kel Keltz doing a great job here in this Class C car, about 20 seconds clear of the next car in that class of Paul Subiani, 3rd in that class. Just checking, because it's disappeared off the first page of my timing screen. It is still the Stedman Mazda MX-5, the treble 3 car in 3rd position in that class. But this has been a very good drive from Kel Keltz. He came from the back up towards the top 6 or 7 positions in the Armed Forces Race Challenge races yesterday as a guest driver, and it's looked a pretty accomplished drive this here at Donington Park in his first Club Enduro round.
He's just being lapped by Martin Gadsby, who's still 5th, but being caught by Alan James. Also being caught by Andrew Rapp, but he's got a penalty to come. So it's all about, in that battle, whether Alan James can get past Martin Gadsby. For the lead of the race, the gap was 2 seconds between Boston and Oswick. Scott Parkin, who now leads by the best part of half a minute in Class B, on continuing on this run towards the 2023 Tequila Club Enduro Championship title for a very successful season. Wonder it's getting quite hot out there, because he's down the long straight every time. He has his arm out of the cockpit trying to get air to him, as Joel Oswick sets his personal best lap of the race, a 1 minute 40.71 with 2 laps to go, I think. So 2 laps to go. The gap is still only a couple of seconds. Just catching a car in the wrong place in traffic could bring them back together, Ian.
Oswick closed in by a tenth that time, because he did a personal best lap of the race of 1:40.71, and the gap down to less than 2 seconds, therefore. So Oswick still has a victory, centre victory in his nostrils here. He could do this yet. There's a lap and a half or so to go now. Probably needs Boston to just make a small mistake somewhere, I would think. They've both been lapping in pretty consistent lap times for a number of laps, so I'm not sure that Oswick can do this entirely on his own. He's been driving solo, of course. Great job he has done throughout the race. It looks like that first victory in Club Enduro this season is going to continue to elude him. It looks like we're going to get a third victory for that Blue Lotus, but there's still just over a lap to go.
Yeah, that's right. Not sure how much traffic there may be to deal with before the checkered flag. They arrive down there at the Melbourne Leap once more, turning through the hairpin, and then up to the second of the hairpins at Goddard's, and that's where Rob Boston already is. And the last lap board goes out to the leader.
Yeah, just over a minute to go. And I think the gap might have gone out again, if anything. So it was 1.95. 1:40.05, another fastest lap for Rob Boston on the penultimate lap of the race. And it was a slower lap by 2.5 seconds for Joel Oswick. So the gap's now more than 4 seconds between first and second. So not sure we're going to get a grandstand finish. There's Scott Parkin. He is still leading Class B and looking good, I would think, to wrap up the championship if we can stay there for another lap or so.
Even though the gap has gone out, it's going to be one of the closest finishes of the championship history, and it's been one of the where Croft, that was a real battle at the beginning of the race, wasn't it? This race has been sort of right to the checkered flag, which has been great to see, and some interesting stuff going on in the other classes too. Scott Parkin's really led from the start in Class B. In Class C we had that drama for Alistair Camp, potential collision, which is giving Carol Kelts his chance to lead the class. And he's really pulling away from Paul Sabiani now. He's doing very slow lap times, so the gap is pretty large in Class C. Sabiani limping the BMW home, but for Rob Boston, there's no limp in this home. He is pushing on right to the last couple of corners, and this is going to put Will Stacey right back into the hunt for the Class A Championship, as Rob Boston's done a great job in this final few laps to keep Joel Oswick at bay, and he heads then towards the final corner looking for the car's third win of the year.
Yeah, first win came at Croft. That was Will Stacey driving solo on that occasion. The second win came Anglesey. Rob was sharing the car with Will that time out. They've had these gearbox issues this weekend, but no matter, because Will Stacey and Rob Boston win round 6 of the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. It's been a very closely fought race. Second place goes the way of Joel Oswick. A best result for Joel, but just missing out on the victory he would have hoped for. Going through there, the 4th place car, I think that was, wasn't it, of number 82.
Darren Ball and Ben Williams.
As well. So, yeah, Ben Williams started that car. Darren Ball finished it. Here's our Class B victor, and this is Scott Parkin. He's in 8th place overall. And if he finishes where he is now, as he looks like he's going to, that's the overall Tequila Club Enduro Championship sewn up with a meeting to go. Yeah, a really good effort, this in a very competitive class. The 4th win of the season in Class B, and adding that to a second place finish as well. That's going to be his 5 scoring points, which no one else can beat, heading to Silverstone. So Scott Parkin, we think, the 2023 Tequila Club Enduro champion. And although German Auto Works were denied the overall victory, they are going to get the Class C win here for Cale Kelts, the American driver on his Club Enduro debut in the car that won the championship last season in Class C, takes the checkered flag. And Joel Oswick second overall, Cale Kelts winning Class C. So not a bad day for the German Auto Works squad there. In the battle for 5th position, Martin Gadsby held Alan James off on the last lap by 0.2 of a second.
with Phil Knibb and Andrew Raff just behind, but he did have a penalty. So Martin Gadsby, probably a best result for that car in this championship, I would think, and driving solo. So that was a great effort to finish 5th.
And the last car, I think, on the leading lap was Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. They have come across the line in 3rd place overall, gradually falling away from the leaders, 53 seconds behind Stacey and Boston in the end.
Rob Boston has taken the checkered flag twice,
Yes,
which
he
sometimes isn't looked on particularly pleasantly by the clerk of the course.
No, the drivers should obviously pull off once they see the checkered flag the first time. It also means he's going to be late for his interview with Andy McEwen as well. So he's been trying to get out of that, obviously. Who wouldn't? That is everyone across the finish line, I think, at the end of that race. A dramatic Tequila Club Enduro Championship race, and we'll see if we can bring you the final standings from that one. Here we go. 67 laps completed by the race winners, Will Stacey and Rob Boston, number 48. Second was number 2, that was Joel Oswick. He was 6.73 seconds adrift. And third was number 1, Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. They were 53 seconds behind the leader. Everyone else was 2 laps down or more. Fourth was number 82, Ben Williams and Darren Ball. Fifth, number 117, Martin Gadsby. Sixth, number 78, Matthew Stockford and Alan James. Seventh, number 92, Phil Knibb. Although he has a 15-second penalty, that will drop him back to 8th place behind Scott Parker in the end. Scott Parker, number 89, wins in Class B to wrap up the overall championship. 9th place goes the way of number 15, which is Colin Gillespie and Phil Dryborough. 10th to number 22, Paul and Luke Browse. Then 11th to number 95, second in Class B, that's Luke Levitz and Kevin Glover, with Christopher Plaskett, number 91, in 12th place, and rounding out the top 3 in Class B. So we go further back through the standings. I think we will find our Class C winner, 53, Kyle Keltz, in 19th position overall. He completed 61 laps effectively in the end, a lap ahead of Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, number 66. So they were 19th and 20th. 25th overall, and third within Class C, the Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper, number 333 Mazda MX-5. They completed the podium as far as Class C were concerned, and then we get down to the drivers that didn't make it to the end, including that Honda S2000 number 11, Orsono and Dark, and then on the following pages a few more drivers and teams that had dramas. Some of them did get back out, some didn't. One notable one there, the David Lawrence Alistair Camp car that was the Class C leader coming into this weekend, and one that has a chance of the overall championship, but that hasn't panned out because Scott Parkin's win and fastest lap in Class B this weekend should be enough provisionally to seal the overall championship title in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, which resumes and then he finishes at Silverstone at the end of October. 2 more races to come this afternoon, historic 750 Formula and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But let's head down to the pit lane now, where Andy McEwen is going to talk to the drivers.
Well, a real grandstand finish then in that Tequila Club Enduro race, particularly at the very front of the field. But it was the Rob Boston Racing Lotus that came out on top, and Rob himself gets out of the car to be congratulated, I'm sure, by those who he went up against. But a fantastic battle that it was they had. We'll let you get your helmet off first, Rob. We'll have a quick chat with you in a moment. We've got Scott Parkin in as the Class B winner, and Cale Keltz victorious in Class C. We'll be able to have a word with all 3 of them in good time. James Winstanley from the 750 Motor Club ready and waiting with Rob Boston's prize, which is the winner's garland, the winner's cap, a whole load of championship points going your way as well. All in all, Rob, not a bad afternoon's work.
Yeah, that was great. People have had no idea from the pit wall there, but I was having a nightmare. That thing was missing and popping and banging, and it was so hard. And yeah, it cleared for a couple of laps for me to get a couple of clear laps in, but the rest of the time it was popping and banging, and the beamer behind me, Joel, was all over me like a rash. I mean, taking out 20 car lengths some straights, and I was like, oh, this is going to be a struggle. But it cleared with about 4 laps to go, and that was it. I just got a little bit of a gap then. I don't know where he finished. He wasn't behind me right at the end.
He did seem to drop back towards the end, but part of that, I think, was that you got suddenly quicker, and now that explains why.
Maybe that's it. But yeah, I mean, the team have done such a good job. I can't tell you how pleased I am to get this car to the finish. I'm quite emotional, actually. Come here, Will.
And here is Will. Here's Will Stacey. I mean, we chatted to Will during the race, but we'll get your thoughts again, Will. You must have been watching on nervously from the pit lane, then wondering what on earth was going to happen.
We're very nervous, especially when he started gaining. Joel started gaining In the last 10 minutes, Rob just pulled it out of the bag. It went quicker, managed just to get enough ahead of him. And by then, Joel has almost probably lost it by then, almost given up hope because he managed to go so quick. So yeah, delighted.
Makes up a little bit for some of the bad luck you've had earlier this season, this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't healthy by any means. It definitely wasn't, but it made it. It made it to the end, for once.
And that is all that matters. Big congratulations then to our overall and Class A winners now. Scott Parkin, class winner in Class B. You had a far less stressful race from the outside, it seemed, anyway, than our Class A winners. Was it as calm and reassured as it looked?
Yeah, well, the guys just said now why we were going so fast every lap when they had such a big gap, but I'd lost radio comms. They were holding a pit board and I could see there were a big gap. But you just never know with this, you know. There's no point slowing right down, losing the gap. All you need is a little issue and cost you quite a bit of time. So yeah, just kept pushing. But then towards the end, I was looking at the fuel gauge and it were on 0 for like the last 3 laps. So I've never run it that low down, so I wasn't sure how long it would last. So I was just doing lifting and coasting, short, shifting, as much as I could. So the lap times dropped off, which is a bit of a shame because I would have liked to have gone for the lap record. I think the car had it in it, or about 6 tenths off, I think. So yeah, it's a shame that I didn't go for it, but yeah, better finishing the race than going for the fastest lap and losing. So
exactly. I saw you having a chat as well with Ryan during the pit stop, and obviously he didn't have quite such a good day. At least you've been able to bring something back for the team.
Yeah, exactly. We had a good day yesterday. It's a shame that Dylan didn't get to go in the car, especially after last time he sat in it. It died after 1 lap, so we've clearly got some sort of gremlin that needs sorting out, and hopefully we get that sorted for the end of the season, because that might be my car next year. So fingers crossed we can get everything ironed out over the winter.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Scott. Congratulations on the class win. Now in Class C, it is the German Auto Works team who are celebrating, and Kale Kelt's victorious in Class C. Sometimes the Class C cars can get overlooked a bit, but you guys have a really busy time of it out there, don't they? How was your race?
It was great. It was busy. A lot of looking in the mirrors, staying on top of things. So yeah, we had to pay attention.
It's not easy, is it? And of course, quite a competitive class, actually, Class C as well, so you can't afford to put a foot wrong.
That's true. Yeah, there is stiff competition, and we had a battle all the way to the end. We P2 most of the race, and then there was a problem, I think, with the first place car, and then we managed to keep it all together.
Any problems with your car? 2 hours is quite a long time for a car like this, isn't it?
No, old Monty's, this is old hat for Monty. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations. And a good day yesterday as well. You certainly sold the limelight when you were racing in the Armed Forces race.
Yeah, yesterday we learned a lot. We've had an action-packed weekend with rain on Wednesday, and then kind of some mixed stuff on Friday, and then starting from the back of the grid yesterday. It was a great weekend.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations then on the class win in the Club Enduro. Right, only a couple of races still to go here at Donington Park. The next car's out on track. They've already raced once today. It's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship. They'll be up soon.
So the penultimate race of the weekend is for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and the grid for this set by the second fastest times from qualifying earlier on today. So it's number 29, John Village, on pole position. Alongside him is number 72, Trevor Slatter. The second driver of the grid is going to be 65, Jörg Schneider, and 22, Charlie Plain Jones. Row 3, number 20, Ian Grant, and 7, Graham Wilson. And on to row 4, 23, Lyndon Fuston, and 88, Jerry Fincham. On the 5th row, 47, Mark Lawton, and 99, David Lewis. Row 6 is Nick Haywood-Cook, number 66, and Richard Verheyden in number 6. Row 7, 81 and 85, being Luigi Bayliss and John Moss. Row 8, 67 and 44, Paul Mason and John McDonald. Row 9, 13 and 30, Ben Bolt and Tim Mile. Row 10 is 69 and 18, Mike Pickup in number 69 and 18, Tim Brook, and number 26, Mike Whitby at the back, although I don't think we saw him out in race number 1, which was a convincing win for John Village, number 29, by 21.4 seconds in the Village V2. Jörg Schneider had a good drive to second place in the Alfa, and in third place and winning the Supercharged Austin 7 class was Timothy Roebuck. Completing the Class C podium was Trevor Slatter in the Centaur. Class A, which is for the Austin 7s, that went the way of Hugo Pickup despite a Larry spin at Redgate Corner in the Austin 7 Ulster replica. Second within Class A went to Nick Haywood-Cook, and completing the top 3 in Class A was Richard Verheyden in the Austin Ulster Bad Frog. So 17 finishes we had in that first race, 3 DNFs for Lyndon Thruston in the HCS, John McDonald's Marrow, and Mark Lawton in the Cotswold Garages V. So we'll see how, if any or all of those cars are back out for this second race of the weekend, which will be getting underway in a few moments' time, Josh.
A couple of those class winners not driving themselves. They are handing their cars over. So Tim Brooke is due to drive Tim Roebuck's 7 Special, I believe. And Mike Pickup will be taking over from Hugo in their Class A car. So that's going to mix things up a little bit. And now that Jörg Schneider and Trevor Slatter are going to start at the front with John Village, I wonder if they can chase him, because Schneider was only about a second a lap slower than Schneider was, than Village was in race 1. So if he can chase him, perhaps we might have a battle on at the front, and we'll see what happens in the classes, particularly in Class A, which is generally competitive. Slightly concerned what some cars seem to be coming out in a more random order than we were anticipating. I think they're sorting themselves out now, Ian.
Yeah, they are. I think Trevor Slatter and Jörg Schneider have managed to swap themselves around. Charlie Plain Jones doesn't look to be in quite the right place. Yeah, he should be on the second row of the grid, which is just pulling into now.
Oh yeah, so he qualified much higher. That's what was confusing me, wasn't it? Charlie Plain Jones has qualified much higher with that second best laps than you normally expect a Class A car to be, due to that wet qualifying session. Because actually on this grid, John Village was on pole by 10 seconds.
Yes.
Which doesn't really reflect, I don't think, what we're seeing in this race.
No, it was a sort of damp and dismal qualifying session for these cars, and the grid certainly a little bit mixed up and quite different to the finishing order from the first race as well. I can see the V out there, which is good. Mark Lawton's there on row 5. I don't see the Marrow.
Well, that's quite distinctive, isn't it? So that would be noticeable.
Yeah, so the Marrow should have been on row 8, so John McDonald not there by the looks of it, I'm afraid. So final few cars just slaloming into their correct positions. When they've all done that, we'll be straight into racing. No green flag lap for the historic 750 Formula Series. Not a championship, of course, just a series of non-point scoring races, and we're about to get underway then for 15 minutes of action on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Revs are starting to rise as the 5-second board is shown. Red lights go on now. They shine brightly. They go out, and away we go. Start the second race of the weekend for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Good start by John Village from pole position. A good start by Jerry Fincham from a few rows further back in the number 88 car. He's made up some ground. Who's going to be second turning into Redgate Corner? It looks like it's going to be Trevor Slatter that is there, ahead of Jörg Schneider. And then Ian Grant in 4th place in the race kits Merlin as they turn their way through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time. But John Village already scampering away in the lead of this race. It is Slatter in 2nd, Schneider 3rd, Grant in 4th, and I think that's the time of Graham Wilson, number 7, in 5th, and he's challenging Grant going down into the old hairpin. He's gone through to P4, and Grant therefore goes down to 5th place in the Merlin.
Tim Brooke has made significant progress from the back of the grid in the car that Timothy Roebuck successfully took to 3rd position this morning, already this afternoon I guess it was, wasn't it, for these cars. So he is up into the top 10 already and trying to go past the V and Mark Lawton by the looks of things, and has still trying to do that, trying to draw up alongside to go ahead, which he does now. So he's the first of the Austin 7s already. 18, there he is. Then Tim Brooke, who I don't think has driven this car before, but seems to be going pretty well in it. He's gained a lot of positions in half a lap.
Yeah, so down the straight they come, the Starkey Straight, past the exhibition building into the left-hander at Fogarty's, left and right flick. Looks like the time, 3B, is back behind the race kits Merlin once again. Number 20. As they come down, and the car just in behind them as well is David Lewis in the Jeffrey. He had it off, didn't he, in the first race, and had to come back from that. There's the number 18 car, the supercharged Austin 7, and there you can see the V as well. Mark Lawson was a retirement from the first race in the Cotswold Garages CGV, back out in this one. So we come towards the end of the first lap. John Village it is that has the advantage over the rest, and he has a decent lead already over Trevor Slattert in second, Jörg Schneider in third. The gap from first to second, 2.2 seconds, and it's a similar gap between Slattert and Schneider in third, with about 5 seconds between Schneider in third and Graham Wilson in fourth position, because he has just got back ahead of Ian Grant, and now David Lewis in the Jeffrey is right with them as well. So a nice little scrap going on here for fourth, fifth and sixth.
In the earlier race, Trevor Slattert was a bit quicker than Jörg Schneider, but then had a problem towards the end where he dropped to fourth. So now he seems to have more pace early on in this one, but as Ian suggested, we're looking at the battle of a fourth position between Graham Wilson, Ian Grant and David Lewis. David Lewis, as you say, had a decent start to this race, changed out of the old hairpin for P4 as Ian Grant in the race kits Merlin goes through, and ahead of the time 3B of Graham Wilson, who might have also lost out to the Jeffrey of David Lewis there in the background. Yeah, he has lost 2 positions, Graham Wilson, and they've both been caught by Tim and it's showing us Tim Roebuck again on our timing screen. So is it he, or is it who we thought was going to do this second race, Tim Brooke?
Yeah, not 100% sure on that one.
Ooh.
Oh, off the road has gone the number 6 car. That's Richard Verheyden, and that's well dug into the
Buried up to your Axel's quote that's used quite a lot. I think that's probably true on this occasion.
Yeah, literally the case, I think. So that's not going to come out very easily, I'm afraid.
Austin 7s are quite good at trials and things like that. It's unusual to be buried in the gravel like that, but they're not the heaviest of cars, so they might be able to be lived. Quite spectacular shot there as the plane takes off from East Midlands Airport and shadows over this battle of a fourth position where David Lewis goes through. Now I thought I just saw yellow flags and safety car boards at the previous marshal post, and
I don't think you were wrong, were you, Josh? There it is, the yellow flashing sign, and so the safety car has picked up the leader, John Village. And yeah, questions to when that came out, and any changes of position there might have been. But top 3 then picked up: John Village, Trevor Slattert, Jörg Schneider.
That's at the bottom of the old hairpin, isn't it? Sort of driver's left. So that's I'm not quite sure how that may have happened in an Austin 7. Where it could have been a little bit sketchy, or was Richard Verheyden just trying to pull off? Or are they tyre marks?
Yeah, did they belong to him?
There's a lot of tyre marks down there. There's been over the course of the season quite a few incidents up the old hairpin, but if it was an incident, I can't say that that would be very much fun in Austin 7. That would have been pretty scary. But if he just pulled off, less of a drama.
So, second lap completed by John Village. The best lap of the race, 2:06.97 before the safety car came out, and it's a 2:05.49 in the earlier race.
It's gone back to being Tim Brooke, so it is Tim Brooke, who's had a really good start to this race. Someone that I don't think we've seen race these cars before. And presumably didn't qualify it as he didn't get out of time. But anyway, and now without too much difficulty, because the live snatch vehicle is probably used to cars that weigh a lot more than an Austin 7, so it's not particularly difficult to get the car moving again.
Oh,
so
I thought so.
Maybe just the 1 lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, there's an exit point fairly close by, I think, where they can remove that too, and hopefully we won't have too much running behind the safety car in this race parts historic 750 Formula Series race.
It's very rare to have a safety car in one of these races. I'm not sure if I've seen one before, but
I think we've had 1 or 2, but not a lot down the years. This season, where have we been to? We've been to Croft, Brands Hatch, Mallory Park, Cadwell, Snetterton, and concluding the season here at Donington. So 6 events during the course of the year for the historic 750 Formula Series, and it's important that the 750 Motor Club continues with this. It's the link to the heritage of the club. We were talking earlier on about the Austin 7 being the basis for the 750 Motor Club back in the late 1930s, and 750 Formula, the first championship run by the club, first category that became established in 1949. An older championship even than Formula 1, the World Drivers' Championship. And so cars from Austin 7 and 750 Formula, historic cars from 750 Formula, both welcome here. And similar cars as well, like the V. We sometimes have the Tim Sage Malik. We've had 500cc Formula 3 cars as well. So other cars with a similar performance and similar pace also welcome to compete with 750 Motor Club historic 750 Formula Series from time to time, and it's certainly one of the more affordable ways to go historic racing. It's had a boon in recent seasons thanks to the hard work of Lyndon Thruston and others in encouraging more drivers out. A few cars have been brought back into racing conditions. Some new cars even have been built as well to historic regulations, which is allowed within the series, and it's been very well supported in recent years. Safety car lights are still on. That incident not quite cleared in time, I don't think. So I think we may get one more lap, unfortunately, behind the safety car here. Yeah, we're going to have that. So just couldn't quite get that to clear of the circuit in time, I don't think. So I think this will be the last lap behind the safety car, though, Josh, and then we'll get probably another couple of laps of racing in.
Something you wouldn't have seen in period with these cars, is it? A safety car?
Absolutely not.
I'm not sure when safety cars quite come in the UK, but it wasn't there before the 1970s anyway.
And 750 Motor Club were relatively late in adopting them in all of their races, of course, compared to some other organising clubs. Probably saw more red flags in 750 Motor Club races, with the aim being to restart the race rather than deal with incidents behind the safety car. But which, a relatively recent innovation, really. That's probably the late 1990s that came in as a more routine thing that you would see on circuits around the UK. So John Village, who has done a lot of the winning this season, hasn't he? And a win earlier on today as well. He won the first 4 races at Crofton, at Brands Hatch. He's also had victories at Mallory and at Snetterton. So the only circuit where he didn't get a win was at Cadwell. Was he at Cadwell?
That's when he was at the British Grand Prix,
right,
doing BRDC duties.
Yeah, so
he's won every scratch race he's taken place in, but hasn't won at the handicaps, I don't think, this year.
No, I think he did win one of those last year, didn't he, if I remember rightly as well.
Yeah, this year the handicaps at Cadwell was won by Simon Gallen, and at Snetterton by Peter Marsh. I'm sure we'll have some handicap races back next season as well.
Yeah, they're always something a little bit different, aren't they? The theory being that all of the drivers will cross the finish line at exactly the same moment if the handicapper has done their jobs right, but it's always intriguing to see how the handicap unwinds. And speaking of handicap, of course, that's a big feature of the Burkett 6-hour relay race, where there is a prize for the scratch race winning team, of course, but the more significant prizes are for handicap, which is always intriguing to see how that pans out during the course of the 6-hour race.
There's been a few interesting articles on the 750 Motor Club website recently about famous people that have competed in the Burkett Relay, and people you might not have thought of, particularly in the 60s and 70s. Even Le Mans cars, period cars racing in the Burkett Relay, which is, I'm sure, something that wouldn't happen anymore. But it's fascinating history of that event, and still going very strong with full grids and a massive variety of cars, bigger variety than you'll see in any other motor race.
Yeah, and it's only 5 weeks away, this year's running, so still time to get an entry in. I think there's a few spots still available for teams that have yet to place their entry for the 2023 running of the Holly Burkett 6-hour relay race. Meanwhile, here at Donington Park, safety car lights are off, so the race is going to get back underway, and I think we will have time for 2 more laps of racing once they cross the line. So it's number 29 John Village that leads the way. Number 72 Trevor Slatter is in 2nd place. Number 65 Jörg Schneider is 3rd. 20 Ian Grant is 4th. 99 David Lewis is 5th. And number 7 Graham Wilson is 6th. The safety car poles in, Josh, and the green flag is waved.
In all of John Village's experience, I wonder if he's actually done a safety car restart before as the leader. As we said, very rare to have it in this category. Anyway, he did it pretty well, as you'd expect from John Village, the 1979 European Formula Ford champion, British champion in 81 as well, and obviously had lots of championship successes as a team boss since then. So everybody's got away without problem. I don't think we lost anyone in that safety car period either, did we? I was a little bit concerned having the cars running behind the safety car slowly, whether that might be a problem, but I don't think it was. For 4th position, Ian Grant is under pressure from David Lewis, who's having a much better race this time in the Jeffrey. And that car then accelerates its way up the hill, challenging Ian Grant. See the drive shaft of that car immediately behind the driver's seat. Tim Brooks up to 6th. He's got ahead of Graham Wilson. And will be chasing these cars ahead down. See how close Tim Brooks can get to Tim Roebuck's lap times. The regular driver of that car.
Obviously leading the supercharged Austin 7 class because the only car in it. In the Austin 7s, Charlie Plain Jones is leading that from Nick Haywood-Cook and John Moss. The car that won the early race, now being driven by Mike Pickup, is in 4th position within that class. We are watching number 20, Ian Grant, who's in 4th position, make his way through the Fogarty S's and down to the Melbourne Hairpin for the penultimate time. A battle on here for 2nd place now. Jörg Schneider is alongside Trevor Slatter under braking for the Melbourne Hairpin. Well, maybe not quite. It might have been a bit of an optical illusion, but Slatter certainly runs wide there, and Schneider again has another go at getting alongside on the run up the hill towards Goddard. But again, the Centaur just about holding on from the number 65 Arthur of Jörg Schneider, who was 2nd in the earlier race. So as they go on to the final lap then, it's John Village, 1 point something, no, a bit more than that, seconds ahead of the rest of them, 5.4 in fact, seconds ahead of Trevor Slatter, with 4 tenths between these two. And now Schneider having another look up the inside of Slatter into Redgate Corner, but he couldn't make that work.
Tim Brooke is only half a second off of Tim Roebuck lap time, so that is impressive in a car we think he's racing for the first time. And that's only his first proper full racing lap because of the safety car period. But this battle for second is very good between Trevor Slatter and Jörg Schneider. Slatter has had a 2nd place so far this season, which came way back at Croft at the beginning of the year, so that's been his only podium, I think, where Jörg Schneider has had a couple, I think, on his way through the year, which came at Cadwell Park and at Mannery Park before that. Battle for 4th, 5th and 6th continues, with Tim Brooke getting closer to David Lewis and Ian Grant in that supercharged Austin 7 Special car, I think originally built by John Miles, the latest Grand Prix driver.
Yep, John, who was a vice president of the 750 Motor Club for many years, I say latest Grand Prix driver, extremely knowledgeable car setup specialist as well, even briefly Top Gear presenter in the early iteration of the programme as well. He appeared on that. If you look for the videos on YouTube, you'll find that. So down to the hairpin they go for the final time then, and Schneider's got his way ahead of Trevor Slatter. Is he going to keep it all the way to the line? John Village in that white Village V2, number 29 though, he's turning his way through the left hand of it, Goddard for the final time, so looking good for yet another scratch race victory this season. He takes the checkered flag now, and second, it is going to go the way of Jörg Schneider again, isn't it? So Jörg Schneider takes 2nd place for the 2nd time today. 3rd place to go to Trevor Slatter, that's 1 place better than early one. 4th place is number 20 Ian Grant. 5th is the number 99 car of David Lewis. In 6th place is number 18, which is Tim Brooke. 7th goes to number 7 Graham Wilson. 8th to number 81 in the end, so Luigi Bayliss getting the place away from Joey Fincham on the final lap. Bayliss is 9th, and then Ben Bolt, number 13, rounds out the top 10 in the Centaur. And then we wait to see who's going to come through to win Class A. Well, it's not going to be Mike Pickup. He's 4th in that number 69 car at the moment. That was the car that won the class in the earlier race. The V is coming through of Mark Lawton, and Charlie Plain Jones just jinks around it at the last moment and comes through to take victory in Class A, with Nick Haywood-Cook in 2nd place, and 3rd place is going to go the way of John Moss.
Big shrug of the shoulders from Mark Lawton as his car seems he died in a similar place it did earlier, which was a bit of a shock, I think, for Charlie. Thankfully, that was any disaster there was averted pretty rapidly. But yeah, that's good for Charlie Plain Jones. His first win in Class A St Mallory Park in June, so that was some time ago. So congratulations to Charlie Plain-Jones. But here's the results of the final Race Parts Historic 750 Formula race of the season.
Yeah, and it was John Village, as he had done on so many occasions this year, that took the win in car number 29. He completed the 6 laps that we had in the 15-minute race there. Second was number 65, Jörg Schneider, 5.28 seconds behind the winner. In third place was number 72, Trevor Slatter. Fourth to number 20, Ian Grant. In fifth place, number 99, David Lewis. And running out the top 6 was number 18, Tim Brooke, who was the winner and sole finisher in the Supercharged Austin 7 class. In 7th place, it was number 7, Graham Wilson. 8th, number 81, Luigi Bayliss. 9th was number 88, Jerry Fincham. And rounding out the top 10 was number 13, Ben Bolt. Charlie Plain-Jones in number 22 won Class A from 66, Dick Haywood-Cook, and 85, John Moss. And a couple more finishers on the next page being Mike Pickup and Tim Mile, with Richard Verheyden ending his race in the gravel trap at the Old Hairpin, which brought about a safety car period in the middle of that race. And historic 750 Formula will, of course, be back in 2024. We will very much look forward to some more cracking races from the oldest cars that race with the 750 Motor Club on a regular basis. And we just have one more race to come this evening. This is going to be for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We will be seeing those on track in just a minute after we've heard from Andy McEwen. We'll be heading down to the pit lane in a moment. In the meantime, just a quick chance while we've got it to say many, many thanks to all of the marshals here at Donington Park this weekend for all of the sterling work that they have done to keep us more or less on time. We're perhaps 20 minutes or so behind where we expected to be today, but many thanks for all the marshals for their patience in changeable weather conditions as well. Obviously we couldn't have motorsport without them, so we really are indebted to each and every one of you. And a reminder that the 750 Motor Club next in action on October the 7th. That's going to be at Alton Park. More championships having their final rounds then before the finals weekend and the Burkett Relay at the end of October. But let's head downstairs now. Andy McEwen is in the pit lane and he is going to have another chat with our historic 750 Formula race winner.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you, Ian. We've got our top 3 right behind us. Good little battle that for second place in the closing stages. All of it, though, going on several seconds behind John Village, who comes home victorious for the second time today. Good day's work.
Thank you very much. Bit of a ball behind the old safety car, but never mind. These things have to happen, don't they?
It meant you got the chance to execute a safety car restart from the lead, though, something you don't get the opportunity to do that often.
Well, I've not... To be honest, I don't think I've had a safety car in the 750 before. Oh, we did at Brands in practice, but not in the race.
Okay. Actually, the guys upstairs were trying to work out the last time we had a safety car. It's been a while, I think, but you absolutely nailed the restarts. That's good news.
Yeah. Well, you have to, don't you?
Exactly. Are you back now? You've not got another round now this season, have you?
Done for the year.
You're done, yeah. So we're going to see more of you next season?
I'd have thought so, if they allow me.
I think they probably will. Congratulations, John, on the double race victory. Now, Jörg Schneider comes home in second place again, but that time you had a bit of a fight on your hands. Did you enjoy that?
I did. I knew it's very difficult with Trevor in front of me. We had a couple of fights in the past years, and it's quite difficult to overtake, but finally it happened. And I think it's been a last lap, second last lap, but it's been a very short race after the safety.
Yeah, which is a shame, actually, because that would have been a race-long battle, I think. But talk us through the move that you did make there at the end to get that second place.
I tried it at the inside, and this Melbourne loop. I tried it at the inside, but then I felt I'm getting out of the bend a bit quicker, and finally, where did I overtake you? Right into Pat. I don't even remember. I have to see. I have to check my onboard camera so I can tell you.
It was a great race to watch, though, and you've got to be happy. 2 second places, a good day.
Oh, definitely. Very good day. Very good end of the season.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Jörg, on the 2 second places. And Trevor, great to have you on the podium at last. One place better than this morning.
Yeah, much better than this morning, yes. It's been a tricky year. Hi, James. I've had a lot of engine problems, and this has been great to finish the year on a fourth and a third. Yeah, really pleased. But Jörg is a fearsome competitor and takes no prisoners. Yeah, so I knew he'd be there. I knew he'd try and get me. But yeah, excellent race. And really good fun.
And a good grid out this weekend as well. I know you do a lot of work behind the scenes to try and help with that. You must be happy to see that boom in entries these days.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, yeah, to the racing and to the formula itself. You know, the club needs large grids, and we do everything we can to improve the grids. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the podium, and good to catch up with Trevor Slatter once again. Right then, the clouds starting to appear overhead. The wind is picking up. Hopefully, we can get our final race of the weekend out of the way before any rain arrives once more. It's the BMWs heading back out on track to round out what has been a spectacular weekend of racing here at Donington.
Yeah, race 21, final race of the weekend. It is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The cars almost ready to go on to their green flag lap. So let's run through this grid. It's set by the results from the first race. So 25, Ben Pearson is on pole position, and besides him is number 12, that's Daniel Pastana. On the second row, it's number 29, Mark Burton, and number 1, Lee Piercy. On the third row, it's 23, Thomas Singleton, and 77, Paul Travers. Row 4, you have 210, Adam Reed, and 43, Stephen Schweikart. Row 5, 27, Chris Blakey, and 70, Philip White. Row 6 is 16, David Nunes, and 40, Sean Jackson. On the 7th row, it's 76, Stuart Pywell, and 80, David Aspden. On the 8th row, 31 and 60, that's Paul Laramie and Carl McMillan. Row 9 is 79 and 68, Sergei Maniv and Gareth Thomas. On the 10th row, it's 42, Paul Neville, and 6, Sam Walton. On the 11th row, 4 and 37 being William Lake and Kevin Granger. And, well, it says on my grid sheet here, Graham Crowhurst at the back. But I don't think we're going to see him there, sadly. If you remember, we had lost him after qualifying. He had a very heavy off into the barriers on the Melbourne Loop in qualifying this morning. That effectively ended his hopes of taking the overall championship. So in the earlier race, Stephen Schweikart brought his E46 Compact home in 3rd position within Class 6. So I think that is now enough for him to be certain of winning the overall BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2023. Ben Pearson it was that took the win in the first race in his M235i, despite some issues with fuel, I think it was, that caused the car to go into a bit of a limp mode. Daniel Pastana, on his first race for about 5 years, was up to 2nd in the invitation class, and Mark Burton was classified 3rd. There were a few track limit penalties in amongst all of that. Thomas Singleton won in Class 6, and the Cup class was won by Gareth Thomas, which I think is a step towards him wrapping up the Cup class title for 2023. So Josh, the car's well on their way around the green flag lap and shortly to take the start of this 20-minute race.
Yeah, looking at that Cup Class Championship, I think Gareth Thomas probably has won it because Will Lake didn't finish that earlier race, which has hurt his championship chances very significantly. So yeah, I think Gareth Thomas has probably won it now. So I don't think any championships to be decided in this race, or not for the top spots. So therefore, it's sort of just focus on the race, and particularly in those classes M2 and 6 and perhaps Cup class as well. Some battles. Can Lee Piercy do anything about Mark Burton? In the earlier race he was about a second a lap slower, but he was working his way from the back of the grid. So can Lee Piercy do anything about Mark Burton? And then the 6-cylinder class, Tom Singleton in the end had a decent margin over Adam Reed. So we'll see if that changes at all during the course of this race. The Cup class was quite close up until that point where Will Lake had to retire. So 20 minutes of BMW Car Club Racing for the final time of the season, about to get underway with a green flag waved by Marshall at the back of the grid.
5-second board is shown then, and about 30 minutes later than scheduled, final race of the weekend, final race of the Vauxhall day. Red lights go on, they go out, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship gets underway in a spectacular start as the cars head off towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It is going to be Ben Pearson that leads into the first corner, though. It looks like it's going to be Mark Burton up to 2nd position, Daniel Pastana down to 3rd place, as they head through the first couple of corners. Through Redgate they've gone, now down through Hollywood, so it's certainly Burton second, Pastana third, Lee Piercy is in fourth position. I think that's Paul Travers in fifth, although getting past him now, or alongside him certainly for fifth position, is the number 210 car of Adam Reed in the Skegness tyres backed car. They are still side by side, those two, as they head out of Old Hairpin through Schwantz Curve up towards McLean's. Though it's Ben Pearson with a very convincing lead.
Yeah, and Schweikart trying to get past Adam Reed for the Class 6 lead as they go through McLean's corner. And Singleton involved in that too. The top three in Class 6 absolutely together, but it is Adam Reed that leads it up over the curve with Stephen Schweikart looking a lot more racy than we've seen from him in the previous race. Perhaps just out there to score the points to win a championship, as he's done that now. He is looking for a class win, perhaps for second, third and fourth, though. Some feisty racing going on there as Daniel Pastana defending from Lee Piercy, the former Formula 4 driver from the early 2000s before he went motorcycle racing, then came back and won this championship last year. Can't quite get the batter, though, of Daniel Pastana, though, in that XM3 Cup car. Oh, and he goes past Mark Burton. He jumps ahead of Mark Burton out of the hairpin to grab second spot, and that leaves Mark Burton prone to Lee Piercy, his class rival.
Yeah, but Burton later on the brakes gets back through on the inside of Pastana there. So the M2 class car back ahead of the Invitation class car, the M3. The only M3 in the race, and it looks like Piercy has managed to follow him through as well, up into second position. Up towards Redgate corner they go, and now it's Piercy having a look up the inside of Mark Burton for the M2 class lead here, and he's not quite able to make it work. Burton runs out fairly wide though on the exit of Redgate corner. Possibly that gives him a slightly better line through Hollywood, and these three locked together. Two M2 class cars, the slightly more powerful, you would think, M3 of Daniel Pastana, who is third in this group, fourth overall. Back in fifth is Paul Travers, and Adam Reed it is, leading class 6 from Stephen Schweikart.
And Piercy really putting the pressure on then. Mark Burton, who won the low course championship in 2018. Lee Piercy, is that him locking up, or is that Pastana that's trying to get involved as well? So this is quite a dice going on here for second place. In the background is that three-way battle for the Class 6 lead behind Paul Travers. There's some good dicing in the early stages of this one. Burton and Piercy both run much wider than Pastana, who might have a little bit more power with that M3 engine to pull him up alongside Lee Piercy, who in turn is in the wheel tracks of Mark Burton. So this is all going to get quite congested into the S's. They slot themselves through with Piercy up on two wheels over the curb on the left-handed element of the corner. Meanwhile, well up the road already is Ben Pearson in the 2 series. So some really nice battling in the early stages, all behind Ben Pearson, of course.
That's right, so 16 and a half minutes left to go. If we had a change there, we have, because Schweikart has got himself up ahead of Adam Reed, hasn't he? That's a change. And Singleton is at the back of that group, so he's third in Class 6 at the moment, and Schweikart is leading it. Meanwhile, in the M2 class, it's Piercy pulling alongside Mark Burton. Headlamps ablaze. He's going to be on the outside line for Redgate corner. Mark Burton leaving him just about enough room, but no more than strictly necessary. And Burton continues to lead. Does use a bit of the green concrete, though, on the exit of Redgate corner. He did get some penalties, didn't he, in the earlier race for exceeding track limits, so just needs to be a little bit careful with that. It's Burton, Piercy, and then the 12 car of Daniel Pastana in a different class that is in third of this group as the cars make their way out of the Old Hairpin through Schwantz Curve and about to make the climb up to McLean's.
Some interesting graphics on the side of Lee Piercy's car this year. It's a much more plainer car last year, but much more colourful for this season, although it's been a less successful season for Lee. He's had some class wins on the way, but not like last season, of course, when he won the championship. He's not won, I don't think, since Brands Hatch.
Problems for the number 70 car there. That's Philip White, and has actually only completed one lap so far in this race, so I think he's obviously got some pretty serious issues, and probably not going to be much longer for this race.
Battle for the Class 6 lead. Tom Singleton, who's just got past Adam Reed, is now trying to get the better of Stephen Schweikart. Can't quite manage it. But Schweikart certainly looks a lot more racy than we've seen him in the last couple of meetings. I wonder if that championship was bearing on his mind before now, because he hasn't won a race in the class since Snetterton in July, so a couple of months ago. but he's pretty keen, I think, to go out on a win now with no concerns about how the title race is going.
That's right, as we watch this battle down towards Goddard, and certainly Singleton closed up a lot on Schweikart into that final corner of the lap, and it's side by side here with Pastana now attacking Lee Pearcey, going around the outside of him into Redgate corner. So that's for third place overall. It splits the two M2 class leaders as well. So Pastana past Pearcey. Can he now make some progress towards the back of Mark Burton's car, who's about a second behind at the start of the lap?
Pearcey's dropped a long way back. I wonder if his car as well. It's had those issues lately. Here's the battle for sixth, but for a class lead. Stephen Schweikart, the champion, with Thomas Singleton pushing and challenging around the outside there. So they go through the kink at Starkey's Bridge, and we've now got a race to leave the circuit here with Sean Jackson and Philip White not wanting to take part anymore. Lee Pearcey's car, the door has opened in the wrong direction.
What on earth has gone on there? That's bizarre, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. All my years watching racing, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. So the passenger side front door has opened. It is a four-door car, isn't it? And it's clinging on for dear life. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen on a racetrack. Well, possibly not that extreme, but it's pretty unusual. So that's possibly one of the reasons why Lee Pearcey was getting more. So possibly there's some kind of vibration, or we could feel that starting to open up, and obviously he can't continue to drive at speed, because the danger is that would just fly off, and obviously that would be rather dangerous.
So the door hinges are on the other side, so I don't actually understand how it's still on. But I don't think there was any contact or anything that caused it, was there? So that is, as you say, very unusual. And a real shame, because we were having a good battle between him and Mark Burton for the class lead up until that point. So Lee Pearcey's woes continue in the most unusual of ways. So Daniel Pastana's up to third, and in the Class 6 battle, Tom Singleton's got ahead of Stephen Schweikart. So Singleton does seem to have good pace in that class. He won the 2 races at Brands Hatch last time out on the Indy circuit, and he won earlier in the year at Oulton Park too. And it looks like he might be on course for a double win here at Donington too. Already pulled out 1.7 seconds over the class champion and the overall champion, Stephen Schweikart. Some good battles further back as well, actually. For a 10th position, I think this is Stuart Pywell versus David Noond in the oldest car on the grid, the E30, the 1984 car, and it goes through. The oldest car on the grid gets up into the top 10.
Does indeed. Goes ahead then of Stuart Pywell, who is in Class A. And then a bit further back behind these, you've got Paul Laramie, and then you've got our Cup class leader, which is Gareth Thomas. We think he wrapped up the Cup class title earlier on as well.
Ben Pearson's gone even quicker than he went earlier. He's on a 1 minute 41.99. So that's another record in the championship, beating well underneath Mike Cutt's previous best, and quicker than what he did earlier today as well.
That's right. I don't think we've had a record in the M2 class, have we?
Yeah,
today.
The regulations have changed quite a bit in that, haven't they? Because originally we did used to have sort of less powerful M3s, but now that's
right.
For the more powerful 6-cylinder non-M engined cars.
That's right. In Class 6, I think we do have a lap record there set earlier. Tom Singleton saying that.
I think I believe there's going to be a look at over the winter at the regulations to see if anything can be done to entice more people, particularly into M2, which has at times not had very many entries, although a better entry today. But I think there's quite little that separate M2 and Class 6 cars this year, so perhaps something to try and spread that out a little. Has Paul Travers now got an issue?
Well, the bonnet was just vibrating. I don't know if you noticed that a moment ago. So is that something he is mindful of, not wanting that to sort of fly open and smash the windscreen? But yes, that was vibrating. So whether Paul Travers' reduced pace now has anything to do with that or not, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like he's going to pull out of the race, I'm afraid. I think he's just going to pull off the circuit somewhere.
There's rather a race of attrition that's developed from what was the first couple of laps. We had some really good racing in the front positions. Class 6 is still going pretty strong, but not quite as close as it was, because Tom Singleton's pulled clear from Stephen Schweikart, and then Adam Reed not far behind, and then a big gap back to the rest. David Aston's Z3, the best of the rest, in 8th, ahead of Chris Blakey. Oh, there is Aston, and he's under pressure actually from Chris Blakey, isn't he?
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Blakey, the driver from Lincoln, the IT consultant, in his second season of racing, drives this 2001 BMW 330 that he prepares himself, and chases after David Aston, who I think is in his first run with BMW Car Club, raced in road sports before. So a different style of race against more similar cars, I guess. But it's good. There's not many Z3s that have raced.
No, not at all. And pretty little car. And something a bit different, isn't it? The road. So there's Paul Travers having pulled off the circuit at just under the bridge there.
Is that on the old track when they used to go through the bridge in the before the war, long time ago?
Even I can't remember that.
With Auto Unions and Mercedes Grand Prix cars.
So here's Aston. He's up to 7th now with the demise of Travers. He's in the invitation class, of course, and Chris Blakey behind him is 4th within Class 6 at the moment, behind Singleton, Schweikart and Reed. And they're turning their way through the Craner curves as Mark Burton. He's coming up to lap the number 42 car of Paul Neville, who's in 17th position, one of the Cup class cars. One of these 325 Ti compacts. And of course Burton's racing over here because he's still got Daniel Pastano within about a second of him, and it's a car that probably is a little bit quicker theoretically than Burton's car, so we'll see if there is a change in the remaining 7 3/4 minutes.
Both have gone quicker than race 1. Mark Burton did a 47.4 in race 1. He's on a 1 minute 46.6 in this race, where Pastano did a 48.2 earlier, and he's on a 1 minute 47.4 this time out. Oh, here's the race leader. I don't think we've seen him since the start of the race. Ben Pearson is almost a mile, well, he probably is a mile ahead, isn't he? Literally a mile ahead of anybody else. He's completed 7 laps in darkening conditions here at Donington Park. If you're at the circuit, I think you've got the Vauxhall Owners Parade after this, which I think most people that are left at the circuit are probably going to take part in, so I hope you enjoy that. But for the racing, this is the last part of the day, and the last part of our live streamed action on the 750 Motor Club pages. 36 seconds, that's what Ben Pearson's lead advantage is.
It's probably not quite a mile at this stage, I don't think, but it's not far through. It probably will be by the end of the race. We've had victory margins of 1.5 minutes during the course of this weekend in other races, which is equivalent to probably more than 2 miles.
So what's it need to be? 2/5 of a lap, does it, to be a mile?
Something like that. So we're not quite at that yet. Aspen there in the number 80 car, still under pressure from Blakey. Nice little scrap these two having for 7th and 8th position. They are. Oh, what a big off, and that is for Adam Reed, isn't it? That has gone off in the number 210 car. He was 3rd within Class 6.
Yeah, he's good, mate. David Drinkwater had a very large accident right there, and now Adam Reed has 2. So that's a real shame, both of them. But for Adam Reed, he's gone fronting, which is a big problem. Lots of damage to important parts. Good to see Adam out of the car. That is a real shame for Adam Reed. The driver makes very little mistakes. So that's why he won the Burkett relay twice. Now there's more cars going off, so is the track in some kind of issue?
Well, that was the 27 car of Chris Blakey, who was going to be 7th with the demise of Adam Reed. May still be 7th, but he's lost ground to David Aston, certainly. So we just need to keep an eye on what happens with that car that is off of Adam Reed, but the main piece of information there is that the driver was out of the car.
Yeah,
so 5 minutes or so of the race left to go.
Yeah, Adam okay, but his car is pretty wrecked, I should think. So that is a big disappointment. So that car might not be taking part in the Burkett relay next month. He might have to revert back to his 4-cylinder compact.
So where is Ben Pearson on circuit at the moment? He is probably not too far away from completing another lap, I don't think.
So yellow flags from the top of Hollywood, which means Stephen Schweikart should be staying behind that lapped car.
And is.
So yellow flags all the way to Starkey's Bridge.
He doesn't want to do anything to jeopardise the championship now, does he?
Well, but all eyes are on you, Steve, so don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, and don't want to risk a disqualification or something like that, which
I think
could
that
compromise things.
Then that probably would change it, wouldn't it, if something like that happened?
Yeah, well, it could do, certainly.
But he did wait till the green flag, so all is okay.
Yeah, no, good driving there from Stephen Schweikart, as it could be. It's frustrating when you are tucked up behind a much slower car in that situation, but there's not a lot you can do. Rules are rules, and you have to not overtake under the yellow flag. You have to slow down, you have to be prepared to stop, because you literally never know what's around the next corner. Paul Neville, who has built that car up himself, a labour of love, has had an enjoyable season, I think, in his BMW 325 Ti.
Yeah, he used to track day the car and then built it to the Cup Class Regs, so he could go racing this season, isn't it? First year for Paul. And I think he's done a full year too, so full commitment in his first season. It is a big commitment, isn't it, financially and in time as well.
So there is Stephen Schweikart then. He's running second in Class 6 at the moment. Tom Singleton it is that's leading the way in that class, quite a few seconds ahead now. There's Daniel Pastana, who is exactly 2 seconds behind Mark Burton, or was at the beginning of this lap, so he hasn't been the threat that I thought he might be.
Yeah. Oh, there's a very slow car there. Is that Sergio Menez?
It is, yep. So the number 79 car also returns. Yeah, you can tell it's the end of the season, can't you? Because some of these cars are literally on the last legs, it would seem.
But Pastana's car all in old M3 Cup livery, isn't it? It's even got the old banner, so it's like going historic racing in original livery.
It is, yeah. Although the M3 Cup was relatively short-lived, only a couple of seasons we had from it.
Now is Sergio Menez going to get the car around the circuit? This is must feel extremely slow. I think it would be quite slow on the road, wouldn't it, let alone on a racetrack?
Yeah, well, there's Mark Burton. He's in second place. He's just coming towards the end of his 10th lap, which Ben Pearson has already completed.
He's been on quite a run because he's won all but one race since Alton Park in Class M2. Just Paul Travers came out on top in the wet at Brands Hatch last time out.
Here's Ben Pearson then, race leader. Again, we've not seen a huge amount of him during the course of this race because, frankly, he's not been doing anything very interesting. And obviously, towards the end of the first race, he did do something interesting, which was slow down and stop for a period of time. But he did manage to get back out into the race and to win it still by half a minute. But he's hoping for no dramas this time. I think he knew what the problem was and was able to plan around that. He's coming up to lap the number 27 car now of Chris Blake, who's still in 7th place despite that off that he had a couple of laps ago.
So we're down to about 14 cars probably left now, aren't we? Which is about half the cars that we started the season with.
Yeah, we've lost a few during the course of the weekend, let alone this race, unfortunately. And it is a bit of a rotating cast of drivers you have in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Lots of different drivers have raced in the championship during the course of the season, but not all of them do every round of the championship.
Indeed, there's normally, like there is this weekend, a good number of invitational entries for drivers who aren't registered for the championship, and then even people who are registered for the championship don't do every round either. So I think for registered drivers, 23, 35, 40, 43 drivers I reckon we've had over the course of the season. There have been a lot of invitational drivers on top of that. So if you had them all together, you'd end up needing heat races.
Yeah, absolutely. They all turn up at the same time, and that's what I'm sure. Excuse me, Neil McDonald, who's behind the championship, would very much like to happen. Get more of the drivers doing more of the races rather than picking and choosing to make bigger grids and more exciting races for everybody.
The thing is, if you've got a BMW, you could race in a lot of places, just on this weekend, let alone elsewhere.
It's one of the most versatile cars you could probably want because it's competitive in so many different arenas, isn't it? We've seen them in Club Enduro, we've seen them in Road Sports, we've seen them in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. That's just this weekend, but other racing clubs also offer homes for these kind of cars.
Gareth Thomas on terms for another Cup Class win, and he's had a good end to the season too because he's won every race since Netterton, so he won both races there, both races at Brands, and he's on terms for both wins here at Donington too. A long way clear of Sam Walton by the looks of it. So William Lake's issues were so big it put him out of both of this race as well, which is unusual for the Cup class cars.
That's a shame, isn't it, really? We also didn't see Kevin Granger out for this one, having DNF'd early on. He had various dramas, didn't he?
Ben Pearson's coming through the last corner for the last time, I think.
He is. Clock's kept down to 0. Checkered flag is waved. And 2 wins in the day for Ben Pearson in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in that BMW M235i, and he's done very well indeed. Nice little battle going on all the way to the line here, and it looks like 27 Chris Blakey has got ahead of David Aspden on the run to the line there. So I think if they swapped them around.
Yeah, I think he snuck past at the hairpin. They came into shot side by side.
Yeah,
a 6th position finish too for Chris Blakey.
Yeah, only 10th of a second between them. Here comes Paul Neville, who's going to be 3rd, I think, within the Cup class. Here's our 2nd place driver then. That's Mark Burton. He's not picked up any penalties this time around. He'll be pleased to note he's just putting a lap there.
Got some bright lights.
He has got some bright lights. Crikey, if you have a car in front, I'm surprised you've not jumped out the way. Because Mark Burton coming through in 2nd place. He's going to come up to the line, take the checker flag. He's going to win Class M2 as well. He's going to be ahead of Daniel Pastana, number 12, who also takes the Invitation Class win.
Now Mark Burton decides to flash his lights to try and blind us, but I think we survived.
And then I think it's going to be a bit of a wait because there's only Tom Singleton and Stephen Schweikart still on the lead lap. Schweikart just took didn't take the flag, did he? Just in front of Ben Pearson, so he's still got probably half a lap or so to go. Here's Tom Singleton then to take 4th place overall, and he takes the checkered flag then.
Is that John Elsey at the background who's stayed to the bitter end?
It's good to see the photographers doing that, isn't it? Not all of them perhaps do, but John Elsey, the 750 Motor Club's official photographer, gets some brilliant pictures. I'm sure you'll see those posted on his website and across social media in the next few days. No doubt some of them will be appearing in the yearbook, which will be published to mark the season's racing. There is Stephen Schweikart, the champion. He comes home, takes 2nd place within Class 6 and 5th position overall. And we'll have a look, if we can, at the results from that race. It was number 25, Ben Pearson, that took the win. He completed 12 laps, and he was 55.37 seconds clear of number 29, Mark Burton, in 2nd place. 3rd was number 12, Daniel Pastana. 4th, number 23, Tom Singleton. 5th was 43, Stephen Schweikart. 6th, number 27, Chris Blakey, a lap down. 7th, number 80, David Aspden. 8th, number 16, David Nunes. 9th was number 76, Stuart Pywell. 10th, number 31, Paul Laramie. And then our 11th was our class winner, number 68, Gareth Thomas in the Cup class from 12th, number 60, Carl McMillan, Sam Walton, number 6, and Paul Neville, number 42, I think, rounding out our finishers in the final race of the weekend, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Everyone else there, a non-finisher. So some quick final thoughts from you after this weekend, Josh.
Yeah, we've had some good racing, I think. Club Enduro particularly exciting, running all the way to the end of the race. That kept you guessing until the last couple of laps, really. We had some good racing yesterday, in particular from Mazdas, and Type R Trophy was pretty good too, wasn't it? And the Classic Stock Catch, that was good fun yesterday too.
It was indeed.
So yeah, we had some good racing, and there's more 750 Motor Club racing to come. Just one more for me. I think you've got a couple.
Yeah, Alton Park next weekend. No, 2 weekends time. The 7th of October, another championship finals day. With a variety of different categories on show there. And then it's the Burkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone at the end of October, with the championship finals on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone the day after. Thanks once again to the marshals, all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club that make this race meeting possible. From Josh Barrett and myself, it's good night. We're going to hand down to the pit lane for the final time this weekend to Andy McEwen. From all of us here, goodbye.
So for the final time this weekend, you join me in the Donington pit lane, where we've got our final race winner of the weekend, Ben Pearson, and Ben, that time around, slightly less stressful completion to the race. A few extra drops of fuel in that time?
Yes, that's it. Yeah, a few more litres of fuel in, enough to finish the race. Nice, easy race, no issues. Plain sailing.
Simple as that, really. I mean, it did look pretty flawless out there. Do you enjoy yourself when you're in a situation like that? Obviously, drivers enjoy a good battle, but sometimes you get your head down, nice clear track, a car working well, that can be good fun too.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, nice clear track, but yeah, it's a race and you want to be racing against people, not on your own. So, but yeah.
Nonetheless, good result for you. Is this you done for racing now for the season? Will we see you back again anywhere?
That's it for this year, yeah. Last one.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. Brilliant way to end the 2023 season. Winners Garland is there waiting for you as well. Ben Pearson then victorious overall and within Class M1. Now, Mark Burton came home in second position that time around. And Mark, it looked like you were going to have a real fight on your hands, actually, with Lee up there in the early stages. He fell back, but even so, you still had your hands full.
Yeah, that was good fun. I said in our interview before that Lee would be up there, and he was. It was a really close start. He's just put a new engine in his car, and he's right up with me now. I think I might have lost a bit of power over the year, so we kind of met in the middle a little bit, and there was nothing to be gained either way. And it was just a bit of defending, close racing. It was all fair. It was really enjoyable. It was sad to see him pull off because it was enjoyable. And then the M3 behind me, towards the end of the race, he was coming back at me, so at the point I thought I could sort of relax a bit, I started pushing again. But it was a really good race though.
Yeah, good fun it looked like out there. What do you reckon then? A bit of an engine refresh required over the winter now?
Yeah, I think so. That engine was an emergency. Put it in from a scrapyard about a year ago and we've not touched it since. So I think it's fair that we give it a bit of love this winter.
Well, it's not done you badly, that's for sure. 2 class wins for Mark Burton this weekend. Congratulations on that. And a second place overall class winner in Class M2. Whilst Daniel Pestana is back again on the podium, also winning within the invitational class as well. Your thoughts on that battle that you had with Mark? He was just saying how much he enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I couldn't seem to claw quite the gap back on Mark at all. A little bit in the first phase of the race, but then just gradually kind of stalled out basically. But my starts are a bit poor with this car. It's got a failing diff, so it's a bit rubbish off the line, but it was all good. Yeah, great racing. Good battle with Lee as well, I think. So hopefully his car's all right. 'Cause he dropped back, didn't he? But really good. Really enjoyed it. Great race. Yeah.
You obviously are entered into the invitational class this weekend, so you're battling against cars that sort of generate their lap time in different areas than you, but over the course of a lap it's all very even, so you've got to pick your moments to try and make a move.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely didn't have enough pace to attack Mark, I don't think. Even if I got there, I don't know if I would have got round him, other than this maybe being a little bit opportunistic with some of the traffic. But yeah, no, I'm not sure I had the pace to get him quite yet anyway, but yeah, bit of development for the car next year. Hopefully we'll be back, so it'll be really good.
Amazing stuff. Congratulations then on the 2 class wins, Daniel. So that brings to an end then our weekend of racing here at a slightly blustery Donington Park, but that is not it for the 750 Motor Club this season. They've still got one more live streamed event plus a single day of racing at Alton Park to come before that, but it's all now eyes to the Burkett Relay Race, which is part of a big 2-day event for 2023. That's coming on the 28th and 29th of October. Live streaming courtesy of Alfa Live will be available in the usual places, so we hope to see many of you along for that one. For now though, from myself, Andy McEwen, Ian Soman and Josh Barrett in the box, along with their special guests that they've had over the course of the weekend, we thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you again next time.